around me. Too high, can't ground me. Purple haze surround me. So open up them windows and feel the way that wind blows. I gotta keep that tempo. That ain't that simple. Come on. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop. All the way. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop. Higher. Right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop. Right now. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop. Right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to What you gonna say that I should take it easy? Standing on the edge, trying to catch my breath. Well, nothing beats this feeling, so I don't ever wanna let this. I don't ever wanna let this go. Oh, I never felt a touch like yours. Going crazy and my main sure. You know I wrote it on the bathroom wall, so everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Here we go again. Now I see double vision. Hanging on the edge, now I'm out of breath. Oh, tell me, am I dreaming? I don't ever wanna let this. I don't ever wanna let this go.
Hello and welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker. It is day 2, aka Championship Sunday, and taking us through this one, I am joined by Mike LaBelle. Mike, yesterday had absolutely everything. Do you expect more today?
I'm telling you, when you and I get together, it has nothing to do with the competitors and them scoring tons of goals and conceding tons of goals. It's just about us being here, and all of that happens. It's all encompassing. So I'm very happy about it. Clearly, that's sarcasm. It's all about the competitors. But we see so many goals being scored in FIFA 21. Every time I get on a broadcast, I actually feel really surprised because I'm so accustomed, and same with you, throughout the years, we've seen a lot of slower gameplay, more controlling gameplay, and unless you run it into a 5 at the back versus a 5 at the back, typically these games are very free flow, they're very open.
And we'll see plenty of that today. Hopefully free-flowing FIFA 21 action here on Championship Sunday. Mike, one thing that struck me yesterday was how aggressive the competitors were in attack. It just feels like they're here to win and they're here to show what they've got.
This might even be a little more region-specific. In East Asia, these guys really go for it. We saw just end-to-end. You could even say at times poor defending or reckless defending in many regards, but I'm perfectly fine with that. I'd love to keep that trend up wherever I can sign up. If there's a petition to say we're going to play with high aggression and team pressure and all the encompassing positives, or at least positives for how I like to see FIFA, maybe even how I like to see football, I'm good with it. Just like I said, send me the paperwork, Kyle. We'll make this happen.
No clean sheets. We do not want them here. Myself and Mike LaBelle, we do not want them. Right, we've talked all about day one. Let's have a recap on what happened at the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 2, day one.
It's always a good idea to tune in and watch some clashes from East Asia. A lot of goals, skills, moves, and innovative tactics. Akmal JHD and Seri 7 kicked off the day in a traditional way for this region. 4-3 after the first leg.
To have 6 goals in your first 80 minutes, and it's certainly going to wake you up if nothing else.
Seri 7 showed incredible force after the break, and he managed to win 6-5. The second match of the day, Kun against Tsagt, was a treat. Although Tsagt showed more composure, Kun was ready and responded with 2 goals, but in the end, Tsagt won the series 4-2.
The 3 midfielders combining, Mbappe trying to isolate, first time ball, again, it's Hullet, lovely build up, and the finish that play deserved.
If you say Seri 7, you say goals. He met Tsagt in the winner's bracket final, but his opponent scored 9 times against Seri 7. Tsagt will play in the grand final today after his win with an incredible 9-5 score. Another great game was between RRQ Eggsy and GBX Ian.
A brilliant cancel there, though. The cutback. Whoa, what a goal there from Ian.
Ian scored 3 goals very fast, but Eggsy's comeback was real, and in the end, he won 7-5. The latest match of the day wasn't too spectacular, and both players had to wait until the penalty shootout to see who would qualify for Championship Sunday. Raja Pugu was the winner, but even himself admitted that his opponent, Operation Isis, was the better player.
That was day one at the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 2. Mike LaBelle, very quickly, what did you make of that penalty miss? Went everywhere. I think it landed in Manchester.
I mean, my reaction watching it back again is the same reaction I had now. I was like, oof. There's no other way to look at it because it was the last penalty kick. Clearly the nerves kicked in, overshot it. It was too high. It was too far wide. The hands were sweaty. There's no way around it.
I don't know who I am to judge because I don't think I've ever hit a penalty on target in FIFA 21. And that's with the indicators as well. We have to stress there's no indicators in these tournaments. I'm just not very good at penalties. If you think you're better at them, though, why not take to the competitive stage from the comfort of your own home? Yes, the PS4 Tournaments Open Series is your opportunity to do just that. The tournaments are weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards, competing online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. Those who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off their skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation. And all you've got to do is go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID. Mike LaBelle, show them how it's done.
As always, everything is integrated into the console. It's very intuitive. It's easy to use. And this is kind of your one-stop shop for your tips, your tricks, your insider information with FIFA 21. If you want to partake in events, it's a great way to kind of get an idea where you stand, especially throughout getting kind of one step in or 1 foot into maybe the competitive scene, but maybe you're not all the way there. It'll give you an idea. Oh,
if you think you're good enough, if you're at home, if you're in the Twitch chat saying that you can do this, well, do it at the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. Show us what you have got. You can also join in the conversation. Yes, it is Championship Sunday. Someone will be crowned champion here at day 2, the East Asia Qualifier number 2. So join the conversation. Let us know who you think that is using the mention at EA FIFA Esports and that hashtag FGS21 right there. we've got loads happening for you as well over the next coming few weeks. Yes, we are deep into the season, getting closer to the FIFA E-World Cup. But before we get there, we've got to go to the FIFA Face-Off. Yes, do not miss your opportunity to watch the FIFA Face-Off on the 19th and 26th of March. A member of the FIFA community will team up with a FIFA pro and a celebrity for a chance to win some of that $25,000 prize pool. It's going to be absolutely incredible, and what an event it will be for everyone. For more information, go to ea.com/FIFA Face-Off. Mike, we're getting closer to it. We've got Castro, we've got Tex, we've got Trevor Noah. The best of the best will be joining in this competition.
I just want to know what Castro's looking at in that picture. Everybody else is facing forward, and Castro's, and he's got like straight face too. So I don't know what was happening to the left, to the right, but I'm interested. I'm curious. It definitely was a distraction. See, look at the picture. Look at this. Everybody's facing forward, and Castro, he's got a side profile.
He's somewhere else, you know. What can I say? When you've got a beard like that, you've got a mustache like that, I can't grow it. Show it off, all right? So make sure you join us for that one, March 19th and 26th, right there. Something else we've got that is special for you. It's only happening during the FIFA 21 Global Series. Yes, you have complete control of your own viewership rewards. For the first time, you'll receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world competing at the highest level. All you've got to do is simply link your Twitch and EA accounts, watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on these select weekends, and you will receive one FIFA Global Series swaps token per weekend. Now remember, the tokens may take up to 7 days to appear into your account, and these tokens are redeemable in repeatable SBCs in FIFA Ultimate Team with some great pack rewards up for grabs. So the more tokens you earn by watching on the select eligible weekends, the more flexibility you will have to decide which rewards to get. So don't miss out. Link your accounts and watch the best of the best competing in the FIFA 21 Global Series and redeem your rewards. Now this weekend, we've got something extra. We're calling it the seasoning just on top to spice up your FIFA Ultimate Team. Remember, anyone who watches more than an hour of FIFA Global Series action this weekend on Twitch with those linked Twitch and EA accounts will also receive an Atlanta United FC Cincinnati and Blue United EFC tifos within your Ultimate Team. Make sure you get it done. Mike LaBelle, I saw that I think it was Blue Agoo, he tweeted about it. He said it was a dream come true to be in the game. It's still a dream for us.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a petition. Also, I see we got Fiddles in there. George Adamu's the current champion EMLS. How do we make a petition for George too? George needs to get some sort of celebration and moving this way and moving that way. But maybe for George, even if you want to throw in Kyle and I, we'll take one tifo just together one. As a collective. Yeah, we'll just do one. Get it knocked out. Happy days.
We said it yesterday. It'll be the most used tifo within the game, EA. So, you know, get us in a photo shoot. Get us there. Get us within the game. Make it happen. It's what the community want. Me and Mike. It's what me and Mike want. Anyway, back to the action right here. Mike, it is double elimination. So that means that if you lose from the winner's bracket, well, it's okay. You're all right. You drop down into the loser's bracket. But here on Championship Sunday, if you lose in the loser's bracket, that is it. You're out. And we can see our winner's bracket right there. Mike LaBelle, talk us through that double elimination.
Well, at this point, the winner's bracket is complete. We're done with it. We've got sacked. He's sitting pretty. He's waiting in the grand final. And we're just going to see the loser's bracket matchups as one of the competitors is able to get themselves up to the winner's bracket. Now, the big key is, of course, that they're going to have to force a reset beating sacked. So that's kind of the takeaway here. And what that means is whoever gets to the grand final, coming from the loser's bracket, will have to beat sacked twice, where sacked would only have to beat him once in a series of FIFA matches. Hopefully that's understood well, but that's the big advantage of going undefeated up to this point.
It is indeed. You get that advantage, meaning in the grand final, you're already one step closer to that victory right there. Let's have a look how things will unfold today. Day 2, this is our schedule. 10 past 10 Central European Time. Akmal JHD takes on RRQ Eggsy in that losers bracket round number 2. And then an hour later, we move on to Kun taking on Raja Pugu in our second matchup in that round 2 losers bracket. Then it's round 3. The winners of both of those games games will go head-to-head at 10 past 12 in our losers bracket round 3, and then it moves on to that losers bracket final. Seri 7, who lost in the winners bracket final yesterday, he's patiently waiting to see who he will be facing at 10 past 1 Central European time, and then it's all eyes on our grand final. Sacked is sat waiting to see who he will be facing 10 past 2 Central European time, and then we'll be wrapping things up, breaking things down right here, right in this very spot. Mike, I'm excited. We're crowning another champion of East Asia today.
No, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of FIFA we're going to have display in those very tense moments, especially from the losers bracket where it's win or go home. Sometimes when you get to a grand final, it opens up a little bit because maybe there's relief of getting there. You battled through all these matches in the losers bracket. Now you're saying, okay, I could do this. I can win this tournament, but it's still a little looser. Because at one point it was kind of a dream, and now you've at least achieved getting back into that final.
Right, let's have a look what is coming up first for us here on day 2. We kick things off with this game. Akmal JHD taking on RRQ Eggsy, a household name. We've seen him at tournaments before, taking on Akmal JHD. Losers bracket round 2. Mike LaBelle. Let's start with our competitors. These two going head to head. Plenty of goals. I'm hoping so. Aggressive attack. That's what we want.
Both these players have been very aggressive going forward. So I would be completely taken back if this ended up being a low scoring affair. The way that Eggsy plays, the way that Akmal's plays, both of them are, I don't want to say rambunctious, but they definitely push the tempo forward. I think that's a really big takeaway, and you talked about this yesterday, is dictating the pace and the tempo. And if you're looking to play quickly, typically a high-scoring game is in your favor, and both of these guys have played very fast if we're basing this on yesterday's gameplay. So unless we see a complete switch, I think this is going to be a game that includes many goals.
Let's see what happens with that one now. One man we will be seeing in our second matchup in the losers bracket, round number 2, is Raja Pugu, and he's kindly enough put together a FIFA 21 masterclass for us all to watch.
Guys, my name is Raja Pugu. I'm from Raja Esports, and this is my masterclass. The 5-3-2 formation is a formation that is currently very overpowered, and many pros use it. So here are some tips that I can give you on how to utilize the 5-3-2 formation. First, I will start with the custom tactics. I normally use balance as my defensive style, along with 3 width and 4 depth. I use a low width so that my defense becomes a lot more compact, so it becomes very difficult to penetrate, which is helpful defensively. 5-3-2 is a formation that is great for counter-attack, which is why I use fast build-up. Also, I increase the number of players that is inside the box so that I have more options to pass. I normally use getting behind for my strikers so that they are always prepared for a through ball. I put one of my midfielders on stay back and the rest on cover center so that they don't drift out wide and leave spaces in the middle of the pitch. Both my wingbacks will be joining the attack and are also on overlap so that I can transform into attack easily. Overall, the 5-3-2 formation has a very strong spine to the team. It's defensively solid, and it's also helpful if you want to learn how to counter-attack.
And now passing it through, a glorious chance. And a goal! Not wasting much time today. They strike.
That was Raja Pugu's FIFA 21 masterclass right there. Mike LaBelle, custom tactics, how important are they for everyone playing this game?
They assist in how you want to play the game. So very important, but it's still about you. Sometimes people believe that custom tactics are magical. And we're not dealing with witches and warlocks and magicians here. No, it's still the way that you generate gameplay. Are you a naturally attacking player? Are you looking to play with lots of width? Do you want to play very narrow? And then it's a matter of giving yourself the best chance to succeed with those tactics, with the instructions. All that plays a definite factor as to the type of performance you're going to have on the virtual pitch. And you saw Raja cover the 5 at the back, which has been a real topic in the FIFA community the last month or so, I would say, in terms of discussion, because it's become a very meta formation. And there's a lot of debate on people that support it, people that absolutely can't stand it, dislike it. And I don't think too many people are waddling. You either have a strong opinion one way or the other.
Now, speaking of magicians and warlocks, I'll let you decide who is who. Let's bring Nate and Treaders into the conversation right here. Nate, Treaders, welcome. Day 2, Championship Sunday. We kick things off in the losers bracket. Nate, are you feeling like there's going to be plenty of goals for yourself to cast on?
Particularly, if anything, is like yesterday, for goodness sake, these two competitors in this first matchup. We said there wasn't a lot of time for them or us to warm up yesterday. We're expecting the exact same thing here on Championship Sunday.
We are indeed. Right, let's jump straight into the predictions. Treaders, I'm going to start with you. Akmal JHD taking on RRQ Exi. Who have you got?
I'm going to take Akmal in this first matchup. I think the way he's utilizing the lesser known players such as Harvey Barnes, you just love to see it. And I feel like I'm rooting for the underdog, going a little bit with my heart rather than my head, but I'm going to lock in Akmal.
Oh, I like that. You've got to go with your heart. You've got to go with your heart. Nate, who are you going for?
I'm going with my head. Hexy all the way. Number 2 in East Asia. It's not even a topic for debate.
Okay, Mike LaBelle, heart or head, love or lust, who are you going for?
Well, I will say a soft disclaimer that I definitely think this match could go either way, but I've got Eggsy in this matchup. I think that he's going to do enough. I also think he's got a team advantage, which definitely plays a factor.
I'm going to go with RRQ Eggsy as well. 3-1. 3 of us going with our head. Only one goes with their heart. That's Joshua Treadwell right there. Always go with your heart. Nate, Treaders, let's kick things off. Day 2, Championship Sunday, East Asia Qualifier number 2. It's over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. My name is Nate Patrick. I'm joined by Jay Treaders, and Treaders, we love Championship Sunday. It is winner take all the way through. No more of these scenarios of saying, it's okay if you lose one, buddy. We'll see you again. Today, lose, and you are out. You are gone. There is no coming back.
Just sudden death, and for a number of these competitors, the turnaround is incredibly short to the next stage of qualification for Qualifier 3, which will be the final chance for these competitors to state their claim in the top 8 to reach the playoffs.
Talk to me a little bit about Eggsy. I know you going for the underdog here. You like the foot items that we haven't seen a lot of, but as mentioned, Eggsy number 2 in East Asia. Tell us how he's gotten there.
Through his consistency and the run he made in Qualifier 1, at the moment, we're seeing that the seeding isn't quite fully decided yet. It's only Qualifier number 2, but heading into the next event, I think we'll really start to get an idea of who is the top player and who are the lesser players trying to force their way, have a chance at making the 8.
11 goals in one of the games for these competitors yesterday, 12 in the other. We simply weren't prepared. The notebooks were getting filled up way too quickly on Championship Sunday, knowing again that a loss will see a competitor knocked out directly. Do they change their play style?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, for you, Treaders, but I'm going to leave it open-ended for the rest of the broadcast. I'll let the viewers decide as well, because we are straight in to the loser bracket, round 2, match 1. It is Akmal JHD versus RRQ Eggsy. Again, 12 goals in that match against GBX Iron yesterday. 11, 5-6 loss against Seri. And straight away, Son marching onwards. Not a lot doing. Eggsy immediately on the counter-attack, through pass to Neymar. In turn, Kulusevski finds Fernandez. It's great passing, but the finish not quite as quality. You think that would work? And what do you know? We are end-to-end in this opening 7 minutes or so, Treaders.
Within the first 7 minutes of this in-game matchup, we've seen a chance for both competitors. And the thing I'm liking already about Akmal is he, despite the team disadvantage that he may have, he backs himself. He knows the players that he's utilizing, and he trusts that he'll be able to get the job done in spite of them. And indeed, he does secure the first goal, going 1-0 up early on against Eggsy through a simply scintillating bit of through play.
The underdog with the advantage, and how's that for a finish? Something you'd probably see Son do on the football pitch. You're seeing it here in FIFA esports. Akmal taking the very early lead, and his countrymen in Malaysia watching on. A few of them in the chat already getting excited. They're going to need your support today to come up through the losers bracket. It does often unearth a champion, but the task huge. This is Ronaldinho by Kleiber, then Jones with the out ball. Ronaldinho, not a foot item we have the privilege of seeing a lot in FIFA 21, maybe as the season progresses, when we get towards the ending. Some might appreciate his skill on the ball. That's a lovely weighted pass with the far side of the goal open. Hope is moved to the near side, and the gamble paying off for Akmal.
And if there's a nickname that we can start to think of for Akmal, it's the gambler. He takes so many risks, some of them looking a little bit less calculated than others, but overall he just takes so many risks, like going in for that challenge right there, and indeed he capitalizes off the early challenge. The pressure put on Eggsy, and Eggsy caught asleep at the controller.
A little shell-shocked. Maybe you are watching too. Eggsy finding himself 2-0 behind. Mike LaBelle will love to see Ian Robin starting and scoring. Don't forget, Eggsy's come back from worse yesterday, 3-0 down after 73 minutes of that first leg against Iron, before coming back to win 7-5 on aggregate. The player almost getting there ahead of the ball, but Nick Pope sorting it out calmly. Akmal, one or two passes, and he's away again. Son runs into the brick wall of James. That could have easily been 3, should he have chosen to pass the ball instead. He might get that chance for the third. Son, pass inside, Robin left foot, but Varane with the block. Eggsy really needs to, I don't know, have a sip of energy drink, have a little bit of a self-pep talk, because, as you said, Treaders, it doesn't feel like he's quite warmed up to his task.
And we saw it yesterday, and we've seen it throughout multiple competitive events. Competitors not quite ready, not warmed up just yet, but as the game goes on, we see them get into their flow, and still just a little bit of rust, still getting shaken off the fingers of Eggsy a little bit. And Akmal, such as his play style, I feel like if he took this game plan into Weekend League, he'd be putting 10 or 11 goals past his competitor. And he may look to do the same if Eggsy shows as much rust as he continues to push forward. Watch for the press after possession loss, and almost given away by Eggsy, but is able to survive the onslaught, only to see it to the halfway line. And Akmal, retaining the ball, will be looking to utilize the front three triangle. Needs to move the ball quickly, utilize the space left in behind by Akmal rather, does Eggsy. And he just can't seem to hold the ball up at all.
The long driven pass to Ian Robin. Plays it forward, and there is a ball forward to Son, ahead of the defender. 1-on-1 versus the keeper, and a mirror image of the chance at the other end. The far post wide open, but both gambling near post, and as such, the defender coming up clutch. By defender, of course, I mean the competitor defending in that situation, moving his goalkeeper. Eggsy's going to have to try and guess again. Son, with only the defender to beat, It's straight down the middle. And the save is made. We tried to warn you, if you missed the pre-show, if you missed the first 30 in-game minutes, you've missed quite a lot, to be frank. These competitors in East Asia do not muck about. They are here to play direct attacking FIFA, and we are being treated straight up the other end with Eggsy, Neymar. That pass is a 180 pass and unlikely to find the target.
And for Eggsy, there is so many things for him to think about going into the halftime break. 2 goals down already. Akmal taking the early advantage. And he hasn't really looked back, has had the weight of opportunities to score the goals. But for Eggsy, he needs to be not trying to force that ball straight up the middle as quickly as he is. Take his time out wide. Utilize the weakness that the 4-1-2-1-2 has in the wider areas. But at the moment, Eggsy, the moment he gets that ball, is trying to emulate what Akmal's doing by forcing it straight up the center of the pitch, which is resulting in the turnovers that we're seeing so frequently.
It's great to watch. If you're the coach of one of these competitors, you might be a little frustrated. Not seizing control, but Akmal seizing the lead. Eggsy, again, was 3-0 down yesterday. Came back to win almost comfortably. As a task here of a similar nature, that is lovely passing and the finish textbook. He uses that space in between the lines. He goes back before he goes forward and crafts himself a superb goal.
And that's the longest spell of possession that either competitor has really had for the entirety of the first half. And immediately, once getting underway in the second half, the game plan shifting from Eggsy a little bit, still moving that ball quickly, but taking the opportunity to recycle possession, ensure that he's having effective possession rather than just allowing Akmal opportunities to go forward and keep the pressure on. And it does pay dividends. And now Eggsy starting to warm to the task, but still well baited by Akmal. Such is his quality of the reads and the speed at which he makes those reads. It's incredibly tough to attack against.
2-1 here in this first leg of the loser bracket round 2, match 1. We've spoken rather about Eggsy's 7-5 win at Mal with the 5-6 loss against Seri. You could have been forgiven for thinking that would be the most amount of goals we'd have in a game yesterday. It wasn't even top 2. However, Akmal showing us his quality in attack. Will no doubt have gone and worked on his defending patterns. You like to be aggressive in defense, and you see there bringing a defender out, leaving gaps in behind. Some more work needed, but Eggsy restores parity. It's 2-2 through CR7.
And that team of the year, CR7, when you give him enough space to get the shot off, you're in so much trouble. Eggsy having the cut back on as well, which is what Akmal was attempting to cover. But instead, Eggsy continues the run and finds that ball in the top corner.
Interestingly, CR7 scored those first 2 for Eggsy yesterday. When he started his comeback, well, it is CR7 at the double again here in round 2 of the loser bracket for Akmal JHD. He'll be shaken. Will he be stirred into action to find the response? Slide tackles flying in. You love a bit of that. Player lock used for a moment. Neymar through ball down the line. Calls for offside. Not heated. Ronaldinho runs straight into Kyle Walker. Akmal gifted that ball back. And the turnovers will continue at a high rate. I'm not going to complain one bit, Treaders. It's exhilarating to behold.
And the variations that these competitors have at their disposal. The directional nutmeg to create the space. Unable to be executed on that occasion after a heavy touch from the foot item. But the variations to passing and patterns that Eggsy has at his disposal when he slows the play down is something that a number of competitors can aspire to achieve. And a goal like that is a goal that Akmal will be looking to cut out a little bit earlier than that. Eggsy looking the goods once he's got warmed up.
He didn't appear rather to be that bothered, did he, Eggsy? After conceding those goals, not much of a reaction at all, almost to say, I'll give you a few, and then I'll start firing myself. Will Akmal change from that 4-1-2-1-2? That looked, again, really good going forward yesterday. But with his aggressive defending, Treaders, and you've pointed it out now too, he is using those centre-backs, those full-backs to try and win the ball back quickly, but he's getting caught out just a little bit.
And credit to Eggsy for adjusting to Akmal's rather disruptive game plan. A number of competitors would find that hard to make the adjustment, and that's why Akmal has found the success that he has so far, going unbeaten until game one of the broadcast. So when you're Akmal and playing particularly pressure on possession loss, at this point in the game, your foot items are running a little bit low on stamina, so the execution won't be quite as good. However, when you're as good as that, and speaking of execution, there's that Laner's brought on yet again. Unfortunately, unable to execute for Akmal that time. End-to-end action continuing. And we're seeing Akmal that time. End-to-end action continuing. And we're seeing Eggsy, so much space in behind. Ball roll around the goalkeeper. Too easy for Eggsy. One end to the other in a flash. And he goes from 2-0 down to 4-2 up in the space of 20 minutes.
At what point does Akmal just mark CR7? That is 4 goals in 27 in-game minutes for the Portuguese front man. It's just incredible. Eggsy knows who his go-to player is, knows how to use that foot item to perfection. Mike was talking about it at the start of the show with Kyle. It doesn't matter your formations, your custom tactics. Well, I'll extend that to foot items themselves. You could give me that CR7. You're going to see a very different result compared to the number 2 competitor in East Asia, Indonesia's finest, RRQ Eggsy. With the 4-2 advantage, there's a player through here. Do you know who it is? Yes, you do. That's 5. It is incredible. Eggsy has a sip of water. Akmal's won't taste anywhere near as good. It is sublime from Eggsy.
So straightforward from Eggsy. Makes it look so easy. But the pace that Akmal is trying to play at forces Eggsy to make these quicker reads. And now that Eggsy has adjusted to the pace of the game, Akmal just seems to be at a loss to the adjustments that he needs to make. And when you're out-teamed, when you're being outplayed, as Akmal currently is, you have to go back to what works for you, and that is just scoring those opportunities. If I'm Akmal in this situation, you're taking essentially stock, run the clock down, try and stop the damage while your players are low on stamina. And penalty given, yellow card issued for Eggsy, and the shot going wide, but the penalty given to Akmal.
The gift is taken. Hernandez, the man for the job. And a little bit of a let-off perhaps, but credit Akmal, works his way forward, does not tick down time, and it's 3-5 in this first leg.
And Akmal refusing to give in, to let Eggsy just run away with this one. As tempting as it would have been to shut up shop a little bit, adjust your tactics to a more defensive to stop the bleeding. Akmal sticking to the guns, getting that ball forward at pace, trusting his reactions and his instincts to get the best out of the game. And Eggsy matching him, doing the same. And now Akmal with a last-minute corner to defend.
Taken short, Neymar not ahead of the attacker, has to pass it off, gets it back now, pops it up. Ronaldo 1-6. Ronaldo might have to wait until that second leg. We didn't quite guarantee or promise you goals, but language somewhere near to that effect. You've got plenty. 8 of the best. What about that comeback from Eggsy? CR7, Treaders, 98 overall. Team of the year, of course. 99 finishing, worth 8 million coins. He just knows how to use that full item.
And Eggsy just knows where to find him as well. I think Akmal will be looking to get off to another flyer as always. The press on possession loss so effective when your foot items have full stamina. Just dawdling in possession was Eggsy, not expecting the press. But there was 2 or 3 opportunities after this that went begging that we won't get to see. And Akmal really could have potentially been 3 or 4 goals up. But instead, Eggsy given the window of opportunity to strike back, holding that possession, turning the foot items rather of Eggsy's of his players, and really just creating space through ball rolls, through skill moves, through drag backs, and through a little bit of left stick dribbling. And time again, we just saw it pay off. Akmal's defense just a little bit off the pace, both a factor of the later players switching, maybe a little bit of delay because of the connection between South Korea and Malaysia, and a lot of it just down to how good Eggsy is when he gets going and when he is on the ball.
Look at that, the close control, the dribbling from Neymar to set him up, and then the penalty at the other end. The yellow for Varane won't mean a lot, but that goal will, despite what was becoming a very one-sided Piemonte Calcio frontman 5-goal bonanza. That might have just helped him that little bit. Do you think it arrested some of that momentum, Treaders, or not really?
Oh, absolutely. That final goal will prove to be quite a crucial one, especially for the way that Akmal is trying to play. It seems that he goes incredibly hard early in the first half and then will sit back a little bit to absorb the pressure as the game ticks on, whether that's because he's getting those early goals or if it's because that's just the way he wants to play. I suspect it's the way he wants to play. He tries to go hard early and score as many goals as he can. So if he can snatch a goal at the death when the players are low on stamina, that's a major bonus for Akmal's style of play.
We head on now to our second leg. All contests in FIFA esports, really. But we'll just stick to the East Asia qualifier number 2. Our best of 2 affairs. We will go to extra time and penalties if needed. Akmal will be hoping for a scenario closer in that direction. He starts off well, likes to press, win that ball back, but as those players get tired, as Treaders talked about, the momentum of the game will surely change. That's a lovely pass. Robin on the left. You can only go towards one part of the goal from there. Well read, well saved. Corner taken directly. Header not really troubling in form Nick Pope, but a similar start, Treaders, to that first leg.
Akmal looking to press on early. Still the advantage back from Eggsy, but Eggsy doing well to keep possession. Commentator's curse, classic timing. But when Akmal gets the flow going, gets the runs in behind as he does yet again, and that goalkeeper movement just opening up that near post, and Akmal is able to strike back. This game not done and dusted yet, particularly if Akmal is able to make those chances count nice and early.
You see a lot of Son in Weekend League, maybe not so much on the advanced competitive stage. But many would say we should. Many would say he's underrated, particularly when you're looking at fitting in your team to the squad requirements. Simply cannot just pick a whole team of Team of the Years and icons, etc., etc. So you need to find value for coins if you like. Son getting it done. That's a very ambitious through ball. The player starting from an offside position, but again, just like leg one, Treaders, Akmal starting with a bang. He is 44 in East Asia. It does not put him up there with the best competitors from Malaysia, so strong is that nation. But he's gotten himself through to Championship Sunday. He needs to defend right now. Ronaldinho lifting that pass. Mike Lebel broke that down for us yesterday. The double tap can give yourself space and angles you didn't used to have. It really is frenetic. I feel like as well as the goal counter, Treaders, we could well use a turnover counter.
And when you're playing pressure on possession loss, every turnover just starts to add up because of the amount of times that your players just will start sprinting out of nothing, as we see that turnover from Akmal right there, resulting in the counter press. And the more turnovers you have, the more painful it can get to play later on. And so much space being afforded for Eggsy. That lofted pass, creating space, the sliding challenge, the lunge. Still, Eggsy continues. Ronaldinho trying the cutback, but no one on the end of it. And maybe Eggsy trying to take a leaf out of Akmal's book, looking to press on possession loss. But that's leaving so much space in behind. And again, Akmal with an opportunity to finish again, but just not being clinical enough. That's two really clear-cut chances, two clear-cut opportunities for Akmal to take the lead, but has not done so. But despite that, he is still very much in this game.
Gee, Nick Pope's been good today, Treaders.
Some incredibly solid saves so far. Much to not my surprise. He's a good shot stopper, but get him to put that ball on the floor and we'll see what happens.
We were having a good chat, as I often do, and I'm watching VODs. Sometimes I'll sneak into a live stream as well, have a chat with the competitors about their formations, tactics, and so on. A few people believing that Nick Pope, while being an exemplary shot stopper from close range, could well be tested from distance. They were saying if you shoot some longer shots, some finesses perhaps, he gets found out. Maybe that's something to look for. Some, of course, just preferring higher overall rated goalkeepers. Ultimately, like a lot of foot items, it's personal preference. You can join the conversation on Twitter. Let us know your goalkeeper or indeed underrated foot items. I like seeing when Mike Lebel goes with the one-liner on Twitter. Most underrated CMs, 3 question marks. You find out some gold there. And there is goal for Eggsy. One pass into feet. CR7 with his 6th in this tie. And the 2-goal lead is Eggsy's once more.
And Eggsy able to really establish that cushion through a nice bit of build-up play. The ball rolls to create space. So potent is his close control. That Akmal's hyper-aggressive style of defending is not nearly as effective as he would like it to be. And Eggsy taking full advantage of the contrast in play styles, taking his time to get used to the conditions he's playing in. But regardless, he's capitalizing and he's making Akmal pay through his attack.
Only a few in-game minutes before half-time. Eggsy gets it back. His goal scorer, his only goal scorer. Trying to pass it forward. It goes back to Bruno, back to Jones, who just hacks it forward. Akmal has plenty of runners, doesn't want to risk it just yet. Now he goes. Wayne Rooney. The last attempt of the game. Incoming, Bruno, first time pass. Son, back to Bruno. And just like he did at the end of leg one, before a main break, Akmal with a massive momentum goal.
And that all came from Akmal's patience in the build-up, not forcing the passes like Eggsy was wanting him to. Eggsy caught tracking players off the ball, and eventually the simplest of 1-2 passes enables Akmal to snatch a goal at the death.
Akmal with the 2-1 lead in this second leg. But we'll need to fight back to arrest that aggregate scoreline. You can have a look at his team, and maybe if you're watching along from home, that feels a bit familiar. Some foot items well within reach for many. Akmal is using them superbly. Madison, who I will admit I've barely seen do anything of note, is taken off. We'll see if he can unearth a few more gems. Lenez has just not been it, missing a massive chance in the first leg, missing 1 or 2 yesterday. Will he be trusted again? Iron Robin. Lovely close dribbling. Jones to Son, lofted through ball. Pope called out, and Pope collects. Eggsy will be a little nervous, you sense. You can see him leaning in ever forward as he starts to wonder, do I just try and keep possession, Dreaders, or am I going for more goals?
And I think the formation shift that Eggsy has made to the 5-3-2 will answer that question for you. He will not want to risk anything at the moment, and at the risk of not having enough players to rotate possession through, but his attack will indeed be hamstrung by the wing backs he's got going forward. And inevitably, a shot gets put on target after a crucial goal line clearance from a fullback.
Absolutely wild. Lovely use of the wing backs by Eggsy in attack, but the fullbacks getting it done for Akmal. Am I needed anymore? Do you just want to get me on a tape recorder, producer man, saying CR7 with the goal, and we'll just play it every 10 minutes or so? Eggsy cannot be stopped when he's using Team of the Year CR7. Just incredible.
He creates space with his other foot items, and then eventually works it to his favorite. And from there, well, we've already seen how the story goes. The close control of Eggsy on the ball, utilizing his team to make space through manually activated runners and also skill moves. And we see a challenge I thought was a foul, and there is a foul given. Not sure whether it's a penalty or a free kick very close to the edge of the box.
Penalty it is. There was the incident inside. And again, it's a penalty for Akmal. The story is on a loop. Akmal will be hoping he can change the script slightly, because he's back within one with a bit of time remaining. to find that equalizing goal.
And Akmal just getting that ball into good areas, and Eggsy uncharacteristically, well, it seems to be a little bit characteristically now that he's given 2 penalties away like that. He's lunging in to make those challenges, but when you've got 5 defenders back behind the ball and a midfield 3 to cover as well, you get the feeling those lunges aren't necessary either. And there's that press from Akmal. But it's well read from Eggsy, just getting used to some of the passing patterns of Akmal. But this is where Eggsy will make his money, out wide from the central midfielder. And really well defended there from Akmal. Initially marked that runner, switched away to put some pressure on the ball carrier. Very expertly defended. And now the opportunity for him to strike on the counter-attack. And this threat just continues to get higher and higher. Eggsy leaving space in behind, and whoa, what a through ball that is. Threading it between 3 defenders, and Akmal levels the scores.
Eggsy had that pause queued for a while. Couldn't quite get it when he wanted it most. The 4-3-3 with 1 central defensive midfielder, 2 centre mids, providing the width, dragging defenders out wide. And the script has been changed. 7-7 on aggregate. Don't tell me we've got extra time in our first game of the day. What a precedent for Championship Sunday. The defender overrunning it. The shot directly down the middle, but hit way too hard. And João Felix is the man for Akmal to level things up.
And just like that, Akmal looking to stick to his guns, stick to his game plan, switching to the 4-3-3, utilizing the 2 central midfielders as essentially number 10s to create the space and put the press on Eggsy's midfield himself. And so important is that Curtis Jones for Akmal to create the space, calling back runners manually and threading the through passes, moving this ball with ease. There's no pressure on the ball carrier, and it nearly pays off. The press will be on, and Eggsy will look to move the ball forward incredibly quickly, and he does. And who else to find but Team of the Year, CR7, ball rolls round the goalkeeper, bodies flying everywhere for Akmal. And he defends it as best as he could and has an opportunity now to go down the other end, cuts back inside. João Felix trying to thread the through pass. And Eggsy will attempt to establish some normality before launching that ball forward once again.
The lofted through ball. He's waiting for support, is Eggsy. It's no longer a matter of trying to wind down the clock. He needs an extra goal. Ronaldinho uses the wing back again. Straight back. Ronaldinho inside. Fernandez doesn't even get the shot off, to be quite honest. Nick Pope called out. Nick Pope gathers. Akmal has not led in this game since the 23rd minute of that first leg. Eggsy fighting back well. And now it really is anyone's game. We're no closer to knowing who will take this out. Eggsy, has he got one more in store? Kulusevski, ball roll, pass inside, cut out. Straight down the other end. Look at this right winger go. Robin sprinting into open space, pass inside. Atal with a heavy touch. Eggsy with the interception through Varane. But Akmal gets one more opportunity. Son has 2 to beat. The pass inside, and he's done it at the death, Akmal! The cross is finished by Atal. It doesn't matter what foot items you have. If you're good enough, you're good enough. Eggsy eliminated And Akmal with a winner in the most dramatic fashion. Don't you just love FIFA esports?
That is an absurd achievement, and to finish it in that style. Akmal, take a bow.
Almost might not worry too much what happens for the rest of the day. Imagine having to back that up in just a few moments' time. If you are just joining us, you're wondering why these two Australians are getting so hyped. That is the number 2 rated competitor in East Asia, with a team many could only dream of, knocked out here in the loser bracket round 2. And Treaders, as always, credit to our winner, and what a winning goal it was.
And the craziest thing about that for some people watching this, they might be thinking that that's just a normal header. Oh, what's so exciting? But that's a manual header, and to get it scored with that kind of precision is just another level of FIFA ability. Akmal persisting with the difference in formation, in tactics, and in playstyle, deservedly walking out the winner of the contest.
Eggsy might not believe what's just happened. We can scarcely believe it. But Akmal, you can believe it, lad. You have progressed through to the next round of competition. I look forward now to seeing the reactions of Kyle and Mike.
Nate, Treaders, thank you so much for that one. Mike LaBelle. I was sat over there watching the stream. I wasn't even sat in my place. I thought it's going to extra time. I'm going to be sat there watching the stream, watching it live as it happens. And then that last minute goal, manual header. What a performance. What a game.
That always had the makings of whoever had the ball last, you felt like had a chance of stealing the win. And it had comebacks. I don't know how they're going to show highlights for this. We had 15 total goals, or more than 17 total goals. It was just a goal fest, start to finish. In every form, in every manner. You're not going to get a more entertaining match. I don't know if you're going to get worse defending either, or you just want to give credit to the amazing offense. But in terms of the build-up play, the tempo, the pace, the dribbling, the finishing, just being clinical, and the aggressive play defensively. The entire game, both of these guys are nearly on constant pressure with the types of risk to reward that they create and that they go for. And you can see it. And a lot of the build-up play. These are quick takeaways, quick transitions, and the higher up the pitch you win the ball back, and this might sound obvious, it makes offense just so much easier for you. You take one step this way, one through ball that way, and you're gone. And you see goalkeeper movement done well, you see goalkeeper movement done poorly. It was a wild matchup.
It was indeed. It was back and forth, goals galore. Every time Eggsy got himself a little bit of space, well, it was Akmal JHD who brought it back on many occasions. And Mike, it's so interesting because it was a tale of, well, two different teams, essentially. We saw what Cristiano Ronaldo, CR7, did plenty of times, but every single time, Akmal JHD, he managed to pull it back.
It was everlasting. Like I said, watching this game, there were 2 or 3 moments where I thought the game was done. I thought it was going to be over, and then a comeback begins, or a comeback starts. And you really could see it, though. There's so much error, or manual error, defensively as well. Just some of these steps and these 1v1s. Typically in FIFA, you don't have this much space to work with. I see the 90th minute, steps through, kicks out your neck, scores in the near post. You see what it means to him, and for good reason.
Oh, and you can see just there what it means to RRQ Eggsy. That last minute goal conceded means he is out of the tournament. It is the losers bracket, but it is Akmal JHD who progresses through. Just look at that, Mike LaBelle. 15 shots, 13 on target, 11 shots, 10 on target for RRQ Eggsy. We asked for aggressive, offensive play, and that is what we got.
I previewed saying that I can't see this being a low-scoring affair. I don't know that I could have predicted an 8-7. It's just unbelievable. You saw the efficiency as well. It's not as if these guys created just an overload of chances, but they took them. Eggsy had 10 shots on target. He had 7 goals. We saw 12 shots on the other end, and you still had 8 goals. This is pretty good efficiency, especially at the pro level. But that was entertaining as it's going to get. I promise you that. That's a great start for the day.
It is. It set the bar high. Yes, it's right up there. Can we take it to the next level? We will see here on Championship Sunday. But for now, we can introduce Akmal JHD into the stream. Akmal, congratulations. What a way to finish that first game right there. I mean, I can see the smile on your face. Talk to me. What is actually running through your head right now? Now, just a quick one. Akmal, can we just ask you to unmute on vMix for us? Just so on the call, could you just unmute for us? Brilliant. There we are. It's incredible to hear that mindset right now. I'm going to jump in with another question just before Mike right there. It's so exciting that you are here, that you're here on Championship Sunday as well. But you've got to now climb through the losers bracket. Does this fill you with confidence to do that?
Definitely. After yesterday's game versus Surrey, where
okay, I think we're just having some technical issues right there, just with some of our microphones right now. We can't hear him. We can't hear him through ours right now, so we will be hopefully able to get that sorted very, very shortly. I think he's just muted. He's unmuted and muted in different ones. So if we could get that sorted, that would be great. Let's just see. Here we are. So I think we're going to get that one sorted just now. Mike, I'll come to you. The confidence that is there, it's great to see on his face, isn't it?
I hope we get to talk to him, because I just figure with the way that he plays FIFA, if he plays on the actual pitch, he must be an attacking player. Think if he was the manager of an actual football club. Have you ever seen those memes, Kyle, where they ask a question and the answer is just yes? Yeah. Do you want to go forward? Yes. Are you going to? Yes. Yes. I just feel that would be his response to everything in terms of having an attacking mentality, because that is organized chaos is really the only way to describe that matchup. I think Eggsy, even though he's definitely an attacking player, would have preferred a little more structure, but with the way that Akmal plays and the way that he basically forces you to go forward, he's going to force you to score goals, or you're going to concede a lot of goals. It's one or the other. There's not going to be some sort of structural mastermind or masterpiece here, swinging it side to side and having a lot of possession play. You are going to be going forward, and you'll be forced to score goals or forced to go for opportunities, or it could get ugly for you.
And it worked for him as well, disrupting his opponent's flow, disrupting the play. You said that Eggsy might have won a more structured game, but at the end of the day, Mike, it worked for Akmal, that unstructured game. And in the final few minutes, he manages to get the goal, and that's all that counts.
Absolutely. And it made for great entertainment, just from a FIFA neutral standpoint.
Right, let's move on. Let's have a look at our losers bracket right now. This is how things currently look right there. This is where you lose. You're out of the tournament, but it is Akmal JHD who progresses to round number 3. His opponent, well, that'll be the winner of the next matchup. Kun taking on Raja Pugu coming up very, very shortly. But Mike, Akmal sat there in that losers bracket round number 3. I didn't quite get his answer, so I'm going to come to you. As a former competitor, you just won in the final seconds of the game. Surely that fills you with confidence.
Couldn't be more confident. It's kind of like winning a game in penalty kicks. Regardless of how well you played, how poorly you played, being able to have a 90th minute win or 120th minute win or a penalty kick win under your belt, you just start to believe this could be my tournament. This could be my day, because no matter if competitors want to say this or want to talk about it or really make this a point of conversation, at the end of the day, to win tournaments, you're always going to need some luck. You're going to need some bounces. You're going to need some fortunate situations and scenarios. And what you make with those is up to you, but you need it.
Right, the two that are going head-to-head very, very soon. Yes, we've got Kun taking on Raja Pugu. The winner of that will go through and take on the super confident Akmal JHD. Make sure you stick around with us. The bar has been set here, but we're going to raise it on that next game. We'll be back in a few minutes.
FIFA Global Series 21 East Asia Qualifier 2 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker. We've already had one game that provided 15 goals for us, and I have a feeling we're going to see plenty more as well here on Championship Sunday. Joining me is Mike LaBelle. Mike, I mean, what a way to start the tournament. What a way to start the day. The next two competitors going head-to-head. Kun taking on Raja Pugu. We spoke to Raja yesterday. He was very honest, let's be honest with you guys, saying that he didn't deserve to get the win, but he did, and here he is. That's all that matters.
He was honest. He was critical. To be fair on Raja's defense, I don't think that he necessarily deserved to lose. It just wasn't a super entertaining offensive onslaught, back and forth type of matchup. That didn't exist. It was much more of the methodical 5 at the back, swing it side to side, take your opportunities, try to be clinical, a lot of possession play, just a very different vibe or FIFA atmosphere in comparison to what we just saw to start out the day.
And you can see right there, just with the stats, 3 shots, 3 on target for Raja Pugu. Very efficient right there. But when you are coming up against all these other competitors who, in their attack, they are so aggressive, Mike, you've got to put away your chances if you stand a chance of winning.
No doubt about it. It's just two contradicting playstyles with Kun versus Raja Pugu as well. So it's going to be a matter of who can kind of disrupt who. Because if Kun can play a fast-paced offensive game, that's to his advantage. And of course, if Raja can slow the game down, make it more of a game that's limited to how many opportunities are actually being created, that plays more in his favor, especially if he's able to get a couple goals because he can see it out. And he does a really good job of killing off the game.
Right, let's bring in Nate and Treaders into the conversation right here. Nate, Treaders, have you guys calmed down from the last-minute winner? Nate, I'll come to you first. I mean, wow.
We may have DM'd one another with basically just rambling, trying to be like, we do this every time. The first game is always crazy in East Asia. Just chill, all right? You've got a long day ahead of you, but we find it difficult when the goals are both bountiful and quality.
They looked absolutely just, it was fantastic, Treaders, to see. It was great to hear your voices over it as well. Last few seconds of that game, would you have been able to hold your nerves?
Oh, no chance. The through ball for me, if I'm passing it, it's going well over the top and I'm 100% conceding much earlier in that play. It's just a joy to watch that kind of FIFA esports being played as open as it was.
Right, Mike, I'm coming to you for a prediction first. Me, you, and Nate all got ours wrong before, thinking it was going to be Eggsy. So let's start with you, Mike. Who have you got for this one?
To be fair, there's no wrong prediction in a game like that. We had a little bit of everything. I guess technically 3 out of 4 there are wrong. Thank you. Treaders is ready to have his moment to say something. I think I did much better than you yesterday, Treaders. All right. Now I think this is gonna be our second upset of the day, though. I think that Raja has a lot that he wants to work on. I don't know if he has enough time to make those improvements, and I think that Kun's going to come with an upset here and move forward, and we're going to see Akmal versus Kun in a very offensive affair once again.
All right, it's Derby Day here in Manchester. Manchester City taking on Manchester United. One man that will be hopefully stepping up to score, Sergio Aguero, a.k.a. Kun Aguero. So I've got to go with Kun, am I, in this game? That is who I'm going for. Nate, who are you going for?
Yeah, Kun again on form. Unfortunately, he just ran into an excellent opponent yesterday. I think pretty much anyone would have lost that game. He looked all right. That's enough for me, Kun.
Right, Treaders, heart or head? Which one are you going for in this one? You got the W. Who cares? Come on.
It's gonna be a bit of both. I think it's gonna be Raja Pugu. I think that the way he was very introspective after the previous game yesterday, it just speaks well to the way he wants to compete. And I think he's a kind of analytical competitor that will do well in FIFA 21. So I think yesterday was a bit of an outlier. So we'll see how he goes. If not this game, we'll see him back in Qualifier 3.
Will we get another last-minute winner? Who knows? It's time for match number 2 in the losers bracket, round 2. Guys, Nate, Treaders, it's over to you.
Thank you, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. My name is Nate Patrick, and I'm joined by Jay Treaders. Treaders, you're talking about Raja Pugu and that introspection. He was very open and honest with us, and it is always refreshing to hear different interviews than just, oh yeah, no, we put in 100%, we fought to the final. You don't want that. You want, I was bad. I played average. I could not work out a way to score. And that was pretty much what he was saying. I got one goal. I was lucky to get that one. In the penalty shootout, my opponent missed the goal by a country mile. Do you believe then that he can find a formation to practice and hone in on for this game today?
Oh, you'd hope so. Between the games yesterday and today, he would have done a little bit of research to see, just continue that introspection off stream to find out what really does work best for him. I think as a competitor, there's so many times you can get bogged down in results, but the healthiest way to be is to realize it's just a game at the end of the day, and you have to be focusing on that process rather than each individual result, as important as they may feel at the time.
We've had the pleasure of commentating for him before, of course, the Summer Cup Series Asia, where he looked sublime, was full of confidence, and then all of a sudden, new FIFA title, different mental approach. We are just over that halfway point of the competitive season. Is it still time? Is there enough time to be finding out new formations and approaches?
100%, particularly when you're in the East Asia region who don't have their final broadcast qualifier until late in April. So there's still a little bit of time to figure things out, particularly if you're a competitor who wants to peak at the perfect time, being the perfect time being the playoffs. But you don't want to leave that run too late, particularly with spots being gobbled up left, right, and center through EJ League and other domestic events.
We haven't talked too much about Kun. It might feel a little harsh. I guess we've just not seen as much about him. And then, of course, he had just such a tough opponent yesterday. He rocked up thinking, who am I going to get in the draw? The draw comes out. What would he have been feeling, Treaders?
A little bit of nerves, and we're going to get straight into this game.
Loser bracket, round 2, match 2. It is Kun up against Raja Pugu, looking to put their best foot forward on Championship Sunday. The 1-1 for Raja Pugu, and then that penalty shootout. I saw it later on Reddit. I saw lots of people talking about it. How can you miss a clutch penalty like that? You feel for his opponent, Operation Esses, just letting that big moment to get to him. And it's what it's all about. Plenty of opportunities if you're good enough. Here in round 2 of the loser bracket, we go again, as it was talked about. We talked about Kun as well. Just getting a little bit stuck, to be frank. He played sacked. It was a 4-2 scoreline, which maybe flattered sacked a little bit. He was up 3-0 before Kun really started to warm up. Treaders, as he had enough time to warm up here on Championship Sunday.
As we've discussed previously, it's a green time shot already from Pugu. Surprisingly not finding its way into the back of the net, but the recycled pass, a finesse attempted, not quite the right read. But in regards to warming up, there's not much that can actually prepare you for online match play besides the actual online match. And whether you're a competitor who's seasoned or a competitor who's just starting out in the PlayStation 4 Open Series, it's going to be the same scenario for everyone. Figuring out what the next level of focus and nerves can really drive you towards. It's on Pugu for a little bit. I like the way he has stuck to the same formation, knowing that his defense will be the thing that will get him through to the next round if he's able to utilize it to the full effect that he knows he can. But when he's getting into these positions and Kun is jockeying so well early on, it's looking to be the same story as Pugu's last game.
We thought about it. He talked about it. and has decided to stick with it. 0-0, thank goodness, dare I say, 20 minutes in after the incredible first game of the day, as it always seems to be in East Asia. We don't mind a bit of possession play, a bit of structure, some passing completion, a lack of turnovers. I'm sure the goals will come in time. Jones forward. Raja Pugu with Mbappe to Neymar. There's not a lot of width in this attack. Ronaldo has two in the way. Mbappe again. Kulusevski has to go back and does. Vieira, Mbappe has his legs taken out. All ball, says the referee. Cancelo racing away. But Kun again only scored the 2 yesterday, but only conceded the 4. It might seem a little strange to say only 4, but in this region, that is a solid defensive effort, particularly when you're up against Blue Sacked. A lot more controlling treaders, a lot more structure on display.
And when you're coming up against Sacked, who can turn it on at the drop of a hat. Indeed, he turned it on in the first half, going 4 goals up and simply holding on from there. I think that it's just a reflection on the class of this region, particularly in Blue United.
Mbappe tries, I believe, the bridge past. Nothing doing. And here is a bit of width in the attack of Kun. Straight to Cancelo. The ball with a heavy touch and out of play. It is very similar as we see it occur once again to Raja Pugu's game yesterday. We were all wound up, ready to go, full of beans, full of energy. Only for both competitors to struggle through. We commented, neither of them wondering what if, happy just to see it through to that penalty shootout. But there's time over 2 legs to change that story today. Kun, number 10 in East Asia from Singapore. Raja Pugu from Indonesia. His compatriot eliminated. What can he do now? Mbappe. Good work past the defender. Neymar on the left foot. There's space. There's time. There's a body in the way. It has more or less gone very quickly. First half approaching. And that is going to be one of the worst short corner routines you will see.
Unfortunate for Pugu in that situation, turning the ball over from the set piece routine. I think the way we've seen both competitors set out, Kun in the 5 at the back, and Pugu still sticking to that defensive 4-2-3-1. Opportunity now, heading out wide, looking for that final attack.
Again, that final ball though, Treaders. It's not about us being right. We always have a bit of fun with the predictions when we're talking about the game beforehand. Sure, there might be jokes. We keep it lighthearted. But if you do listen to what is being said, we do try to give you a bit of a guide as to what to expect. That first game of the day, 15 goals and glorious ones at that. But as you heard here, different competitors with different approaches. And this is more or less what we did expect. It is structured and defense prioritized over attack.
And from Pugu, I wouldn't mind seeing those fullbacks that he does utilize very early in his build-up, utilize a little bit more once he gets into that final third. Otherwise, even though he has created probably the better of the chances, but when you're playing against the 5 at the back in the 4-2-3-1, it's incredibly solid defensively. But when you don't get those fullbacks involved, you can find that your opportunities are even more limited.
was a bit of a meme in that last game, talking about CR7 for Eggsy. Well, perhaps could have been commented on more, if I'm being honest. Was the build-up. Treaders certainly did his best in that regard. The width on display before the final pass. And the finishes for Ronaldo, absolutely brilliant. That build-up, the width to start off with. If you're watching along from wherever you are around the world, it takes someone special just to keep things narrow and to play your way through. You see here, Kulusevski, nice and wide. You drag those defenders out of position, but to his credit, Kun equal to the task, making the challenge. Look at that space inside now. Vieira, reverse ball back to Kulusevski. The stop and prop. Straight into the defender. Wins it back. Kulusevski again. And maybe Raja Pugu needs to decrease that attacking width a little bit, because the support runners, the players in passing positions, just a little bit too far away. Kun able to make the read in those passing lanes, Shredders, and make those interceptions.
The classic pass that Pugu hasn't quite utilized yet, besides trying for these 1-2s, which are being read incredibly well by Kun, is that back and across pass, either to the fullback and then to the defensive mid, or the early cut back to the defensive mid from the wide man. And at the moment, Pugu ignoring both of those options, just waiting to see what Kun does. And when what Kun is doing is marshalling the players of Pugu, it's a struggle for Pugu to even fashion half a chance. And with no overlapping runs from defensive mids or fullbacks, the attack is looking very stagnant.
Stagnant, the perfect word for it, Treaders. Kun similarly struggling in this area of the pitch. Who's going to win it back? Varane, as he should, with the strength to outmuscle Neymar. And Raja Pugu avoiding a calamitous situation. Once again, if you look at the passing lanes, we talk about what Pugu maybe could do tactically. That's different. But we must give credit where it's due, and Kun has his custom tactics exactly as he'd like them defensively. But look at the player indicator. Look at the passing lanes he's marking. Trying to use the central midfielders where he needs to. He will switch to a defender to make the read. And that's why you're seeing Raja Pugu going backwards so often. Mbappe cannot force his way through. Bruno back in that defensive line to help out. It is very good defending from both competitors.
And all the correct reads that need to be made are being made. Such limited use of the centre backs unless it's to track a run in behind. But the creative runs that are an option by using L1 and the right stick combined and not being utilized at all. Plenty of space here if he's able to create. But unfortunately for Pugu, unable to do so. But Jones walking backwards with the ball trapped underneath his feet. And Pugu not really threatening either. Neither competitor willing to take a forward or backward step.
Maybe half a chance. CR7 into trouble. Kun is trying to work this space out on the left-hand side, but the AI is tracking that player remarkably well. Jones to Neymar. There's one-on-ones, and here's the overlap. Mbappe, Ronaldo. A huge moment in a game of few opportunities. Not taken again. We can only credit the defending. The exact type of opponent you'd hate to come up against, with slow, methodical build-up and resolute defending.
And we're just waiting and waiting, it seems, for a little bit of X Factor. Who has the more creative style of play? The opposite of open is this game, and the opposite of most games we see in this region.
You could even say it's closed. Neymar into Cancelo. Walker gets it out of play. I don't know if we'll even have highlights to bring to you. It's 0-0. I remember a Premier League game, probably 10 years ago now, between Man City and Tottenham. It finished 0-0. It was the season opener. And Treaders, it was a brilliant game. I had my mates over. We had quite a time. I'm not sure this is a 0-0 that falls into that category.
That's one for the absolute purists of FIFA and football. You have to really love the game to love these kind of matchups. I'm not sure if any of us casters are quite in that category of appreciating the 0 goals. We love to see as many goals as possible for the excitement, but the chess match is something that has to be appreciated. I would love to see one of these competitors try to make this game their own, either by utilizing overlaps, but at the moment, the deadlock reflected in the scoreline, both sets of tactics cancelling each other out, mentalities cancelling each other out, and the real half chances that have come have been from skill moves and moves that aren't quite as effective in the current iteration of FIFA 21.
That was Neymar with the right palm of Nick Pope making the save. Maybe on another day that does go in. But Kun did not register a shot, let alone one on target in that entire 90 minutes. And as such, all we have are half chances for Raja Pugu. But they are half chances indeed. This was Kun at the other end, that overlapping run from Mbappe. Things were looking good, but he could not quite pop that shot off. As such, we stay at 0-0. Again, I've seen a little bit in the chat, a few grumblings, a few moanings. Can you look back just one game for us where we had 15 goals? If we equalize things out, stabilize, if you're a Sidemen fan, you're fine, all right? You've got your goals for your money. Treaders, what's the way forward, particularly for Kun in this second leg? We jest, but surely he can't be happy to have not had a single shot over 90 minutes.
And maybe it's a case of Kun really starting to warm up. Pugu wasn't quite, well, seemed to be the more switched on of the two competitors, but Kun gradually creating half chances, quarter chances. I think I keep going over the fullbacks that they have on offer, the central defensive mid, the central midfielders that can be run. I don't think a wholesale change in formation, but it's just the way you utilize your formation that is so crucial and can turn a game from an insanely open end-to-end affair to what we're seeing right now, a closed, shut up shop, park the bus kind of affair. Incredibly pragmatic is the best way to describe both of these competitors currently. Not to say it will continue into the second leg. I think Raja Pugu, his skill set seems to be just a little bit behind what the current meta of FIFA 21 is. We're not seeing any La Croqueta cancels. We're not seeing any kind of cancels. He's simply trying to use reverse elasticos and normal elasticos to create the space. I'd love to see more variation, whether in tactics or in skill moves. And I think whoever takes that risk will be the winner.
It's time for risk-taking, surely. It is easy for us in the comfort of our chairs. Air conditioning on for me. I'm not sure if it is for you, Treaders. The point being, the pressure is on. This is their job. This is their profession. Sure, we make some light-hearted quips, but for these competitors, it is about as serious as it gets. Why take a risk when so much is on the line? The second leg underway. We're hoping for goals. We're hoping for quality. Kun will be hoping to finally have warmed his way into this task. It is the loser bracket, round 2, match 2, leg 2. And he does at least register a shot. It falls to Neymar, who unfortunately, as far as Kun is concerned, is offside. But already, Treaders, that's looking a lot more promising.
And disallowed goals taking the lead in the matchup. 1-0 to disallowed. Stunning performance from them so far. Pugu just got sucked into drawing a defender out in that situation and nearly allowed a potential rebound. I thought the offside call might have been a little bit dubious, but indeed he gets away with a defensive mistake. But all is well for him. Kun still looking to attack, similar to the way he started. Foul given away here, or maybe just a throw-in, and pulling it back for a yellow card earlier in the play.
You don't see many cards handed out in FIFA 21. Surely Jones won't get a second yellow, but it is something to think about if you're Kun. Kulusevski, the heel to heel, the defender in the way. Raja Pugu doing well because it's straight off the attacker and again out of play. The 4-2-3-1 used so often in past iterations of the FIFA franchise, and sure, it has its place and time, but a two-striker formation, Mike Lobel will tell you best, is the way to go in FIFA 21. You get that ball in the final third, you can use 1-2 passes, it spreads out those centre-backs that little bit more. We wait to see for when Raja Pugu makes the switch. Right now it's Kun in behind, holds it up. The shot with the left across the face, the more obvious option. Deciding to try and create an even better chance. Doesn't get the chance. Raja Pugu at the other end, a little bit more open, tries across. We've seen it work well already today. Not on this occasion, but here we go, Treaders. Competitors being a lot more direct with their build-up.
And that's what you have to do when you're playing against deep-lying formations. Either utilize overlaps or get those passes in earlier before the defense gets set. And it seems that both competitors are opting to take on the latter option as a pass gets played offside. Offside FC doing some incredibly effective defending so far.
Raja Pugu looks ahead. There we go. Mendy gets a rare touch of the football. Kulusevski looks ahead. Slow, manual, controlled dribbling, trying to get Kun to bring a defender out of position. He does so, and then gets back just in time. Corner for Raja Pugu. Still no goals. Is this the moment? Vieira. You could see the pass that he wanted, but Kun getting a body in the way. On the counter-attack, there are numbers at the top. We'll bring it back for an earlier foul. Raja Pugu will be grateful for it.
And the speed of passing has definitely increased between legs. And those fullbacks for Kun are indeed getting a little bit higher, which is leaving space for Pugu to run in behind. But Pugu preferring to retain possession. Love to see him play nice and direct still, considering that those overlaps are just a little bit riskier than playing direct. But if neither competitor willing to play that direct style of play, you have to end up utilizing fullbacks. There's that Elastico to create the space. Still on Neymar. And it's taking too long to get that shot in, but still retaining possession.
Mbappe, you just have a look at the lack of width. It's so obvious. Even if you knew the FIFA esports, just put yourself in the shoes if they're donning them. I'm thinking about Tex right now in his footwear of choice. But the metaphor stands. Put yourself in their position and think about what passes you at home would make. There aren't many options on it. It's why they need to go back and across. It's why the rare forays forward have been on the break before those defenders are set. We'll see Mendy in plenty of space at the top of your screen. Could work a 1-2 with Neymar if he wants. Gets that ball now, albeit briefly. And now he goes inside. Player cannot collect it on the turn. And it remains 0-0.
And it's just a story of not wanting to take that additional risk through the fullback. And essentially, by not wanting to take that risk, you're leaving so much up to chance. And I don't think Kun is the type of player, from what we've seen so far, to just leave it up to chance. Overlapping run now down the left-hand side, playing it back and across onto the right foot of CR7. And Pugu finally finds the clutch gene and scores the first goal in over the first leg of football.
Right at the end of the first half of the second leg, into the 3rd minute of the 1 minute of stoppage time, but we'll take it however it comes. And for Raja Pugu, it certainly seems to be one of the most important goals he scored in a game of FIFA 21. After struggling to shoot in that first leg, and now at 1-0 down, surely Treaders, and it seems we will see the formation switch for Kun, the 10th ranked competitor in East Asia. Maybe going to look, there you go, to the 5-3-2 or a 4-1-2-1-2.
And you have to make those kinds of switches when you concede that first goal. Bit of a throwback to, in particular, FIFA 20 and FIFA 19, post that finesse shot patch, where if you score that first goal and you're playing a defensive style of, and you elect to play that defensive style of FIFA, it becomes harder and harder as your opposition has to take on not only your defense, but also the clock acting as a second defender.
Kulusevski has a play out down the line. He doesn't play the pass. And now Kulusevski, with about 2, maybe 3 defenders in the way, he's good enough to find Jones. The player brought down, slightly injured. Doesn't matter. Raja Pugu away with his Kulusevski. Baits him, wants to run down the line. Pass inside, first time ball. Ronaldo, this is a bit more fluent for Pugu. He wants the 1-2, gets it back. Mbappe is destroyed. And Kun still just that 1 goal behind. Things getting not quite scrappy, but heading in that direction with the high stakes. The opportunity for one of these competitors to progress through to round 3.
And Kun looking to be the more direct of the two. And naturally from that advantage that Pugu has taken, he'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable to play the style that he wants to play, which might be a little bit more direct rather than playing this pragmatic defensive style of FIFA. That's what we love about it.
Once again, right when he wanted to fire off the shot, there's a defender in the way. That's a terrible giveaway, though. What was he thinking? Kun sliding in with Kulusevski to try and win it back after the misplaced pass. It must be sweaty palm time indeed. Raja Pugu If you're going to play the lob pass, if you're going to get it up in the air, hit it long and hard, son. This is Kun, heel to heel. Has a look around for support, and once again, not a lot doing. No time, no space. There's a great pass. And the shot harmlessly out of play, with the attacker very much off balance.
That appeared to me to be a red time shot, just looking incredibly shambolic and going out of play. And in those situations, as a FIFA player, you can find yourself getting disheartened, and it can impact the next phase of play, and we'll see if Pugu is able to take advantage of it.
Kun finally heeding our cries and bringing it wide. Look at all the space out there too. It means the defender is dragged out. Fernandez. Kun rushing onwards. The pass inside was there, either not seen or simply just not taken. It remains 1-0 in this tight and tense affair. Kun. Mbappe, there is the turn! And he cannot believe that Ronaldo has missed the target there. He put his arm up in celebration. It quickly changed to a cry in anguish. He'll go again though. No time to worry about it. CR7. Wonderful challenge. What a tackle from Raja Pugu.
That miss is absurd. Kun just feeling that he had got into the swing of his attack, into the flow. And as soon as that option created, it was quickly destroyed. And he's keeping his head incredibly well. He's staying composed, which in these tight contests can be the most important thing.
There's an overlapping run. João Cancelo will make our host Kyle Walker very happy with that stretched interception. And look at the space in behind. Raja Pugu as a man in the middle. To be fair to Kun, he marshals him well. Gets the defenders across. And once again, we are left to just praise the defending. He loves that defensive 4-4-2, the two CDMs covering ground, relying on the wide midfielders and strikers for the build-up. It's given him one or two good moments, Shredders, but he's going to need something deep within the kit bag. Maybe a personnel change. It looks like more or less he's going to stick with, and you can understand why, Ronaldo and Neymar up top.
And those fullbacks being switched to a more aggressive style of possession, with them getting in to join the attack. Now Pugu, with quite the large task of retaining possession, maybe will look to run the clock down in the corner and take as much time off the clock as possible and secure the last attack.
The gamesmanship has to be utilised. There's no other way to put it. There has been one goal in this contest. It is felt unlikely would get any more. He will keep it near this corner flag. Kun needs to realise that and bring out the second man. He does so now, but there's only seconds remaining. He can't win it back on the first attempt. And then it's tackled out on the second. Throw taken quickly because there's a player in space. Mbappe will not go inside. Kun, come on. You have to realise what's happening, lad. Bring out the second man. 1 in-game minute left. Kun's tournament could be over. He gets it back. Pogba. But it's a foul. Raja Pugu again takes it quickly. And Kun, being so risk-averse, will not get his chance. Raja Pugu playing for the one opportunity. Might get a second here at the end. The tackle made in frustration. Kun backing that game plan right until the end. It has not paid off for him. He gets a man sent off. We do have a red card. As many red cards as we have goals. Kun with the right smile. Not a FIFA esports contest, Shredders. That's going to be long remembered. But I said it during the interval. I'll say it again. For these competitors, it is their job, their living, their all. And Raja Pugu does not mind how he lifts this trophy on Championship Sunday. He's going to keep grinding these 1-0s or close to.
And he just wants to get that result. That's all that seems to matter to the man. Doesn't worry about what the people are saying in the Twitch chat, what we're saying. Once he gets that goal, he's going to stick to his game plan, stick to the 4-2-3-1. And I think in future tournaments, we'll see a different Pugu come out, maybe not as pragmatic when he's able to trust his ability to create in attack. But at the moment, in the 4-2-3-1, he's not able to create nearly as much as he'd be used to, and that's resulting in a rather mundane playstyle.
From 15 goals in match 1 to just the 1 in round 2, match 2, who knows what the rest of Championship Sunday has in store. Maybe something healthy and in between. To break down the 1 goal for us, we'll send it back to Carl and Mike.
Thank you so much for that, Mike LaBelle. A very different matchup for game number 2 right there. Raja Pugu gets the win after scoring 1 goal in 180 minutes. Is that right? It is right. A FIFA 21 action right there. I mean, let's be positive about it. We're going to call it a tactical masterclass, right?
I've never heard so many different ways of describing there's a lot of possession play in this game. There's a lot of holding of the ball. There was definitely a deep defensive back line. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't easy on the eye. At the end of the day, this is also competitive FIFA, where this is not about friendships and relationships. It's about seeing out games. And if you're Kun as well, you've got to be like, I didn't score a goal. I mean, he had chances, plenty of chances, in order to get on the board. I struggle with, at least when I was competing, and I'm going to tournaments, even if I was frustrated in games like this, if I didn't score a goal, I felt like I didn't give myself a chance to have an argument after the game to say I deserved to win, that I deserved this, because I didn't do anything. I wasn't able to necessarily break through. And that's what happened today. And the longer this game went, 1-0 or 0-0, it definitely felt as if it was more of a Raja Pugu type of matchup. But I'd still be a little bit concerned about Pugu, because at the end of the day, defense does win championships, but there's no way that you're going to be able to constantly slow down games to the point where you can win with 1 goal over 2 legs, or over 2 matchups over the 2 legs. It just doesn't happen like that. But Kun wasn't able to break through. Fair play to Pugu. He said that he'd come back and play better. I definitely felt as if he was the more likely at times during this game. But Kun had his chances. So if you review that, you're going to say I had 1v1s. I had good passing in the final third, but I would have liked to see more aggressive play from Kun. He allowed Pugu to have the ball too much.
Now you can see just there, those stats. Raja Pugu gets that 1 goal over those 2 legs. He had 7 shots, 5 on target, whereas Kun only had 4 shots, 1 of those on target. Mike LaBelle, as you said just there, if Kun hasn't scored a goal, that is on him. And at the end of the day, Raja Pugu has done enough to make his way through to that next round. That's all that matters.
Absolutely. And that's kind of what I'm stressing. You can call it how you want to call it. We all have eyes. It wasn't a pretty game. It wasn't full of a bunch of skill moves left, skill moves right. And even more so at the end of the game, it became very much so apparent this was going to be game management through and through. But if you're not able to get the ball, if you're not able to go for it on the pressure play, I think that Kun waited too long. He could have disrupted Pugu to a certain degree. It's easier to say than to do it in many circumstances, but FIFA 21 isn't a game that is about sole possession play. There is a lot of offense that's happening. Look at the previous matchup. We saw 15 total goals.
Right, he gave us a very honest interview yesterday, so let's bring him back into the stream, bring him back into the broadcast. Congratulations, Raja Pugu. You move on to the losers bracket round number 3. A very different game to the one that we saw earlier today in the tournament, but would you say that was an improvement on yesterday's performance?
Yes, definitely. I feel like I really improved my gameplay. I practiced a lot last night, so I could get some shots in. I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, there's no doubt you out-controlled him. So I'm assuming that you have the kind of a similar approach going into your next matchup, especially considering that you're going up against a player that's so aggressive with how he plays defense. There's going to be a lot of space in behind.
Yes, I look forward to taking advantage of that.
Does it worry you at all that some of your opponents that are left in the tournament that you could be facing, that they are so aggressive in their attacking style?
Not really. I feel like I'm happy with my play style. I play differently from the others, and I'm really happy with that.
I like that. I like the confidence right there. It's great to hear from you. It is Championship Sunday. It is the losers bracket, so it can be quite difficult at times for some of the competitors, because if you lose, that's it. You're out of the tournament. But it feels like you're very relaxed. I can see in your face you're quite chilled out.
Yeah, I've got nothing to lose because I'm playing from the losers bracket, and I should just it's do or die. So I don't feel nervous at all.
I love that. I love the confidence right there. I don't feel nervous at all. Well, congratulations. We'll give you some time ahead of that losers bracket round number 3 game. You do take on Akmal JHD. Congratulations. We'll speak to you soon. There we have it, Mike LaBelle, a very relaxed Raja Pugu, confident in his playing style as well. I think it's very easy for us to analyse and to see the opponents, to see all of the goals as well. But at the end of the day, if you win 1-0, if you win 10-0, you've got the win. That's what matters.
A win's a win. I'd definitely rather have people on my team, if I was putting together a squad, that hate losing more than they enjoy winning. And I feel like Pugu did a really good job of just killing off the game, taking his opponent out of the game. There was no rhythm. There was no pace. There was no attacking measures back and forth. We didn't have that in that game, and that plays to Pugu's advantage. And as you said, he's calm. He looks very comfortable on the main stage. We've seen him in multiple broadcasts. He's been around the competitive scene for quite some time. And now we're going to have even a more contradicting style between Akmal and Pugu, where Akmal is absolute attack by all means necessary, and then Pugu, as we just saw, is more of the structured, more of the methodical, more of the analytical businessman approach to playing FIFA.
Akmal JHD taking on Raja Pugu in that next matchup right there. It is the losers bracket, and as Raja Pugu said, do or die. You win, you go through to face Seri 7 in that losers bracket final. If you lose, the competition is done. The qualifier number 2 is dusted for you. These two going head to head, so make sure you do stick around with us. Mike LaBelle, I can't promise goals because it's two very contradicting styles of play, but I have a feeling there's still going to be some fireworks.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's hard to predict games, and they have a saying. I'm sure you've heard it. The Mike Tyson, I guess, is saying on planning, where it says everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face. And I think FIFA is kind of similar. You all have a plan of what you want to execute, the tactical approach you want to bring to the game. But once you concede 2 or 3 goals, that shifts everything. Or once you miss a couple finishes, that changes what you were trying to do. Or once you go into the second leg and you have a big lead or you have a big deficit, also changes the way that you're going to approach the game.
I cannot wait to see how this one pans out right now. It is the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 2. We move forward into that losers bracket round 3 match. Akmal JHD taking on Raja Pugu. Make sure you stick with us. Make sure you stick around. These two will be going head to head. It is coming up next after this short break.
FIFA Global Series 21 East Asia Qualifier 2 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker and we are deep into Championship Sunday right now. Coming up, we have our losers bracket round number 3. 2 competitors going head to head, hoping to make their way through to that final and then on to the grand final. Breaking it all down for us, we've got Mike LaBelle joining me as well. Mike, you said yesterday that it had it all. Today, it's had it all as well. We've had tactics, we've had goals, we've had efficiency, we'll call it. We've had it all.
Well, it's still early on. I'm waiting for a penalty kick dispute. I need something like that in my life in order to say that we've had it all. We might need another game that has a little more back and forth too, but I think we're setting up for a real strong contradicting style of matchup. And I'm very interested to see kind of how it's going to play out. We just have Pugu, who you just saw is very defensive, very passive in comparison to the reverse, the absolute opposite with Akmal, who's going to be extremely aggressive. I mean, we're talking all the way left versus all the way right.
Oh, I cannot wait for this one right now. We've got some incredible FIFA 21 action for you. Plus, we've got some rewards for you. But during the FIFA 21 Global Series, we're giving you complete control of those rewards right there. For the first time, you'll receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world competing at the highest levels. And all you have to do is simply link your Twitch and EA accounts, watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on the select weekends, and you'll receive 1 FIFA Global Series swaps token per weekend. Look, this weekend, East Asia and North America have both got tokens available, so make sure you are watching one of them. Now, the tokens may take up to 7 days to appear in your account, and these tokens are redeemable in repeatable SBCs in FIFA Ultimate Team with some great pack rewards up for grabs. The more tokens you earn by watching on the select weekends, the more flexibility you'll have, and you'll be in control of your own rewards. So don't miss out. Link your accounts, watch the FIFA 21 Global Series and redeem those rewards. But this weekend, on this tournament right here, we've got something special for you as well. Yes, anyone who watches more than an hour of FIFA Global Series action this weekend on Twitch with a linked Twitch and EA account will also receive an Atlanta United, FC Cincinnati and Blue United EFC Tifos as well. So make sure you have got those accounts linked. You do not want to miss out on this one right here. Mike, they might get rewarded for watching, but they're also going to be rewarded with the FIFA 21 action on display. It feels like things are gearing up to a very exciting ending, let's say, with that grand final where Sacked is sat waiting.
Well, out of the last 4 competitors, we've got 3 out of the 4 are also very driven. When you're looking at some of the guys who've got already guaranteed selections here. So it's kind of a matter of how far can Pugu go. Not that anybody's rooting against him, but he's the only one that brings a very contradicting style, or he's looking to be a lot more defensive, a lot more possession-based. And you got to respect it. It's kind of part of the, I'd say, the old guard of FIFA to a certain regard. As someone who's been around the scene for many years, if we date back 5 years or 6 years, the competitive scene was very much so about being able to hold possession, see out games. Even in FIFA 17 was a pretty defensive FIFA. It was a FIFA that had a pretty significant skill gap, but it was not a high-scoring game. There was a lot of possession play. And then the last couple of years, we've seen a lot more of the aggressive team press, especially if you're going FIFA 19 and onward.
Now you can see some of their stats right now over the games. This is
complete
over
opposites.
Average right there. Complete opposites, as you said. 15.5 shots averaged out, 13.5 shots on target for Akmal JHD. Raja Pugu, 5 shots, 4 on target. However, they're both meeting in this losers bracket round 3, so they both got the wins on that losers bracket side of things. So it could be just two styles that are going to meet each other. What is it? A removable object meeting an unstoppable item. That's what this is, right?
It's kind of funny. I wouldn't want to play either of these guys for the completely different reasons. Pugu, you just know it's going to be one of those matches where you're sitting and you're waiting for your chances to score goals. It's going to be very much so you're taking turns because of how well he's able to control the game. And then versus Akmal, He's going to basically challenge you to outthink him. Who can think faster? And he's so aggressively in your face. You don't play against many players like that, especially not guys that come in at this upper echelon, this top tier of pressure play where they're completely committed to going forward every single time. And defensively, you're going to see slide tackles, double teams, team press, offside trap, everything, just moving players forward. He's just trying to out-anticipate you. And he's very comfortable playing from behind or playing in a high-scoring affair, and most people aren't. That's the reality. You play a lot of FIFA, you're probably going to fall somewhere in between, where you have the offensive desires to go with wanting some level of structure. And maybe that's the football fan in all of us. I don't know. But these two guys have taken it to the extreme on either side of the spectrum, and now it's just a matter of who's going to be able to kind of counteract best between the two.
Now, as well as all of the competitors going head-to-head around the world in the FIFA Global Series, we've got something new that's coming this season as well. It's called the FIFA Face-Off. Yes, on March 19th and 26th, a member of the FIFA community will team up with a FIFA pro and a celebrity for a chance to win some of the $25,000 prize pool. It's going to be jaw-dropping, all of this action as everyone goes head-to-head right there. And for more information, go to FIFA Face-Off. Yes, EA.com/FIFA Face-Off right there. We've still not figured out what Castro is looking at. Maybe it's your beard. Maybe he's jealous of your beard, Mike LaBelle. Maybe that's what it is.
I didn't know whether we were calling this a beard. I've got like a little fuzz. I've got more than you, Kyle, but I don't know if it's quite beard status. I'm giving a profile, a little Castro action. There's something happening. That's what we got. There's like a little something happening.
When you've got a jawline like this, Mike, you don't want to hide it with a beard. That's all I'm going to say.
I feel like you just took a shot at my jawline too. Thank you. Good morning, Kyle. So happy to share this online desk with you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
We'll bring some other people into the conversation. They can judge our beards head to head. Nate and Treaders. Oh, let's have a look at Nate's. Nate, it's a bit ginger. That's all right though. It's a bit, the lighting is working right there. Okay, Treaders, are you old enough to have a beard yet? Yours is working. To be fair, you've got more than me, and I'm much older than you. I'm quite jealous. Let's move on. Let's talk about the FIFA 21 action. This match right here, Nate. Two opposing styles going head to head. What do you think is going to happen?
I was very surprised to hear with Raja Pugu there that he was so confident, that he was happy with the way that he's been playing. We all know defensively he's been brilliant, but when you're only scoring one, not just goal, and when you're only getting one clear-cut chance yourself, I'm not sure I'm feeling his level of confidence. I'll happily be proved wrong though.
Oh, well, you can start us off with the predictions. I don't think we've started with you just yet, all right? So, Nate Patrick, you kick us off.
I can't say that and then not go Akmal, I guess. I just want more goals. That first game of the day was just a genuine joy. You see and hear the excitement. It's not put on. It's what we live for. I want more of that through Akmal.
And Treaders, what are you thinking with this one? Who are you going for?
It's head versus heart again. I want the underdog with the team, Akmal, to go through. I'm going to back him. I think he'll snake a couple of goals through the press after possession loss, but my brain's... it doesn't let me go past the defense, but I'm going to push past the brain, switch off the brain for a bit, and we're going to go Akmal.
And Mike LaBelle, who are you thinking will take this one?
I can see from the neutral that she'd want Akmal. I love the underdog story, but something tells me there's going to be a lot more space for Pugu to work with, and it's going to work well for him for his counters. He's not as offensively gifted. That's without a doubt. But when you give somebody a lot of space for the counters and you know he's not going to make a lot of defensive error, I think he's going to keep this close. It's going to keep it tight. It's going to be a game that still favors him, and he's going to squeak out a result.
Oh, I'm going to go Akmal JHD. Every single match, it's been 3-1 in these predictions. There has to be one winner making their way through to that loser's bracket final. Nate, Treaders, it's over to you guys.
Thank you, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. My name is Nate Patrick. I'm joined by Jay Treaders. It really could not be more contrasting. Josh, Raja Pugu, again, maybe not looking confident if you were analyzing his gameplay. And I do hesitate to bring it up. I told you I wouldn't. But it is somewhat reminiscent of Direwolves Dylan, a competitor here who has succeeded very well in Oceania. I was going to say Australia. New Zealand is included. More to the point, he uses the 4-2-3-1, and previous to the second qualifier, not using a lot of width, Raja Pugu does not want to get those fullbacks involved in an attacking sense.
Yeah, just a lack of width for Raja Pugu. He's worried about giving up opportunities for his opposition on their counter-attack. But those fullbacks actually track back quite well compared to the defensive mid, so it's quite a good option when you're going forward.
It remains to be seen which style will prevail. I'm excited for this game. As Kyle said, maybe it won't be a goals bonanza, but it is the head versus heart battle. Will it be goals? Will it be the defense of Raja Pugu here in the loser bracket round 3? A reminder as to how they got here, the 5-6 loss versus Seri for Akmal, followed by that incredible 8-7 win over Eggsy, Raja Pugu, 1-1, and Pens versus SS 1-0 against Kun. It could not be more different if you wrote a script beforehand. And how you like that to get things started. Pugu has conceded his second of the tournament. Akmal serving him up through 5 minutes through Hu Ming Song.
Great start from Akmal. Very reminiscent of a goal that he scored on day one, using the fake shot heel to heel to create the space, making Pugu anticipate that he's going to pass the ball. But instead, Akmal gets a little bit of space, and that 5-star weak foot of Heung-min Son, too good to miss on that occasion.
In reply, the shot was on, but Nick Pope in the way. Madison, one of the many foot items not used by other competitors here at this stage of competition. It was wonderful to hear the joy in the voice of Akmal. His goals were joyful. It was backed up by his personality, loving life, thankful to have somehow won the game by his own words. Iron Robin backheel does not find a teammate. But that's what we want, don't we, Treaders? Sure, success, victories, the big names making it through. We wouldn't mind a bit of joy, particularly after the year we've all had. Raja Pugu held out for a moment. Jones versus Jones. Kulusevski. Raja Pugu trying to wait, but with Akmal conceding 6 and then 7, he's actually looked a little better in these opening 15 minutes.
And maybe a little bit of indecisiveness playing a factor for Pugu. Not the right option on that through ball in that situation. But Pugu majorly out-teaming Akmal, with the likes of Vieira matching up with Curtis Jones for Akmal. I think the 4-3-3 with the central defender doesn't quite match up as well as the narrow formation in the 4-1-2-1-2. So Akmal currently sticking with the 4-3-3, hoping to continue using those 2-10s, and indeed he does take a 2-goal advantage early on. It's like a carbon copy of games we've seen previously. Competitors just caught off guard by the pace which Akmal plays at and the numbers he gets overlapping, and it is a joy to watch.
And it is that foot item. Madison, only 86 overall, 4-star, 4-star. 80 finishing, might not seem like a lot, it was plenty there. Raja Pugu in response, almost gets it back, but almost is the key word. If you wonder why I'm particularly excited or can recite stats about Madison, former Norwich City player, that's all you need to know. Tierney, Fernandez and Akmal enjoying space and time on the ball. Raja Pugu likes that low set defensive block. And Akmal will continue to enjoy the space in midfield that it provides. Son back to Jones at the base of that midfield. Madison, the left central midfielder. gets it back. And the width just so evident right now. Rooney back to Son. Cannot fake shot back through, but gets it back anyway. Look at the press. Son. Is there a third coming? After all this possession in a dangerous area, Raja Pugu is scrambling, but succeeding in holding out for a time. Son first time shot, that is ambitious. But it is being played at an intensity that Raja Pugu has not yet been able to keep up with.
And just totally caught off guard by the pace. And what I am loving seeing is the use of Akmal's two central midfielders as two number 10s, utilizing their pace and their creativity to provide width and attacking options. And indeed, they also get involved in that high press. But when you do beat that press, you'll find plenty of space in behind. But that high press does take some beating.
Akmal calm and confident in possession. The quick movement, the quick passing. That ball about 12 feet over hit. But he won't mind. We heard from him. You heard the words he spoke. He honestly did not believe he would make it through in that famous, infamous 8-7 win. He looks like a man who's playing with nothing to lose. And those words were echoed by Raja Pugu. It's just not reflected in his game style. Maybe not bothered by what happens rather than playing to that accord. He comes forward now, Raja Pugu. Interesting collision, to be quite frank. Played back across. There it is. Kleiber in the way. Pope gathers. And it's all a little scratchy. We don't even get any minutes of stoppage time. We can take a breath. But you can't help but be impressed, Treaders, by the quality and indeed the attempt with this 4-3-3 from Akmal JHD.
And he's executing the press extraordinarily well against a formation which, by all rights, should be able to retain the ball. The 4-2-3-1 is incredibly strong when it comes to playing through the press because you have options out wide and in behind. On another day, Pugu would be hoping to be 2 or 3 goals up. Such are these tactics so risky. But at the moment, Akmal outplaying him and the pace taking a while to get used to for Pugu.
And he does have, of course, plenty of time to warm to his task. Raja Pugu with more big stage experience, if you like. He is the highest ranked competitor of the pair, 18th in East Asia. Akmal down at 44, but in this midway stage of the competitive season, those rankings are a guide and nothing more. Otherwise, the predictions pre-game would be rather straightforward, and you wouldn't have expected this 2-0. Son, again, looking for Madison. Can't find him. And that is perhaps the downfall of the 4-3-3 Treaders. If you can't get those two centre mids involved, it can isolate that striker quite a bit. Well, don't even get a chance to talk through the goal, to worry about a celebration. I think that tells you all you need to know about Raja Pugu. No reaction whatsoever. Silence from Treaders. It is business for the man from Indonesia. Back to 2-1, and there is another goal.
I saw that goal coming about. Didn't think I had the time to fashion a response. And the through pass played perfectly from Pugu. A little bit more time when the press wears off, when the stamina wears down of Akmal's foot items. And at the moment, he's just waiting for the press to come. I would love to see Pugu still utilize the fullbacks when he's looking to launch a counter-attack, even though it risks being exposed in behind by the wingers of Akmal, it's a risk worth taking because those wingers will rarely tuck in. But the moment I say that, the tuck-in begins, the wingers overloading numbers for Akmal, and Akmal utilizing those numbers to perfection. Who else but Robin, the man who ruins so many weekend leagues and makes so many weekend leagues that much more enjoyable for your average competitor, making Akmal's life so much more enjoyable.
In the Twitch chat, AstroBoy93 says, what about this guy playing Son, Rooney, Robin, Madison? This is amazing. Amazing indeed. Not just to get this far, but to have a 3-1 lead here in this first leg against a competitor who'd only conceded one until this point. Akmal JHD bringing out the best of FIFA esports. There is a long time to go. And the man who means business, Raja Pugu, will no doubt have more to say. Maybe not even in that second leg. Plenty of time still left in the first.
And Pugu still refusing, rather stubbornly, to get those fullbacks involved in any measure. And when you're conceding goals like he is, when Akmal should be at his weakest offensively with the stamina being drained, you have to start to ask questions about the way you are going forward, the way you're defending. But Pugu, not looking too concerned, sneaky look at the phone, and straight back into it, back into gamer mode as we call it.
Atal brought on. That was the foot item, the player who scored the 8th dramatic goal for Akmal. You would not have put him on your short list of candidates for the honour. The comparatively better team on paper with Ronaldo, and that shot is timid. Ronaldo falls to the floor in anguish, cannot believe how badly he's hit it, and he's not even real. You can only imagine how Raja Pugu feels. Mbappe can't get past João Felix. And I think, judging on weight of comments, Akmal is winning over some fans here today, admiring the goals and also who he's scoring them with. The Weekend League hero, come qualifier saviour, Iron Robin, makes it 4.
And it's an absolute pleasure to watch that man cut inside. You know what he is going to do, and there is nothing you can do to stop it. Pugu reduced to a passenger at the moment on the Akmal show. And Akmal really taking the driver's seat with a 3-goal cushion, and Pugu, who has only scored 3 goals so far in this tournament, excluding the penalties, will have to score those 3 goals in 1 leg of FIFA.
3 at least. He's coming forward again here. Bruno Fernandes makes it 5. It is a 5-star performance from Akmal, full of confidence, full of joy. And 5-1 in this first leg. Surely, Treaders, the time is coming for Raja Pugu to switch up that formation. It is simply not working.
And for as strong as that formation is defensively, if you're conceding goals in it, you have to simply take the L and make the switch. It seems Raja Pugu being too stubborn at the moment to make those changes, and it is really starting to hurt him. And Akmal just running riot, making Pugu just look amateurish. And with the players that Akmal is using. You can only imagine what he'd be doing with the opposition team. And could it be 6? 2 bodies getting back in the way for Pugu. But now a through ball. Pretty simple one-on-one opportunity for Pugu. And he does not let that one slip away this time. Clawing his way back. 5-2 advantage to Akmal. And doing it in style.
That will help just that little bit for Raja Pugu against the flow of play somewhat. It does maybe change the halftime team talk to yourself if you don't mind drawing that football analogy. 5-2 after that first leg. I've put away the phone. I've put away the Twitch chat for a little bit, but it's just lovely to see people getting around FIFA esports, getting around the underdog in Akmal, and the goals he is scoring with foot items not many other competitors are using.
And also the way in which he's doing, he's not just sticking to a 5-3-2 or a 4-2-3-1 or even a 4-4-2. If we're going back to early FIFA 21, he's playing a 4-3-3 and mixing it up with a 4-1-2-1-2. The 4-3-3, utilizing those 2 10s, those passing attributes, so crucial to the way he wants to create and score goals.
He came out of the blocks firing Son with a lethal finish on the left foot. At that stage, it's just a little pump up, fist pump. But the reactions, Treaders, only got more intense from the lad the more he piled on the quality.
And the reactions are very deserved. And this Curtis Jones proving why he's so highly regarded. Pugu striking back. And those are the kind of goals that he will need to score. Take on the opportunity on the break, use the width. But the stubbornness of Pugu to look out wide to create joy, it's the exact opposite of what Akmal's game plan is. Winning that one-on-one. You see Pugu trying to get on the line, but not too much else he can do but watch it fly into the back of the net. Ian Robbins' finesse, one of the best in the game.
Bruno with the 5th, but here is the moment that changes things somewhat, bringing up that centre-back, leaving Mbappe in behind. The ball roll, he does not miss from there, meaning it is a job that seems possible. It is generally the storyline in FIFA 21. 3 goals or less, and it is game on. That 4-goal buffer, we just don't often see that comeback occur. We're talking obviously in between legs. It stays 5-2. If you're Raja Pugu, Treaders, as you said, had barely conceded a goal, just the one, all tournament, then gets hit for 5, does he change that formation? Or based on the skipping of celebrations and that head down, no reaction, is he sticking to his guns here with the 4-2-3-1?
Well, 4-2-3-1, such a versatile formation. It's just up to the way the user wants to use it. Those fullbacks are still looking like they are begging to be used. I'm sounding like a broken record, but those fullbacks can totally transform that formation into one that can be incredibly aggressive, or even just switching up one of those defensive mids into a more aggressive stance rather than having it on stay back, getting them on balance. All these are options for Pugu to consider, but he needs to stem the flow of Akmal and his free-flowing offense, because the moment Akmal is getting the ball, he's thinking attack, 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 and that will not change until these 90 minutes are up.
He has never looked, maybe not had the opportunity to, mind you, but never looked just to hold possession. Akmal is winning fans, FIFA esports fans from all around the world. He holds a 5-2 advantage over leg 1. Can he progress here in the loser bracket round 3 to the loser bracket final? Or will Raja Pugu strike back, hopefully just show us something a little different, whether that is a change in the player instructions? It's not just, Treaders, his lack of goals scored. We said conceding 5 using quite a defensive formation. Does he need to change to the dreaded 5 at the back?
Potentially a 5-4-1 might be an option for Pugu. Maybe not the 5-3-2. He doesn't seem to have the personnel to utilize that, but maybe a 5-4-1 with one of the central midfielders acting as a striker. But recalling Pugu's interview yesterday, he was only really thinking about 3 formations that he felt he had mastered. I'd imagine one of them might be the 5-3-2, but the others will probably be a 4-4-2 and a deep 4-4-2.
We'll keep an eye on that shape. We'll have a look. You can work it out for yourselves as well, watching on. Here in the loser bracket, round 3, Raja Pugu 2-5 down in this second leg. He has a large task ahead and will need to play differently, play in a very different manner indeed to what we've seen so far. He remains in the lighter kit, Akmal in the darker kit, and he wins that tackle superbly. When he has the ball, he'll use this width. He goes again. Fernandez to Rooney. Running into a little bit of trouble, but getting clear of his man. You see Raja Pugu trying to get those CDMs back into position. It might be a 4-2-2-2 rather than the 4-2-3-1. So not a huge change for Raja Pugu. It could be enough attacking intent with plenty of time left in this second leg. And here we go, away straight away. Mbappe, keeper's out, ball roll past him if you don't mind. And that second striker makes all the difference very early on.
And it just makes sense when you're coming up against a team that isn't quite up to standard, particularly in defense, where you've got your Mbappes and your team of the year, CR7. If you get them one-on-one in behind, or at least shoulder to shoulder with one of these defenders, you will find so much joy. No doubt in Akmal's mind that he needs to score more goals to put this game to bed. It's a mentality I would love to see adopted across the board and would bring immense joy to many a FIFA esports fan and a FIFA fan in general, seeing more aggressive play styles adopted and seeing competitors willing to take that risk and gamble upon themselves and trust in their ability to take on their opponent, no matter what cards or what foot items they may have.
Lovely dribbling and control from Kulusevski, who looks ahead. Vieira to Ronaldo, gets it back now. Good width in the build-up that we've been crying out for Raja Pugu. Now inside, drags it back. Mbappe cannot find the space. That's a lot better from Pugu, but met with excellent defending from Akmal. Doesn't have enough time for the outball. Neymar taking his time. He wants support. He'll get it now. The pass back before he goes forward. Jones and Neymar. Ronaldo, space for Mbappe. Cannot get through the man. Akmal resolute once more.
And just getting a little bit too predictable is Pugu with those elasticos. But in the same breath as the predictability of Pugu is mentioned, Akmal needs to ensure that he's keeping the variety in passing options there. Very good tactical slide challenge. No advantage awarded, and indeed the ref just waving play on. And a 4-on-4 with the back four isolated. But when Akmal is defending and going in manually, he is winning that ball a large proportion of the time. And that's what you have to do when you are out-teamed, is push hard, play aggressive, and try to be the better FIFA player. And Pugu taking that shot off balance.
The tackle made by Akmal. He would have liked the shot the first time, had to take it on the second. Player off balance indeed, and shot not troubling the keeper. Akmal defending very deep inviting some of that pressure on. But he's been good enough for now. Fernandez. The passing is quick. And now the width comes out. Robin past his man. Wayne Rooney with a very heavy touch. And the ball out of play. We are finally seeing enough from the man from Indonesia to say he is a real chance in this game. Much better at both ends of the pitch. You see that player switch to make the tackle. The quality encounter we've been craving is here. Strap yourselves in. Akmal has a large job to do to defend this 2-goal lead. Raja Pugu starting to find that champion form.
But the adjustments Akmal is making from the way he previously expecting Pugu to try and play more possession was what he was doing previously. He'd push up with those centre backs and try to win the ball, but he's varying it up, switching between tracking those runs over the top, in behind, and on that previous occasion just before, we saw Akmal fly in for the manual challenge, trusting that he has enough numbers back if the challenge is unsuccessful. And here we'll see the decision he has to make again. A mixture of tracking and pressure applied, but the weight of tracking is severely outweighing Akmal attempting to make the manual challenge.
The half coming to a close. It's better from Raja Pugu, much better. It's what we expect from the man, number 18 in East Asia. And to be honest, his reputation better even than that ranking, but he needs to find even more. He leads this second leg. He's kept Akmal scoreless in the first half of it, but he's still 2 behind on aggregate. One more half at least to decide who progresses to the loser bracket final. Vieira for Pugu. Kulusevski does not have a lot on, forwards or backwards. Finally squeezes that out to Vieira. And then the immediate read. When you've got fewer bodies forward, there are just less passing options to go to. Defensive mids staying back. Fullbacks not being allowed to be used. And at the other end, oh my goodness, Akmal almost squeezing through. And it is going to be fine margins that decides this one, Treaders, at both ends. On a connection that competitors would say is less than ideal. You need to be even quicker with your reflexes. You need to know what you're going to do before you even do it.
And Akmal, with a stubbornness of his own, sticking with the 4-3-3, with the defensive mid, the formation that many competitors would scoff at and laugh at, seeing it being utilized. Interesting to note, Yao Felix subbed on wearing the number 1, but space now for Pugu. Having a look, just waiting for the defender to really commit. He's run himself into a little bit of trouble, cuts it back. And Akmal staying composed, not lunging in and staying patient.
Akmal conceded 6 against Seri, 7 against Eggsy. Raja Pugu, not quite near that amount. The shot comfortably saved. It's in the final third. It's where he wants it to be. Can Pugu find the 4th? Jones past his man. Still going forward. The pass absolutely unnecessary. Akmal said, I dare you. Pugu said, okay. And a very uncommon, uncharacteristic turnover. We've got to see those stats, Treaders, before this game for Raja Pugu. The pass accuracy, the possession, all in his favor. João Felix draws the save out of Edison. But the game plan from Akmal, JHD, has truly disrupted him.
And I cannot even begin to describe how important those central midfielders are for Akmal, considering that the moment those items are on the ball, the pressure is being applied by Pugu and they're being matched up by two defensive mids and the passing lanes are being cut. But it seems time and time again, Akmal finds enough space to work the ball. But now, after wasting a corner opportunity, and we're seeing Akmal continue to win that ball back and create something special yet again. João Felix, another weekend league warrior, doing absolute work for Akmal.
Number 1 on the jersey. And you feel like the number 1 best foot item out there for Akmal JHD. The chat goes wild. And the advantage, 3-goal advantage, that is restored. We are seeing something special. Many perhaps rightly doubting if Akmal could keep this goal scoring going. With the foot items he has available, he is proving all the doubters wrong. It is 6-3 with less of a third of the second leg remaining. Time slipping by, the opportunity slipping by for Raja Pugu.
It's one of those sinking feelings where you know that you out-team your opposition as Pugu, and by that logic, you should be getting the bounces to fall your way. I know when I come up against, I go on a win streak maybe, and I come up against a team that's not quite as strong. Once that mental battle is lost, and we're seeing Akmal keep that ball, but when you come up against that weaker team, immediately you think, uh-oh, this person is going to be pretty good. And indeed, Akmal is more than pretty good to get to this stage, being the ultimate underdog, and he will continue to wear that underdog badge with pride.
Pugu trying to find the fourth. He came in heavy favorite. We may have to adjust the storylines, not just for the rest of this tournament, of course, but to Qualifier 3, to playoffs and beyond. Not a lot of time remaining. Pugu needs to strike now. You can see the press coming out in defense. You can see finally the overlapping runs. That's why Mendy is in the penalty area. That's why Mendy isn't back there at left back. It's not a bad thing for Pugu that it rolls out of play. The 4-3-3, also very good at holding possession. Should Akmal wish to do that, he doesn't pass back. He keeps looking for more goals. It's what he's done from the start, I dare say, even with a formation suited to holding possession. He'll keep them coming, Treaders, all night long.
He doesn't want to hold back, doesn't ever want to settle. He wants to amass as many opportunities, wants to make that highlight reel even more glorious. And maybe now see a little bit of calm before the storm. Those 1-2 passes, press after possession loss, continuing to cause problems for Raja Pugu all the way to the 85th minute.
And I think that is a slump of defeat from Raja Pugu. He has been in gamer mode all tournament long. That is until now, sitting back on his seat, trying to dance through with Neymar. It's just no reaction from the favorite from Indonesia. At the other end, Akmal, he wants more. João Felix, the number 1, looking for 2. There it is. What more needs to be said? We're running out of superlatives. Akmal JHD leaving this East Asia region speechless. That will be that. Raja Pugu has 7 scored against him after only conceding 1 up until that point. Akmal JHD, you may well applaud, Treaders. We are witnessing something special. The question will be, when we go to the analyst desk, can he keep doing it all tournament long, all the way through to that grand final? Well, he keeps doing it even now.
I sure hope he'll continue to play to his strengths, won't take a backward step, will look to simply outscore his opponent. But credit to the way he also defended when tasked with defending in different formations, coming up against the 4-2-3-1 and the 4-2-2-2. We saw him make the adjustments necessary and keep Raja Pugu guessing. What a game we have coming up between Seri and Akmal.
Surely he cannot be the underdog any further. What an incredible goal-scoring performance. What a joy to behold. Twitch chat, everyone get behind your man. Back him all the way through. He's going to have a tough job. One step away from that grand final. Let's throw it back to break down those joyous goals. Kyle and Mike.
Nate Treaders, thank you so much for that one. Yes, Akmal JHD makes his way through to that losers bracket final where he will take on Seri 7, Mike LaBelle. Let's break that one down. We talked about an unstoppable object meeting and a unstoppable force meeting and a removable object. That wasn't the case with this match, though.
I've got you starting to talk like me. Can't find the word. That's what I'm talking about. What was really important for Akmal is that he got the opening goal because it made it where Pugu couldn't sit back the same way, and it was really a very impressive performance. Akmal, I like the way that he plays offense, but it's not just about the skills and the finishing and being clinical. He's really got a mastery of a lot of the correct timing, the alignment, the overlapping of runs, and you can just see that it almost feels when he goes forward, there's always somebody open. Look at the movement, the general movement as you see that sweep turn attack, this space, and goals galore. I don't know if there's anyone more informed. You got to remember he's doing this with a lot of, and I don't like using the word second rate because these are still some of the most commonly used players throughout the weekend league. But in the competitive world, you're used to seeing now the team of the year Cristiano Ronaldo's, the team of the year Bruno Fernandes, or the Ruud Hullets, the Patrick Vieira's, just a collective of players that are in different price points. A lot of the guys that Akmal is getting busy with, that he's putting on absolute clinic, that he's showcasing, we're calling the doctor, are players that are attainable, whether you have a road to glory, whether you have made some investment, whether you've played the game every single week in league, or it's been on and off for you. He's got a team where a lot of these guys have been attainable, and I've just been so impressed. I love seeing Robin on display, especially not used as a super sub. As a person that probably supports Robin way too much, just because I appreciate him, and I think that he gives you so much variety. That was an SBC that anybody could have completed. It really wasn't priced that highly, but you see that the job was done. Look at that defensive pressure, a little outside elastical. Why not? João Felix, same thing. I've got him in my squad. I still end up using him. Every weekend I feel as if I use João Felix. Whether he's a super sub or he's a starter, that player of the month edition is something special. Give it to him.
Oh, look at that right there. And it was Akmal JHD who came out on top. He makes his way through to that losers bracket final. Mike, what I love about, there's so much content. We know that. There's so many content creators. There's so many SBCs. There's so many different foot items available. And it just seemed that the different regions that we are highlighting, when it comes to them, they all have their own unique set of players, set of foot items that they all seem to be using, which makes it quite fun.
It's definitely a different, I guess you're right. There is a little more of a common theme depending on the region in terms of which players are in a frequent rotation. I also think it depends what your goals were for the year. There's a lot of guys that are becoming pros this year, Akmal included, where if you're becoming a pro, you maybe didn't have the planning at the beginning of the year in terms of grinding the game, making certain investments of time in order to make sure that you're in the correct position to be ready for a competitive year. Whereas a lot of the guys that have been in Europe that have had multiple years competing at the highest level, they're ready to go. Got the game first day, and they're investing 70, 80 hours each week in order to get to the quickest or get to the best team possible as quick as possible, which is part of the game when you're building the ultimate team.
Right, let's bring him in to have a conversation with him. He's made his way through to that losers bracket final. Akmal JHD, congratulations. It's nice to have you here. Hopefully, there's no technical issues this time.
Can we hear you?
Yeah, this time I hope it's okay.
Brilliant, brilliant. Quick question I wanted to start with. How did you prepare when coming up against Raja Pugu? He's a very different opponent to the other opponents we've seen at this tournament. Did you have to prepare differently in that match?
I think going into the game, I was very cautious, but as the game went on, I just sort of played my own game, and as you can see by the result, we managed to get the win in the end.
And I was sort of teasing this earlier with Kyle, but I got two questions, both about football and real life. All right, first off, do you play? And if you do play, you must be an attacking player. Tell me that you are the ultimate striker.
It's been a while since I've played football since the pandemic, but usually I'm just a fullback usually. Not that good actually.
That's okay. I'm a fullback as well. Got the same name as a very good one. I'm not any good, so it doesn't matter if you're not. What matters is you're good at FIFA, and that is why you're making your way through to that losers bracket final. When it is the losers bracket, do you change the way you play? Because you said you went into your usual style of play right there, but it's very aggressive, even though much more is on the line.
I think I'm much more confident when I play the way I usually play, which is aggressive, high pressing. When I have to play a bit more passive, I tend to be a bit nervous, a bit less confident in myself. So I go into every game and just play my game, and yeah, we'll just see the result. And I always try and adapt according to my opponent. But if I control the game, if the game is going my way, then there's no need to change.
And Mike, you said you had a second question?
Oh, I was going to take from, if he played football in real life, I was going to say what we were talking about earlier, kind of with a managerial position. If you were the manager of a football team in real life, what formation are we playing? What are the team talks looking like? Because I just imagine it's just, yes, just go forward. Nope, just keep going. You're good. Nah, just go. Don't worry about it. We'll figure out defending tomorrow.
I think if Bielsa was Asian, he'd be me.
I like that answer. That's brilliant. I did think of Bielsa right there. Very aggressive attacking leads, and that matches your style. Well, you've got the losers bracket final coming up very shortly. We'll leave you to prepare for that one. Good luck, congratulations, and hopefully we'll speak to you later.
All right, thank you.
Akmal JHD there. I like that. Bielsa. Marcelo Bielsa, brilliant manager, very attacking. He will not give up his style of managing for anyone. And that's what it seems with Akmal, Mike. He won't give up his style. No matter who he plays against, he's still going to be aggressive.
And it makes for some great entertainment. I'll tell you, even if you're a neutral, I didn't see the Twitch chat and all of I'm sure the applause that was going down. But you know with Akmal going forward that every game that he partakes in, it's going to be aggressive because he plays off those instincts and those reactions. He said he didn't want to sit back. Passive doesn't work for him. Probably overthinking. Because his mind is moving quicker than most. I'll tell you that right now with the way that he takes gambles and risk and steps and sit back and just the pressure play. It's really impressive. It's something that I wish I had in my game naturally. I've always been a little more of a balanced player, and I really wish that I had this YOLO-esque. I call it the huge gorilla approach to playing FIFA. One of the most well-known competitors, of course, in the competitive world. He kind of brought that to life where he was very, very aggressive and transitioned the game if you go back multiple years.
Right, it's time to look back at some of the action from today. Yes, it's time for our game highlights analysis presented by PlayStation.
And it only seems fitting, Kyle, that we talk more about the main man, Akmal. And we're going to talk about how he's been using Robin. And I really like that he not only cuts inside, but we're going to talk about fake body feint. So body feint is a commonly used skill move. If you don't choose an exit direction, your player moves his legs, but he doesn't choose a direction to go into. And it allows you to basically read your opponent and debate them into mistakes. And this is something that Akmal does really well. And then it makes for the extra pass. But it's using the I guess, liability or the detriment of Robin because he has a 2-star weak foot. So you know that he wants to get on his left foot. So by him using those feints, he can watch the defenders, and if he needs to cut the other way, or if a passing lane opens up, he can hit that layoff because everybody's anticipating that Robin's going to cut inside. Kind of like in real life, actually. If you watch Robin play a lot in real life, you name the club, you knew what he was going to do. He's a pretty simple player, but he's electric. He's fast. He's dynamic. You can't stop it. Messi was like that as well. I can watch Messi play all day on TV and say, pretty sure he's going to cut inside. It's going to happen. I know it's coming. They know it's coming. But it doesn't matter. When you're that good, it doesn't matter.
Nobody can stop you, even though they know what you're about to do. And speaking of that, we've got 2 opponents going head-to-head in our losers bracket final. Yes, this is coming up next. Seri 7 will be taking on Akmal JHD. How did they get there, you ask? Well, we can see that right now. Seri 7 dropped down into that losers bracket final after he was beaten by our grand finalist, Sacked. So he's been sat patiently waiting, but it was Akmal JHD who dropped down into the losers bracket, beat RRQ Eggsy with an unbelievable finish to the game, and then he completely dominated in that round 3. So he makes his way through to that losers bracket final where he takes on Seri 7. That one is coming up shortly. Mike LaBelle, this losers bracket side of things, we talk about how stacked it can get. This one right now, it's so stacked because everyone's so aggressive.
That's finger licking good. You couldn't ask for better FIFA matchups that are going to be upcoming. Get your nuggets out. Get ready to get the sauces. Do some dunking. You don't even want the popcorn. This is going to be premium quality. Sit back, relax, throw it on the big screen. Expect tons of goals. Siri goes forward as well. This guy's an offensive mastermind. He's also an aggressive player. And the same with Sacked, who's sitting in the final waiting. I consider him a little more balanced, but from what we've seen at this event in particular, he's also very active. He's taking a lot of risk. What you need to have high-scoring affairs is players that are going for it, as opposed to sitting back, as opposed to having more of the possession type. And I'm here for everything. I like it all. I'm just a fan of esports. I'm a FIFA enthusiast, and I understand the balance that's necessary. However, if you can get 2 guys that are just going to sound effects right now. Star Wars with Mike, 7 a.m. New York City time. I'll take it. I mean, my energy's uplifted every time I watch this guy play.
I would love to know what your neighbours think at this time in the morning where they hear you making sounds like that, screaming, shouting. But it is the FIFA 21 Global Series. It is the East Asia Qualifier number 2. So we've got to get excited for this one. The losers bracket final is just round the corner. Seri 7 taking on Akmal JHD. Stick with us. It'll be just after this short break.
FIFA Global Series 21 East Asia Qualifier 2 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Hello and welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker. There's only 2 more matches left in the competition here on Championship Sunday. The penultimate one sees our losers bracket final. Series 7 taking on Akmal JHD. Breaking it down as usual, Mike LaBelle. You said to expect goals, so now all of the viewers, they're expecting those goals. That is because these players are so aggressive in attack, which can work in their favour if they're scoring, but if they're conceding a lot, as we saw in the first matchup or second one with Akmal, 8-7, last minute, it's about who takes their chances.
I don't mind. That's a win-win for me. From a FIFA neutral standpoint, from an objective, give me goals. That means somebody's got to concede. I'm happy days with that, and I mean it. I'll give you the Mike certification. I'll stamp it that I would be shocked if this game does not include a bunch of back and forth and a high-scoring affair.
You've put it out there now. Someone will clip that. Someone will put it on social media. But I agree with you. I think there's going to be plenty of goals over these 2 legs of FIFA. And if this is getting your juices flowing, if you want to be playing FIFA 21, well, you can do from the comfort of your own home with the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. Yes, these are weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. For those who play in EA Sports, FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off their skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation. And all you've got to do is go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID. Mike LaBelle, once again, show us how it's done.
As always, everything is integrated. It's smooth. This is your one-stop location. You get the ins, you get the outs, the tips, tricks. You get to see what the pros are doing, as well as getting involved in tournaments. Easy to sign up. Good way to kind of measure if you're on the up and up. If you need to put in some additional work, you get that practice in. There's nothing better than repetition. At the end of the day, you need reps at a competitive level or even at an intermediate level in order to get better at FIFA. Plain and simple.
2 competitors who will have repeated this lots and lots to get to this stage where they are. Series 7, Akmal JHD. We've not seen Series 7 since he was beaten by Sacked yesterday in that winners bracket final. So he's going to be hungry to get revenge on Sacked. And to do that, he's got to win this losers bracket final, Mike.
Oh, and I'm already getting hungry. This is a tasty affair. I'm expecting, like I said, high scoring. It's got to be said, in great form right now. Just from starting to build, he's not cold. Series had to wait. As you can see, South Korea 3-5-2, which you got to love that. Very attacking. Barcelona, FIFA 17, first FIFA title. Also the first year of the Foot Champs era, or the Weekend League era, which really shifted the competitive scene in general. And I've got a question. I don't know if you can answer this question or if we're going to have to wait for Nate, Treaders, or maybe the chat. But Kyle, the way they use joy in commentary is something I've never heard before.
Okay.
Like he's finding his joy. It's like if you found your lost cousin, long lost cousin. You're looking for something. You're looking. I was like, really? He's finding joy. Tell me more, Nate, Treaders. I need to know what's happening. I'm not sure if it's an Australian thing. I've never heard it used in the U.S. in that way. When somebody says joy, you're like rejoicing or something. But other than that, I never hear it used. I need to find some more joy. When I'm playing FIFA, I'm finding emotion. I'm getting ups, I'm getting downs. I got controllers getting tossed. I think I broke my first PS5 controller, actually. I think it's done.
Wow.
I think it's done. Yep. I mean, I'm over here, this directional bridging so strong, like, controller wasn't right.
I mean, we've had Star Wars noises. We've had that as well. Mike LaBelle, you are a joy. You are a joy. You're a joy to have. That's what it is. It's a pleasure. You are a joy to have on the stream right now. Should we get Nate and Treaders into the conversation? Why not?
I want to add to my vocab. I'm not using it properly, apparently.
We will be getting to them very, very shortly. We're minutes away from that losers bracket final. Another competitor right here, Akmal JHD. The J stands for joy. He was born in 2001, Malaysia. That is the country he's from. Favorite formation, the second variation of 4-1-2-1-2. And then favorite club, Chelsea. First FIFA title, FIFA 08. I'm also going to say he plays for Classico right there, Mike. We're both very stylish guys. I will say that. The jersey, as you would call it, the football top that he was wearing, I'm a fan. I am a big fan of that one. When it comes to his FIFA skills as well, do you think he's got what it takes to go all the way?
I mean, he's definitely got what it takes. He's kind of proved that today with his run through the losers bracket. And the way that he's done has been very emphatic, high scoring. He was able to take Raja Pugu out of his game as well. We were saying, or at least I was saying, this could get kind of weird. This could get a little ugly. I think defensive capability with what Raja just showed in the previous game where he was able to kill off a game so well, maybe we're not going to see a game with a lot of space and a lot of attack. I was wrong. Happily to be wrong on that too. After I found my joy, I am now ready to admit to all this happiness with wrongdoing and mistakes with predictions. And we've got the matchup of all matchup here in the losers bracket final.
Right, let's bring Nate and Treaders into the conversation right here. Nate, Treaders, you bring joy into my life. You bring joy into everyone's lives. Treaders, do you think this losers bracket final is going to provide everyone with the word joy?
Hopefully it'll be much similar to that first game that we saw, finding plenty of joy in attack, not much defending happening in that first game between these two competitors. Seri and Akmal both pretty much refusing to defend, which will be an incredibly joyful occasion for everyone.
Right, we're not
news.
using the word joy anymore. I'm going to clear things up. A feeling of great pleasure and happiness. That is the definition. We're never using that word again. Nate, what do you think is going to happen in this losers final?
Yeah, probably a lot of great feelings of happiness and pleasantness and things like that. It's just great when you have goals. We've been there, all right? FIFA esports has been on a long journey. A lot of people can only remember the sort of recent history. There's times during the meta where it's a bit frustrating. The 5-3-2 comes out. Not everybody's a fan. I think what we're trying to convey here through this gameplay, through the goals that are being scored, how exciting is it to watch? This is the FIFA esports that you watch, you get up, you set your alarm for, you stay up late for. This is what it's all about.
It is indeed. Right, I'm going to kick off the predictions. I've not started one just yet. I'm going to go with Akmal JHD. I think he's going to take this one. Mike LaBelle, who are you going for?
I'm joining you with Akmal, and I think I figured it out. I believe joy is a universal terminology that's used in Australia.
Okay.
Oh, there was a skill move. That was a joyous move. Oh, he's not playing a 5 at the back. That's some joy. Man, this hamburger, oh, it tastes good. Joy. Joy. That's what I'm saying. Can be a little two-hand situation. Joy.
I mean, I don't know where this is going. Nate, save us. Who are you going for in this game?
I think we have to stick with Akmal. The run that he's on has been incredible. Every time we sort of say maybe his run is done, he gets even better. So I'll stick with Akmal.
And Treaders, who are you thinking?
Akmal going to take us to the next level. It's been good to watch him so far. I can't wait.
Joy.
Right, let's see what happens with this one right now. It is our losers bracket final. Seri 7 taking on Akmal JHD. Nate, Treaders, it's over to you to spread all of that joy.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and I guess thank you, Mike, as well, for whatever that was. What a king. He gets up early. He does the hard work. We'll let that man enjoy himself. Just, do... What was that with the bridge before? Anyway, I'm going to put that aside. I'm going to watch the stream back because that was fabulous. We love the enthusiasm from Mike LaBelle. We love the enthusiasm and the quality we've seen from these competitors. Of course, Treaders, they matched up before, and Seri with a close win, but a win indeed.
Yeah, Seri looking a little bit shaky early on. Akmal just seems to have the ability to catch his opponent off guard early on, and Seri mounted the comeback and established dominance towards the back end, but Akmal not one to really have that long-term memory. I don't know if Akmal will even remember that he's taken on Seri. Such has been the energy that he's played with so far.
It's crazy to think that it was only, 25 or so hours ago we had these two compete. So much has changed since then. So much has been talked about. Ultimately, it feels like another one of those shootouts are about to occur. We've had the defensive playstyle, Raja Pugu with the 4-2-3-1, keeping it controlled. We've seen that met by Kun. Now we have two competitors that love to score goals, love to play direct, give us foot items, formations that you don't often see. So if you have just joined and you're wondering what on earth is going on, what these people are going on about, trust. There's a reason you see Kyle and Mike so excited. You see Treaders and Nate firing up. The goals are there to be scored by foot items you maybe don't expect. If you could single out one of them, Treaders, one foot item used, who would it be? Robin? Is that your go-to? The left foot finesse that everybody loves to watch?
It's got to be Fernandez. He is the ultimate link-up player, and he gets it done defensively as well. He's using headline as Fernandez, so hopefully he'll get a couple more upgrades towards the back end of the FIFA cycle. He's being utilized in that 10 role for Akmal, and the through balls that he's able to utilize, and the shots that and goals that he scored, and not even mentioning the penalties that he's so consistent at scoring. I don't think Akmal has missed an in-game penalty just yet, but knowing a commentator's curse when I say one, I think we might be in for one in this game.
If not now, then in that Manchester derby later on in a few hours' time. If you can stay up, get up, enjoy the football. It's what we love about this esport. It is very cyclical. It all goes round in circles. You play the game, you get outside, kick a ball around, you watch it on the TV, and then do it all again. Those gifted enough and those dedicated enough to get to this stage of competition give us goals that we could not even dream up, scripts that we could not write, and big moments for prize money and pro points. Treaders, this is qualifier number 2. Just another big step, but a step nonetheless towards playoffs at the end of the season.
And the steps continue within the next week or so with the online qualification for qualifier 3 taking place. You can hardly focus on one event at a time, as crucial as it is. You can get caught up in the motions, get caught up with waiting for the next event, and all of a sudden the FIFA season can pass you by as a competitor, and you're out of the top 8. And in such a short cycle as it has been across the world, barely starting back in January for East Asia, you can find that the season can start and finish before you really start to find your groove. And in the space of 2 weeks, we'll really know who the top 8 are, and indeed the makers of the playoffs for East Asia.
There are opportunities for competitors from around the world that they have not had before. We're doing things a little bit differently with FIFA esports. It's just been something, I guess, brought about by force, not much choice. And EA, to their sublime credit, have said, that won't stop us. Let's do these regional qualifier events. But what that has done, Treaders, maybe unexpected at the start, is put on more pressure. We sat here at the start of the FIFA competitive season, FIFA 21 competitive season, going through thinking, wow, the opportunities are there. We're going to uncover new stars. They get to this point of competition and you realize how big these moments are. You see the pressure being applied, being brought about, not just through their style of FIFA, but through their reactions. It's great to have the webcams, but you see the positives, you see the deep negatives as well. These competitors, it means so much to them.
And that's one thing that I'd like to touch on with Akmal, his ability to continue to create chances no matter the situation. it plays into allowing him to not really take notice of any nerves that he might be feeling, because he knows that he'll be creating opportunities for him to score goals. Whereas you've got the likes of Sacked, who would like to control the game out until the end. It's got to be a little bit nervy for Sacked watching Akmal continue to stay hot. And if I'm Sacked looking at either of these two competitors, I'm thinking I would much rather play Seri, who he has already beaten, than the unpredictability of Akmal, because of how much variety Akmal does have in his playstyle, and how different playing against a 4-3-3 is compared to everything else that Sacked and indeed Seri would be used to be facing.
You can say the exact same thing, I believe, for Seri himself. These two played already yesterday. Seri prevailed 6-5, and yet sitting there, watching these games, as no doubt he is doing, he'd see the way that Akmal is playing today and say, please, anyone but that gentleman right now, despite having beaten him again about 25 hours or so. This game is almost about to get underway. We've got word competitors are setting up their teams, their tactics, and their formations. Treaders, the 4-3-3 for Akmal. It is not, dare I say, even on that top 5 list of formations that we've seen competitors use. So much was talked about the 5-3-2 and maybe the counter for that, 4-3-2-1 and such. The 4-3-3 wasn't really talked about whatsoever.
And it's just a little bit surprising that Akmal is having the success that he is, considering all the odds that are stacked against him. It just goes to show how much of FIFA 21 and esports in general are about being comfortable with your playstyle and being able to trust your ability to create goal-scoring opportunities time and time again. The only way to really succeed in FIFA 21 is to create that volume of opportunities, because you never know when an opportunity will be intercepted.
We have spoken about it a little bit before, but what about Akmal? Not just creating opportunities, doing it. I think you said Weekend League Warriors. Was that the phrase at one stage? I loved that, because we've all been there. You sit there and you see a team and you're like, oh, I've come up against this forward item many times. Easy. Or maybe you have one like me with Robin that I cannot use myself for whatever reason, but trust as soon as I come up against him, it just doesn't work. We have that game for you in just a few minutes' time. Stay with us. We'll bring you that loser bracket final. Welcome back, Nate, Patrick, and Jay Treaders here. This game now ready for you. The competitors just making sure that everything is working hunky-dory. Settings are what they need to be. It is a huge moment, Treaders. A spot in the grand final awaits.
And in that grand final, they're taking on Blue United. Sacked, looking so good so far from what we saw, not only in this qualifier, but also from what we've seen in the FIFA E-Club World Cup, with Blue United taking out Zone 2 as well. I'm looking forward to see what Akmal and Seri can bring out, whether Seri has been paying attention to the way that Akmal has been playing in the 4-3-3 and will try to counteract it with a more direct style of play. Looking maybe narrower might be a good option for Seri, going in a 4-1-2-1-2, but I'd imagine he might stick to his guns, might go 4-4-2. Who knows? Seri is a unique competitor, and I can't wait to see what he throws out.
The time for talk is well and truly over, and thank goodness for that. The time for action is now. The loser bracket final is a rematch of a game from yesterday where Seri was the victor. 6-5. Anything can change in back-to-back games, let alone back-to-back days. The loser bracket final is underway. Seri 7 versus Akmal JHD. Early opportunity is one of little note. Seri 7 in the all-red kit. Akmal, we've seen it enough today. Will we keep seeing it? Will we see it in the grand final? An early cross, I don't mind that. Something a little bit different. If you needed a reminding, 6-5 when they last met, then the 5-9 loss for Seri 7 against Sacked. He is the competitor that awaits in the grand final. Seri 7, the South Korean, is 25 years old, one of the elder competitors in this qualifier. Can he use those years of experience? Has he been able to keep those hands warm? It's good build up here, using width in attack. Goes back to Zakaria, who we saw a lot of yesterday. Not so much today. Sacked as well, enjoying that foot item. Lewandowski. And we've talked about the goals a lot, Treaders, but Akmal's defense also superb.
And it has really improved from yesterday to today, in that he's making his opposition guess whether he's going to track those runs or if he is going to press on and be as aggressive. What Seri doesn't want to do is get caught passing between those centre backs. Time and time again, we saw the clunkiness of Boateng getting caught on the ball and really being made to pay for that. Nearly a terrible giveaway there by Seri from the man previously mentioned, Boateng. I'm not a large fan of his in-game, not at least since that legendary FIFA 17 and FIFA 18 item. He just hasn't been the same since then.
I think most would agree with you. One competitor evidently disagreeing. We'll keep our eye out. There's a turnover. Akmal with Son. Oh, it's a lovely move. But there's Neuer to make the sprawling save. An early moment, an early scare for Seri 7. He is more than happy to play around the back, keep it short. But we've already seen a few moments, just like we did yesterday, Treaders, where it can really get you into trouble.
And at the moment, the press from Akmal not as aggressive, not nearly as aggressive as it was yesterday. Maybe a little bit of an adjustment made on his behalf, knowing how frenetic Seri does like to play. A little bit surprising as well, how much possession he is allowing Seri to have. But in saying that, the game plan may still come to fruition because of how deep Seri wants to defend, and it's just allowing Akmal to make runs at him. And Seri not reacting nearly quickly enough to the runs that are made, and Akmal continuing his sparkling form with a sparkling goal.
The finish unerring. Son doesn't miss, at least when he's being utilised by Akmal JHD. The 27th minute mark again with Son. And Akmal just showing a different type of belief, different character today. He appeared at least slightly nervous, and you can understand why. Today, it's nerves of steel. Different competitors with different game plans. He continues this 4-3-3 assault, and his vision to find those passes is something you can only describe as a gift. Something that you can try and improve on, as Pope with a big save. And the clearance, hold that thought, Lewandowski shot blocked. Seri 7 gets it back again. It is one of those things, vision, looking for passes, that you can try and improve on. Just like when he's playing football back for his local team, no doubt it's something that he's just born with.
Maybe not quite in real life, as he says in his own words, not very good at it, but tell you what he is good at. It is creating chances and finishing them. Akmal makes it look so easy, and it is so beautiful to watch. Bruno Fernandes for Akmal JHD with the most deft of chips over the keeper. How do you like that?
I'm sure he's got a few things right today, but Mike Lebel could not have been any more spot on when he said, get the nuggets and get the dips. Get some chips out now as well. He's done it all today, Akmal JHD. Goals of every variety, with a variety of foot items too. He's through in here. Son, near post. A rare error as Akmal shakes the head. And the save comfortably made. Look for all money that it would be 3, but we can allow him, Treaders, a very rare mistake because he's simply not had many of those at all.
And the mistakes that he does make are normally either very early on in a break, and so it's just a guaranteed goal, and it's hardly a mistake, it's just a decision that he has to make. He's being forced to make by his opposition being so quick on the break, but the mistakes he is making are in non-impactful areas. So it means that Seri just says he's had enough. Doesn't want to play for the final attack. No stoppage time. 2-0 advantage to Akmal. But back to what I was saying about Akmal being so effective with the ball and off the ball. His mistakes have been so limited to what his opponent has been giving him. It means that his game is quite complete, and it might be just down to how comfortable he is in this 4-3-3 alongside the items he is using, making him feel totally at home, just like he's playing another game of Weekend League, but the stakes are so much higher than that.
For Seri 7's perspective, he was so happy to qualify for this event. He said, it's been a big effort. I don't want to lose to anyone, and my effort will not betray me. He thanked his friends. Flash forward to yesterday, where he lost against Sact. He simply said, Sact deserved it today. I will prepare better for Championship Sunday. Wonderful to see the good sportsmanship, but he can put that aside just for the time being. The winner will meet Sact. Seri could force a rematch, maybe even a reset, but first and foremost, it's Akmal JHD, the 2-goal lead with plenty of bodies forward. Robin, central to Jones. He'll keep going left to right. Back to this side. Jones to Madison. If there's been one foot item that's maybe let him down and been substituted early on, I will admit, it has been James Madison.
It's not quite up to standard, but you could say the same for a number of these items. But what you can't say the same for being not up to standard is his overall attacking play. A little bit fortunate with this rebound though. Seri dawdling on the ball, not anticipating the press after possession loss. And Akmal, the energy he plays with, he anticipates the AI tracking of the runs. And Seri just being caught off guard totally. And another opportunity just going begging, the fake shot inside. Akmal getting a little bit impatient there. And Seri survives yet again, but only to be surrounded by white shirts. And again, making these last second challenges before finally getting that ball out wide to safety.
Akmal JHD is not just taking East Asia by storm, he is winning plaudits from around the world. You can see it for yourself right now in the Twitch chat. You can go on social media, Instagram, Twitter, and so on. He is quite literally making this name for himself and must be full of confidence. Not just, of course, by the way that he is playing the game, by the support he is now receiving from people he doesn't even know. What a feeling that must be, like you can achieve anything. Seri 7, still 2 down and still just struggling to find the passing fluency. From South Korea, 43 in the world. I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. You don't get much closer in the rankings. 43 in East Asia versus 44. He comes forward now. Ronaldo almost through. Almost not good enough. Son gets past 3 defenders. Akmal, even in the build-up, it's incredible. The pass inside. Son to Madison. Forward to Bruno. Bruno on the left, but Neuer gets down well. Akmal think it was a penalty with the contact after the shot. Maybe. Madison heel to heel. Lovely pass. Outside to Rooney. Another foot item who's yet to put his mark on the game. Son is bundled over. Rooney wins it back. Akmal is unrelenting. Robin to Bruno. Right foot straight into the defender. But the ball sticking to his feet. The ball inside. Son is onside. And finally, a touch of respite. Seri 7 does get possession.
This is absurd, the amount of pressure Akmal is putting on Seri at the moment. He is not holding back. He can smell blood in the water, and he continues to force the ball through, willing it into the back of the net. Nothing Seri can do but look on in shock as Akmal takes a 3-goal ascendancy in this game.
Please do take that pause for all of us. Wow, we press after possession loss, hey? How many people are switching to that for the remainder of their weekend league? And for those going forward, the 4-3-3 will be back in vogue. Competitors all around the world at all stages or levels of competition will be taking notice. It was talked about earlier, Treaders. New names getting an opportunity to impress. And we've not seen any competitor from any region take up that opportunity like we are seeing Akmal JHD right now.
And the adjustments he's made to his game to ensure that he does control possession for longer portions of the game, it allows him to have just that bit more control. Seri being kept uncharacteristically quiet on the attacking end and playing some terrible passes at the moment, but maybe the counter press might be a way for Seri to establish a foothold in this game.
Ball bobbles around before finding the hands of Nick Pope. It stays 3-0. Absolutely wild to think that Seri was the victor just a day ago. Akmal, a different breed, a different mentality. It's one of those things. As the ball's played forward, the cutback is idealistic. Maybe another chip was on the cards, but I guess when you're feeling the way Akmal is right now, everything within your control, you might as well try it, Treaders. Most things he's done today have worked sublimely.
And we have to mention the other factor as he gets caught offside there. The distance between these competitors means that press after possession loss is so much more effective than we might see if these competitors are competing as if they were in a LAN setting. But in saying that, Akmal has made the adjustments required and is making it look like he is at a LAN, and Seri is playing from 5,000 kilometers away. Whipped in on the weak foot of Robin, 4-0 advantage, and we are only at the back end of leg one, a second leg to go.
The hat-trick for Son. Goals of every variety. This time the cross. He sees Son, and there's that vision. Once again, you cannot teach it. You have it or you don't. I'm excited for once, even just for a break in between leg stritters. We can watch these goals one more time. Is there one more chance for Seri? It's straight into the defender. It is the most convincing leg of any over the weekend. It's 4-0 as Son collects the digital match ball. In truth, Treaders, it could have been even more.
And even with it being quite a blowout in that sense, I feel that Seri, besides being frustrated himself, he just let himself go, let his head kind of lose control towards the back end of the matchup, and we're seeing those stunning goals with Seri just seemingly helpless and just forced to watch a few fortunate rebounds, but Seri opting to play a switch with L1 rather than use the right stick in a number of occasions, and this was after so much pressure. It was just a matter of time. Another rebound, and you gotta say, Akmal a bit fortunate on that occasion, but nonetheless ecstatic to continue the pressure. And when you keep that pressure on possession loss, the chances continue to come, and Akmal making that fourth chance count. He kept weight of possession, he kept the ball in his opposition's half, and when you have such vision in your passing, as you mentioned previously, it's only a matter of time before you find your opposition out.
You found him out time and time again. If you're Series 7, firstly, we do apologize because we've not talked too much about your gameplay. It is nothing personal. It's just the result of what we're seeing. What can he do, Treaders, to get us talking about him a little bit more? Get a hold of that football and score some goals of his own.
I think one brilliant idea that could work for him would be switching to a narrow 4-4-2 or 4-4-2 diamond, or the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, and matching up with that defensive mid. If you can keep that defensive mid occupied with a cam in and two strikers occupying those center backs, you'll find that making runs with your center mids or with those strikers will be a lot more potent looking for the most impactful word in that situation, because that's how effective it can be with those through balls to those two strikers, particularly when that CDM is simply locked to defending that cam and you can find a little bit more one-on-one opportunities. And I think that would be Seri's best way forward rather than currently sticking to the 5 at the back as he currently is.
Just because you have the defenders, the personnel back there, doesn't mean a heck of a lot when you're coming up against the onslaught, the press after possession loss of the 4-3-3. Part of the way he has gotten there is through exactly that, a formation and tactic combination that is great to watch. But he is also doing it with foot items that the Twitch chat can't believe. Twitter can't believe. Everyone is up in arms saying, how is this lad doing it, Treaders? Is it a matter of sticking to what you know through Weekend League, through qualification, of course? This is the broadcast weekend. To get here, you must play through some qualifiers off broadcast. He did not fail to score less than 7 goals in any of those matchups. In fact, he scored either 7 or 9 goals in all of those games. Using this same team, I ask again, Treaders, is it a matter of just holding on to what you know?
That just makes me so happy to hear that a competitor is sticking to his guns. I see time and time again competitors essentially crying about the meta of FIFA 21, but with competitors like Akmal doing what they do, it just makes you wonder whether the mentality has to shift from a competitor standpoint rather than trying to adjust to what the game is throwing at you. You make the game adjust to what you want to do and your understanding of football as a sport. As FIFA draws closer and closer to its real life counterpart, you have to wonder, particularly with the tactics that Akmal is using, are quite standard to what you would be seeing in real life, particularly throwing back to the Dutch systems of old, and even going back to Barcelona with Sonny acting as a false 9 in the Messi kind of role. It seems like he's taken the Guardiola system of 4-3-3 with a false 9, but using the striker as a false 9, and he's taken the lessons learned on the real life pitch and he's gone, you know what? I reckon I'm good enough to apply this to the virtual pitch. And that's exactly what he has done. And he's doing it to such a high standard. And by really buying into those tenets, it makes it that your opponent has to counter those tenets to a fuller extent. And if their footballing ability and football IQ isn't quite at the same level as Akmal's, then Akmal is just going to walk all over you because his game plan is a superior one.
It probably isn't stated enough. Obviously, other esports don't have that luxury where you can compare it to a traditional sport. But you see the likes of Tex talking about Liverpool, Dasari talking about Arsenal. They are FIFA esports competitors and FIFA fans. They are also people that enjoy watching the world game. Akmal, while being humble and saying he has somewhat of a limited ability there, will not be giving up anytime soon in his implementation. Behind that humility is this unerring belief of a gentleman without the ranking, without the team, but with the FIFA esports, unlike any we've seen from this region. Series 7 will be hoping to have something to say about that, and indeed, Sacked, who has that seat, the upper hand, if you will, in the grand final, but in the loser bracket final. Will we see more of the same from Akmal JHD, or can Series 7 step up to this monumental task? Son gets tackled well, and it stays on that 4-0 scoreline.
And as 1-versus-1 situations become harder to execute, and the overall scheme of playing football becomes more and more important. And a little bit of a goal line scramble, something we might be more accustomed to seeing in League 2 rather than our elite FIFA esports. But it's still enjoyable to see nonetheless. Not quite quality, but still entertaining.
Through ball, not quite there. We should probably as well draw that comparison that Akmal himself made to Bielsa, the Leeds manager. He got into the UK by compiling a dossier on every team that was hundreds of pages long. He evidently considers himself something similar, the FIFA version. And if I may quote him directly, he said, if Bielsa was Asian, he might appear to be something like me here in East Asia. Akmal implementing football philosophies. It has been a bit like Bielsa, all one-way treaders, very attacking, and he hasn't needed to change that mindset today at least.
And the thing that is really reminiscent of Bielsa ball, I guess, is those attacking, the way he uses those central midfielders as attacking 10s and indeed uses them to instigate that press. He might, and as well as the press after possession loss, it's very understandable that he likes Bielsa so much. But one thing Bielsa would not be happy with would be a turnover like that with so many numbers poured forward.
Every attempted through ball is red at the moment. Akmal with the quick player switch, finding that perfect balance of good positive defending like that in the midfield, mixed with some good jockeying and tracking back. Once again, player in the way, met by another player in the way. No way through for Series 7 just at the moment. That header back off the attacker, and everything going Akmal's way at present.
And Seri's game plan just seems to be someone who doesn't quite have the experience of competing against a heavy metal football 4-3-3, as we see that pass just overplayed a little bit, but the press after possession loss kicking in at the perfect time. Space now, cuts it back onto the right, and another stunning finish after Akmal sticks to his guns. And you do that chicken dance, son.
Cut it out, Akmal. Are you kidding me? Off the underside of the crossbar. That is near the perfect finish. The perfect amount of power. It is unblockable, unsavable, and Son almost through again, holding it up for a teammate. Bruno, 1-2. Neuer saves it, but when it's your day, ladies and gentlemen, it's your day. Madison now on the score sheet. The goals being piled on. And for poor Serie 7, seemingly little he can do.
For a competitor who scored 6 goals against Akmal and prides himself on his attacking play style, as we see Seri just losing his head at the minute. The mission of comeback gets harder and harder, but the game plan, he is stuck to plan A, assuming that his game plan against a weaker team, against an opponent that he's already beaten, will come off. But indeed, Akmal just too good, and his game plan executed to perfection so far.
Well, he brings them out occasionally. It's not like we're seeing a lot of skill moves or skill move cancels. Maybe a ball roll, a fake shot, but nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that only for items of a certain star rating can provide. Series 7 with CR7 Shot blocked. We won't talk about it nearly enough. But don't you dare forget how well Akmal has defended today, with only the back four, a defensive mid and occasionally centre mids. He is reading passing lanes and he is blocking shots.
This style is just absurd. The pace at which Akmal moves that ball from left to right, from behind to front. It's a thing of beauty, and he's deservedly taken a 6-goal advantage with 45 minutes remaining. What a king is Akmal.
One shot on target and 2 goals for Akmal. That's what happens when you hit the woodwork. If you weren't aware, as was stated, when it is your day, it is your day. I hate calling it early, Treaders, I really do. But at this scoreline, with the amount of time left, surely, without a formation change to talk about, we know what's going to happen. The scenario is apparent. We're going to have an Akmal JHD versus Sacked final. What a tantalizing encounter that is. Maybe the best we can hope for from this second half is some compilation goals. Wayne Rooney interception, and it is lasered into the top corner. Would you like a 7th? We're seeing them from all foot items, from all angles, and it just gets better and better.
Oh my goodness. Just have at it, why don't you? Brilliant from Akmal, bringing out the long shots. And Seri's game plan, 5 at the back, just gets more and more confusing the longer it goes on.
What type of noise did that just draw out of you, Treaders? I've not heard that sound before. But man is enjoying the quality strikes. We talked about Wayne Rooney, the foot item, pre-broadcast. Oh, he won't be starting. Maybe off the bench. As we see the chip, I believe, from an impossible angle. Impossible for anyone other than Akmal. He's got 7. He's looking for 8. He'll continue to press. And again, it could well just be about compilation goals. Come on, Seri 7. Get yourself on the score sheet. Man back post. It's out of play for a throw-in.
And unfortunately for Seri, having plan A and only plan A is haunting him at the minute. Going up against a 4-3-3 is an unusual task. But when you realize that your opponent is playing an unusual way, you have to have a backup plan, particularly if it's working for them.
Remaining composed there, Seri 7 to get the ball out of play. He's certainly committing numbers forward to his credit. He presses on, literally and figuratively. Unfortunately, there's just not a lot going on. I'm fishing, I'm looking for compliments, I really am. But what are you meant to do against Akmal JHD? I'ma lose it. This isn't even the grand final. I'ma wake up the neighborhood, ruin the microphone, and just play FIFA 21 all night long. I'm switching to the 4-3-3. I'm pressing after possession loss, and I'll probably get goal 3, but that's not the point. We have witnessed greatness from Akmal JHD. What is that? 8-0 on aggregate. I'm losing count, and I'm loving life. Not as much as the man from Malaysia. The 19-year-old is playing with a youthful exuberance.
I'm at a loss. It's just brutal the way that Akmal gets after the game. And for any competitor for Sacked watching this, knowing that Akmal is coming in hot and his hands are warm, and Sacked is just playing friendlies potentially. He will need. It's very reminiscent of Blue United Agu in the way he continues to attack without any worry about whether he will risk conceding, and trusting the defense and trusting your own ability in defense to get the job done.
Atal brought on. You see, if you bear with me for a moment, in the NBA, players stopping when the game is won. You're not going to see that same invitation right here and now. Akmal plays to the end, to that final whistle. And he's doing it with some enthusiasm, running through again, slide tackles everywhere. Son, would you like 6? Yes, please. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. It is Son's 6th. It is Akmal's 9. This is the loser bracket final. This isn't a group stage. This isn't off broadcast. This is as big as it gets. And it's about as one-sided as it gets. 5-0, 9-0 on aggregate.
I know we like to focus on the positives, but I don't quite understand what Seri is trying to accomplish at the moment besides stopping the flow of Akmal's goals. It seems as though he admitted defeat the moment the game started and Akmal scored his first goal. And Akmal, the kind of competitor that once he gets on a roll, he can be very hard to say no to.
Not a word seemingly in his vocabulary. Seri 7 beat Akmal yesterday, 6-5. Yesterday. The same competitors in the same tournament. It's 9-0 the other way. Do you understand, Twitch chat, what we're witnessing? It is ridiculous. It is incredible. Well, we hit double digits. The through ball, perfectly weighted. Robin, these are not normal goals. Every goal somehow gets better than the last. You will not see a through pass better than that. Robin first time, Iron Robin, that no other FIFA competitor is using. It is insane. Fair enough, Seri. I would not want to play any further. What have you to gain? I play a lot to make Treaders happy. Yep, that's pretty much about it. It is a horrible situation for Seri 7. There is nothing but good feeling towards that man who has to play out these minutes, who can just slide tackle around, I guess, because again, Akmal won't relent, and he doesn't have to. The scoreline doesn't matter. The win is all that matters. But he likes playing the game. He uses a squad that no one else does. He scores goals for fun. And if you're on the big stage, you're on broadcast with hundreds of thousands of people watching, you can understand why he presses, why he fights back, why he wants to keep piling on the goals. Good tackle to Seri 7's credit, and a bit of space perhaps at the other end.
Nope. Just straight back to Akmal. And as has been the story of the entirety of the game, as soon as Seri thinks he has a conventional attacking opportunity, Akmal has a player in the way, in the lane, and time again, he is making just perfect reads. Yao Felix A true weekend league warrior cutting back inside. And what a performance Akmal has put on.
Series 7 with his last chance to score a goal, but time is his enemy. Not so much as Akmal JHD. He moves on towards his first grand final and in no uncertain style. Treaders, your thoughts on that? Should you muster a sentence worthy enough?
I would be speaking for hours if I was to describe how wonderful a performance that was from Akmal, and may as well get the highlight started because we will be here forever.
Kyle and Mike, bad luck. We get them again. 1-0 early doors. The chip came out from Bruno. There's little we can say. There's little that Series 7 can do. We won't bother talking through them again. It's not because they're of any low quality. Fair enough. For Series 7's sake, let's stop that for a moment. I've got nothing more to say. Treaders, anything we could add would spoil that 10-goal performance. Akmal, you absolute king. Kyle and Mike, back to you.
Nate, Treaders, thank you so much for that one. I had to stop the replays from going out before we had our chance to have our say. Mike LaBelle, 10 goals to zilch, to 0 to in. Akmal JHD, we saw his smile, we saw evidence. I mean, Nate and Treaders, they're coming back. What did you make of it, Mike? It was just sensational.
That's a great way of describing what we witnessed. I feel bad for Siri because nobody's going to beat Akmal if he's playing like this. I think maybe the most impressive part is not just the scoreline or the amount of goals that were produced, but the versatility, the variety, just got a little bit of everything. I mean, he really brought out all the tricks, the flicks, the ways to finish. There's a bit of some good fortune on the bounce back there. He overwhelmed Siri in every regard. Akmal's not played a better game than that situation now. It's gotta be said, if he's growing in form, what's gonna happen in this grand final? Obviously, from the losers bracket, he would have to win twice. He'd have to force a reset. But I just can't see this guy being beat. Not if he's gonna replicate this type of form.
Looking at this game right here, looking at them, looking at what the goals were going. Mike, one thing you mentioned, you said when the ball bounces in your good favor, you know you're in for a good ride. And it did that for Akmal, and he just kept on going and going and going. But I want to talk about defensive work from him. I mean, what did he do to protect the lead, Mike?
I don't think in this case he had to do a lot of protection in terms of the lead that was produced. If anything, Siri was just so heartbroken from this FIFA joy that Akmal was putting together, that showcase. It made it very difficult for you to even believe there was a hope of a comeback. And the way that Akmal plays, where it is so decisive, it is so direct in many regards. Defensively, the way that he steps, it can get out of hand relatively quickly. And that's what happened in this game. And then we never really saw Siri. I don't think he ever arrived in this game. Look at this through ball. Just everything was clicking for Akmal.
Look, we can see here 10 goals to 0, 17 shots on target. Well, 17 shots, 13 on target. I mean, it was just non-stop. It was complete dominance right there, Mike LaBelle. And going into this final, we know, and we will talk about the fact he's got to reset the schedule. However, if there's one man that looks like he could do that, if there's one man I would not want to face, it would be Akmal JHD.
I don't want to face him either. I don't know if that was an open-ended question, if that was a statement, if you want me to agree or disagree, but I do not want to play this Akmal. I feel bad a little bit for Sacked, even though he has won, I guess, a match to his advantage, just based on him being in the winner's bracket. I don't know if there's a warm-up that can prepare you for what Akmal's been doing in this loser's bracket.
Right, looking at that right there, it is Akmal who goes through to that grand final. He will take on Sakt, who will have been watching that game. And surely, Mike, he's going to have to come up with something special. We can see the losers bracket. Akmal wins that losers bracket side of things. Look at the goals he scored. 8, 7, and then 10. Going forward into this grand final right now, Mike, I have a feeling it's going to be a high goal scoring affair once again.
I would backdoor on that. This is a lightweight 25 goals between round 2, 3, and then, of course, the loser bracket finale or onslaught or hammering. There was no mercy. He did not spare Siri whatsoever. I hope that Akmal keeps that same mentality. Sakt, I don't want to throw any disrespect on his name at all. Sakt deserves to be in the grand final. He's showcased what he can do. He's performed amazing this far in this event. I'm just trying to think how you can replicate or match somebody's form when you've been sitting there, your hands are cold, they're not warmed up. Even a warm-up game or multiple warm-up games, I don't know if it can prepare you for how aggressive Akmal plays. Until you really are in there and you're focused in that first game and you really can feel the pressure and the risk and the offside traps and the bodies that are flying at you in all sorts of different directions, and it's very unorthodox. It doesn't have a lot of structure. It's the YOLO-esque, for lack of a better way of describing his defensive approach to the game. But if he's seeing the game quicker than you, if he's clicking, you're going to feel it. You're going to know it. It might hurt your heart a little bit.
I just hope that Sakt has been warming up. He's been getting those hands warm, the fingers warm, because the grand final is just round the corner. Sakt, who we saw yesterday winning that winners bracket side of things, he takes on Akmal JHD. So many goals he scored in this losers bracket. Now he moves forward into the grand final. He's got to reset the bracket, so hopefully that can happen. These two will be going head to head. The grand final is just round the corner. Make sure you stick with us. It is the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 2. That grand final is just coming up after this short break.
FIFA Global Series 21 East Asia Qualifier 2 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. It is the East Asia Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker and we are minutes away from our grand final. Yes, all of the action yesterday and today has been leading up to this moment right here. 2 competitors going head-to-head. Akmal JHD coming off the back of a 10-0 win in that losers bracket final right there. He takes on Sact, who made his way through the winners bracket. To break it all down with me, we've got Mike LaBelle as well. Mike, once again, it feels like the winner coming through the winners bracket side of things, he's safe. They've got a 1-game advantage, but the person coming through the losers bracket, they have the momentum.
It does not feel safe. I wouldn't say that. If anything, I was going to say Sact, as impressive as he's been up to this point, we haven't seen him in action today. He's got to be feeling a little stiff, maybe a little intimidated. If you were nervous at all before heading into this final, if you just watched your opposition with Akmal just put on 10-goal unanswered streak in the loser bracket final. That's not a typo. When you say that, it sounds like an error. It sounds like we need to insert a correction. Be like, hey, Kyle, actually, it was 3-0. We appreciate you adding the additional 7, but 3-0. No, that was 10 goals. 10 goals unanswered with a clean sheet.
Absolutely. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And I'm looking forward to this grand final. So not only have you got something to look forward to on the pitch, but also off the pitch as well. You could be rewarded just for tuning in. Yes, during the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your viewership rewards. For the first time, you'll receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world competing at the highest level. All you've got to do is simply link your Twitch and EA accounts, watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on these select weekends, and you'll receive 1 FIFA Global Series swaps token per weekend. Now, tokens may take up to 7 days to appear in your account, and these tokens are redeemable in repeatable SBCs in FIFA Ultimate Team with some great pack rewards up for grabs. Remember, the more tokens you earn by watching on the select eligible weekends, the more flexibility you will have to decide which rewards to get. So don't miss out. Link your accounts, watch the FIFA 21 Global Series and redeem your rewards. That grand final is coming up very, very soon. And one man that is taking part is Blue Sact. Yes, he will be. And we thought, we're going to honor it. We're going to make something special. And that means that this weekend and this weekend only, if you watch more than an hour of FIFA Global Series action, well, you will receive an Atlanta United, FC Cincinnati and Blue United EFC Tifos. All you've got to do is make sure you're watching with a linked Twitch and EA account. So make sure you get it done, and those could be in your ultimate team within 7 days. Another thing that we have that is very special is the FIFA Face-Off. Yes, this is new. This is coming very soon, the 19th and 26th of March. A member of the FIFA community will team up with a FIFA Pro and a celebrity for a chance to win some of the $25,000 prize pool. It's going to be absolutely incredible over those couple of days. So for more information, go to ea.com/FIFA Face-Off. Mike, the attention turns to the grand final right now. How would you prepare if you just watched your opponent or someone that's going to be your opponent winning 10-0 in the match before they come up against you?
Well, this is a situation. Let me paint you a picture. Let's talk about the narrative. I believe that Sact can play at the same speed or a similar speed to Akmal, excuse me. But because you're cold right now, he's got to be able to basically not get, I guess, I don't want to say destroy, but he's got to limit the damage for that first half of the first game, because there's no way that you're going to be playing at the same speed, or I wouldn't think so, of Akmal right now. Akmal is moving at 100 miles per hour, and you're probably moving at 70 or 80. You played a couple warm-up games. You've been sitting in the grand final or the winner's bracket final the entire day. You haven't had to play any games yet today. So you just need to make sure that you do a little bit of damage control. You stay very competitive, and then you can kick in. You get used to it, because we've seen Sact adjust. We've seen that he's been able to score a lot of goals. He can score in bunches. He's got great balanced game, plays a favorite in this region. He's a household name. I can insert a lot of superlatives, and I don't think that Akmal should just steal all the attention. He deserves all these accolades and recognition that we're handing out. and all of these positives that can be associated. However, we still need to remember Sacked is there because of his results. He's undefeated, the only undefeated player left in the competition. Don't just start throwing shade.
Very true, very true. I'm looking forward to it. Two men that are looking forward to it as well, Nate and Treaders. Let's bring them into the conversation. Blue Sacked taking on Akmal JHD. We're jumping straight into the predictions. Treaders, I'm starting with you. Who are you going for?
I've got to take Akmal after what we've just seen from him. I can't change it up. Yeah, it's got to be the safe option, even though Sacked is a high-level competitor and he will be looking to disrupt Akmal. I think Akmal's offensive ability is just beautiful, just next level, and I think it'll be too much for Sacked to counter.
Nate, who are you going for in this one?
I'm going to go with Sacked. I think a massive thing in his favor is that he has one set under his belt, of course. For Akmal to succeed, he will need to win twice. It's possible, but I'm going to stick with Sacked.
And Mike LaBelle, what are you thinking?
Similar logic to Nate. I definitely think Akmal can beat Sacked. I just think he's going to struggle to beat him over two separate sets, is kind of the reasoning or the logic behind it.
Oh, I'm going to go with Blue Sacked as well. It's because I want that Tifo in my ultimate team. Let's see what happens. The grand final is about to get underway. It's the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 2. We're about to find our champion. Nate and Treaders, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Kyle. Thank you, Mike. And thank you, viewers, for going on this journey with us. My name is Nate Patrick, and I'm joined by Jay Treaders. It has been a championship Sunday like few other that we've experienced, whether commentating or watching. I'm sure you're in the same boat as us. An incredible run through the losers bracket. We've said before the cliche that a champion can rise through the losers bracket. None have risen like we've seen Akmal today.
And he's just risen to the occasion time and time again, faced with seemingly insurmountable odds for many a competitor, considering his formation choice, his team choice, well, the team has been forced upon him, and the opponents he's coming up against, and coming from the losers bracket, he continues to defy the odds and the expectations and continues to get the results.
I wouldn't quite say forced upon him. He's choosing the team as per the squad requirements. A reminder that competitors cannot simply use whoever they like, icons, team of the years, etc. Their squad must fit within those requirements. But it is a fair comment indeed from you, Joshua, that it is a team underrated and understated here in the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Regional Qualifier number 2. Will it be Sacked? Or will it be Akmal JHD? It is Blue Sacked in the darker blue kit, and he hits the crossbar with the first strike of the game, doing very well to slalom his way through. Again, if you need it repeated, you'll get it once from me now in this grand final, as Sacked is undefeated in this tournament. He just needs the one win. He can take an L. Akmal will need to beat him twice. An interesting statistic for you Treaders, having very quickly tried to compile it. And yes, Sacked has had less games, but Sacked has scored 13 goals in the tournament. Akmal has scored 12 with Son alone.
And it just goes to show how free-flowing Akmal has tried to be. And that utilization of Son maybe a little bit blown out by the previous game where he scored 10 goals all up. But there is that press on possession loss utilized to full effect by Akmal. Sacked knows what his items can do, what his players can do if he gives them the opportunity. Offside trap triggered, and triggered incredibly well.
Just seeing a comment or two. To reiterate, it is still a two-legged affair. Don't you worry. All matchups at this level of FIFA esports are. What we're saying is that Akmal JHD would need to do it twice over those two legs in order to be crowned champion of East Asia. Sacked will defend notably lower than other competitors. It has often been a hallmark here in FIFA 21. If you can defend deep and defend well, you have a great chance by being champion on that alone. However, if you look at perhaps Raja Pugu, he did defend incredibly well for most of his tournament. He struggled to create the goals at the other end. Jones to Son. Heel to heel, but met by navy shirts across that defensive line. Rooney gets it back. Son, 1-2. Would you like number 13 for Son? He's now scored as many goals with this foot item as Sacked has in the entire tournament.
And he continues sticking to his high pressure, highly aggressive attacking play style. Sacked, caught off guard by the 1-2s all the way up the pitch. And despite having Hullet and Vieira to his advantage, can only watch as Akmal carves his midfield up like a sandwich.
I'm not sure how you're preparing your sandwich, Shredders. It sounds intense. Intense. The best way to describe Akmal's play today. We've talked about the goals, the foot items, and the goal scorers. But his defending has been remarkable. Defending from the front, the wingers pressing on the fullbacks, the striker and centre mids on the central players. So many turnovers. And Madison gets a leg in the way. Varane, good control into Son. I thought that was a perfect moment to illustrate the defending. Credit Sacked. He gets through down the other end. Mbappe, through ball, and it's through again. Kulusevski makes it 1-1. It is direct counter-attacking FIFA 21 at its very best.
And that's a feature of Sack's gameplay. Knows when to hold up. A bit fortunate for that to go between the legs of Nick Pope. But a little bit of fortune required if you're to take down the rampaging Akmal, and Sacked finding fortune on that occasion.
Just the second goal scored by Kulusevski for Sacked this weekend. Ter Stegen just controlling it enough for that man. He's setting off with quite a few manual runners. It's leaving space in behind. Akmal's good to find it. Rooney using that space. But there is the mixture of defending that has made Sacked so good. Only conceding 2 against Kun and 5 against Seri 7. I said he has that low block. He can also mix it up, bring up a centre back, and make the manual challenge higher up the pitch.
And that is what is required and what will be continued to be required if he is to challenge Akmal. Dangerously trying to play out from the back is Sacked. And when the threat is starting to amass, we're seeing those tactical fouls come out from Akmal, who would prefer to defend with a much more set defense rather than when he's got bodies that have flown forward in attack, such as the pace he attacks at. In the blink of an eye, he can have a very solid counter-attacking opportunity, and FIFA 21 isn't particularly known for how strong the counter-attacks are consistently.
Very good tackle by Sacked in this first half. of the first leg of the grand final is flying by. Pope brought out, Neymar ball roll. The chip was on, and Sacked realizes that now. A cry of anguish when the keeper is called out and stays out. The ball roll is very much so you go to, but upon retreating, Nick Pope is simply not getting back in time anyway. That moment is done. Look at Sacked, the hands on the head. You know that was a big moment. He'll have to put it out of his mind and look ahead to the second half. The 4-1-2-1-2 Treaders, you called for it. Staying nice and narrow. The perfect counter to the 4-3-3.
And it just seems to be that you need to have a purpose-built plan to take on Akmal. Otherwise, he will walk all over you if you try to play against him with tactics you might use for any other competitor and have success with them. But such is Akmal's intensity of play that if you want to have any chance of controlling the game, you need to adjust your play style and make those adjustments quickly and try to hit him just as quickly as you make those adjustments.
It is a brilliant point from you, Treaders. There's no point going to your plan B or plan C when it's been prepared for something you haven't yet faced. The formation and custom tactics, yes, somewhat standard in nature, but for a weekend league level, not in a regional qualifier, and as such, coming up with a new game plan, a different game plan, absolutely crucial. It doesn't mean a crazy formation. It means with your custom tactics and player instructions, making the necessary adjustments, because Sacked has liked that 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. It's just he's playing it differently, making the adjustments. Pope out again. Ball played across. When will Sacked decide he wants the chip? There's another shot straight at Pope. Ball retained and then forced out of play. Two golden opportunities for a very meta finish. The first time he tried the ball roll, that time passing inside, but there were simply too many bodies in the way.
And unsurprisingly, Sacked very pragmatic with his substitutions, realizing that he's just being run ragged by Akmal attacking the wings in the 4-3-3. And time again, Akmal finds so much space. The ball roll, such a crucial skill for him. And now the press after possession loss will continue, but players not as advanced as previously. That player standing in the dugout, not able to impact the play from there.
And there is yet another benefit of the press. Sacked, who loves playing it short from the back, has no short pass on. Goes for the long ball. The player looked to be in space. I guess technically he was. Not the type of space he was envisaged. I'm leaving that word alone because Sacked is at the other end. Look at him go. This is the counter we wanted. Straight through Neymar and Mbappe again. He hits it narrowly. I'm glad I could bail out of that sentence. But Sacked with yet another chance. Are you kidding me? The finishing, not the quality he desired. I guess we credit Akmal. He's gone with Nick Pope, much maligned. He is standing up big, quite literally, in these clutch moments.
And the lack of chipping from Sacked is incredibly surprising considering his pedigree. And again, through on goal, 4-5 clear-cut chances. That one less clear-cut than the previous. But the finishing for Sacked, just not quite there at the moment. Maybe a product of not being warmed up. But eventually, for Sacked, he will strike. Continues to power on through, utilizing that hullet on the right foot. And punishes Akmal for stepping up too much.
The weight of opportunities telling. Pope got there again. but could not get down quick enough. I maintain that he would do well to utilize the chip shot, with Nick Pope continually being called out by Akmal. But Hullet, like he did yesterday, on the right foot underneath the keeper. At the other end, João Felix under a lot of pressure, rather blazing over that crossbar.
Such a big opportunity for Akmal to equalize off the kickoff. Getting a little bit, unfortunately, predictable. But credit to Sacked in matching the formation makes it difficult for Akmal to continue to build up and have the joy that he's been looking for. And again, that turnover leading to a very strong counter-attacking opportunity. Sacked, baited into playing that through pass. And Akmal will continue to look to push the pace, get that ball forward as quickly as possible. Press on possession loss will come into full effect. And if you want a header one, who else would you pick but Team of the Year, CR7, or one of his informed variants?
Good defending from Akmal. Crucial to defend with your midfielders as much as possible. And how about at the other end, it's Sacked, switching to his defenders early to track back the very feature that has been so impressive by Akmal. Robin trying to find João Felix. Michael Abel said Sacked can win this game. He has the tools, but he will need to raise his game. Well, he's doing that very much indeed, exceeding his abilities from his games yesterday. This first leg almost done. Keeping Akmal to 1 goal in a half would be a feat indeed. That through ball a little heavy. Can't get the third just yet. But Sacked again, raising the level of his game and looking the goods. Akmal through ball to Son. A few ball rolls, plays it inside. Atal tackled well again. Blue United Sacked. We can't see his face at the moment. You can only imagine he is concentrating hard.
In full gamer mode at the moment and being incredibly composed, will look to control this first leg out. Still a long way to go, and very smartly tackled by Sacked. Very last gasp opportunity here for Akmal.
We call that one a professional foul. It is smart, it is clever, and indicative of the way he has played throughout that first leg. Akmal JHD today at times has looked unstoppable. Doesn't matter who he was up against, whether that very opponent had beaten him the day before, he was turning things around. But Blue Sacked, Treaders, going the 4-1-2-1-2. Had to come back from behind, but looked more in control the more this contest played out.
And early on, the warning signs were there, but it's the benefit of having a coach behind you, an organization such as Blue United. And the 2 goals that Sack scored were very similar to each other in that it went directly between Nick Pope's legs. And here we see the opportunities that went begging for him. But as the game, the first leg drew to a close, we just saw time and time again Sacked get drawn, Sacked rather playing more out Akmal JHD, just waiting for the press to evade. And by waiting and being composed, he was able to control the game and establish his tempo of dominance over the clash. It'll be a little bit different to start the next leg because Akmal's players will be full of stamina and full of energy to play the style that Akmal wants to play, and Sacked will need to be ready for the early onslaught.
Again, I believe it was Mike who pointed out that when Akmal gets that first goal, or indeed the first couple in that opening half, he seems unstoppable. the players running all over you, and then the pressure piles up and it feels like you have nowhere to go. But back here in this grand final with Blue Sacked just one leg away from being the champion of East Asia, it is maybe a matter, Treaders, of the goals that could have been 4 opportunities, by my count, where the chip was most likely on. Indeed, Akmal scored a few of those himself. He's tried another method to score, and it hasn't quite worked.
And if we're going off the old XG, expected goals, those were opportunities that in FIFA 21 you would count as 75% opportunities, which would put Sacked up around the 3 or 4 expected goals mark with those opportunities alone, let alone the opportunities that he did eventually finish. So Sacked able to take advantage of the weight of goal scoring chances and take the 2-1 advantage as we go in towards the second leg.
2-1 on aggregate in this grand final. If Sacked can keep this margin, he will be crowned champion of East Asia. Akmal JHD needs to come back and then would need to do it all again, having forced the reset. Shredder's rightly pointing out the value of a good esports organization at Blue United, backing their competitors. Sacked from Japan, I believe, is the 8th highest ranked Japanese competitor. It just goes to show the immense talent from that region. Maybe similar to football, if you're new to FIFA esports, you have a very Euro-centric point of view, and I could understand it. It is arguably the most popular form. But just like in football, the quality in Asia cannot be denied when it comes to FIFA esports.
And because we haven't seen that ball go out just yet, Madison's seems to be taking a spot up next to the striker, unless we've seen a change of tactics already from Akmal. And that looks like that could have possibly been a penalty shout. But Sacked is able to get away with it. Maybe Akmal seeing the tactical disadvantage from the 4-3-3 taking on the 4-1-2-1-2 has an opportunity once again going begging for Sacked. But it does indeed seem that Akmal will continue his 4-3-3 inspired onslaught.
Good defending deep from Akmal. Rooney to Robin. Wonderful to see that foot item doing it on the big stage. We maybe thought his time was done until the foot item was released. The flashback, 88 overall, 93 pace, 90 dribbling, 87 shooting. Don't worry about the right foot. He does it all with the left. And Akmal has given us the Robin of old here in FIFA 21.
And this Zakaria for Sacked needs to be put on a podium at the moment for Sacked if he's able to get this result. So huge has he been and so responsible in retaining possession and also winning the ball high up on the pitch and preventing Akmal from going on his counterattacks. He's such a big body and he continually gets in the way and just puts enough doubt in Akmal's mind as to what the next best pass is. Very expertly controlled by Sacked. And as we've become accustomed to seeing from Sacked, the manual switching, the manual defending up to standard time and time again in defense.
And again, have one more, unfortunately, from his point of view, the giveaway. And you see the press to Stegen now, going long, but going central. It's not working there either. Akmal with Son. Back he goes, rarely back. Sideways and forward, sure. But he has been full of intent with his passing range. Robin looking for the 1-2, and there is Zakaria once more sacked. Would love to dominate a bit more of possession. Dominate possession in any form. However, being forced to play a little more on the counter. It's what champions do, Treaders. Adapt their game plans and styles depending on your opponent.
And time again, we see whoever has the mastery of the most formations, or at least a mastery of their game plan, is the one that can outperform and get the victories. And Akmal here, through on goal. He will not miss with that Heung-min Son equalizer, and a massive message sent to Sacked. I'm still here. I can still score these goals.
As straightforward as you like, onto that right foot and finessed calmly. 2-2 on aggregate. Akmal 1 goal closer to forcing the grand final reset. If you're keeping count, yes, that is 14 goals with Son over this weekend for Akmal JHD. Will it be the last? Rather, a few more coming. Robin going for the ball, missing it completely. In a past iteration of FIFA, that could be red, just the yellow. What drama that might have been.
Tell you what, I've seen some of my foot items been given red cards from those situations. And we're seeing yet again Sacked looking to be creative, trying to whip a cross in, and that ball not quite meeting the target. Time and time again, Sacked is marshalling Akmal very expertly, but Akmal can just turn it on at the flick of a wrist, and referee, he was through.
Sorry, mate, no time left on the watch. We have a grand final to get through. That one hurts. If you're Akmal, obviously nothing you can do, no one you can argue against. But as we all do when we're playing a game of FIFA at any level, you start to verbalize what's happening internally, your frustrations. The top competitors will move on from any setback. Akmal will have to go again. It's Sacked with possession from the kickoff. We are tied up at 2-2. One more goal, and Sacked will be crowned champion of Asia. Akmal needs one just to force the reset. Going forward, Mbappe only gets himself into more danger. And straight up the other end we go. Akmal through ball down the line. João Felix. Bruno, he'll give it straight back. Felix tackled well. Nicely done once more. Deep in defense from Blue Sacked.
And the end-to-end action continues. Sacked knowing his players can perform an incredibly efficient hold-up role. Tierney finding João Felix yet again. This out ball being incredibly effective in starting these counter-attacks for Akmal. And the turn inside is brilliant. And the finish had to be blocked, and was.
Son denied his 15th. Akmal denied the lead. At the other end we go. Player crudely taken out. Moments passed. Through ball down the line, no good. Look at the high tempo of passing. Kulusevski, Walker sliding in. Akmal with his variety of defending. But Sacked gets it back. This is the grand final we wanted. Where's the moment of quality to get one of these competitors the lead? Mbappe's through. Mbappe near post. What a save, Nick Pope. Gets down. And once again, the holy goalie standing in the way. Another one for the highlight reel. Ronaldo does well to keep it in play. Akmal might have to tweet Nick Pope after this if he is to be successful. Nick Pope might not understand what's going on. But the gesture very much needed. At the other end, Akmal trying that through ball. It stays somehow with Son. Robin on the left. Rooney. Robin. João Felix. Can't find a way through.
Unfortunately for Akmal, that run from Robin just effectively ran the defender directly into the path he wanted to take. And those are the margins that you're looking at when two high quality, high standard FIFA esport competitors meet up. And Sact is expertly waiting, being so patient, and huge challenge, and I think we've got an offside call at the end of that.
Zakaria taken off, which I'm quite surprised with personally. Maybe it's a stamina thing. It didn't even look that low to me. But we've commented on that foot item throughout the weekend. Not often used. And I'm sure a bit of bias from myself anyway. See you later, lad. Walker down the line for Akmal. We haven't had a goal now for 40 in-game minutes. Son over the top, through ball to the substitute, and nothing doing. Look at the press. It is unrelenting. Etal needs to go back as Jones has started so many of these attacks for Akmal. Etal to Bruno, somehow finding the room for these passes. And Walker there to win it back once more. We go again. Bruno to Son, set off on a run. Defender in the way. And Sac's fingers are working overtime here, switching to players in defense as quickly as his controller will allow.
And Akmal just being read expertly, but Akmal's defense is really stepping up for him in this game. Massive challenge, no foul given, but that central defensive mid substitution paying off for Sact, who continues to try to work the ball. That's a clear foul in a dangerous position.
Managing to get that crucial touch, but then unable to do anything with it. That set piece routine, you know it's coming. Stopping it is something altogether. João Felix is sent away. Good tracking back. There's an overload of numbers on the right-hand side, but the pass is left short. You can feel the tension. It is palpable right now, and Son brought to his knees. No foul. The challenge from Varane is clean. And we stay still at 2-2. Kulusevski for Sact. The 1-2 with Hullet. He was ahead of his player, not risking it, is Sact. Goes wider still. Cuadrado. Really good tackle. We know we're going to talk about goals. That's what the highlights will be made up of. But the last-ditch tackling from both competitors, sublime. Sact with a few minutes left. One more goal for champion status. Tierney lunges in, Sact lunges back. Akmal staying in this grand final by one outstretched leg.
The close control of Sact is really coming into its own at the moment. The left stick dribbling, the agile dribbling. That pass, not quite what he was hoping for. But Sact seemingly wanting to get this game over and done with before we go to extra time, was ploughing players forward. But it looks like Akmal, no, Sact will get the final attack.
There's not much time. We play on momentarily, but there it is. Still level, Phil Neville, it is. 2-2. Sacked looks exhausted. He's not actually played today. He's been chilling, playing friendlies, preparing himself. I say it slightly in jest. And I agree with your assessment, Treaders. It seemed that Sacked did not want this extra time. He wanted it done. One more goal would see him with that title. But it is extra time. They cannot be separated. Akmal's incredible run continues for at least 30 more in-game minutes. The extra time stanzas really do fly by. Hold on to your hat if you're wearing one. Cuadrado. Very heavy touch, uncharacteristic, but great if you're Akmal. Atal in tow. We go down the other end. Sacked. Kulusevski. Through ball. Mbappe fake shot forward. There's a man in the middle. He's not used him. He gets him now. Oh, it's an excellent extra pass. And Zach does have his goal. It's Neymar in the 96th minute here in extra time.
And if there's any time to hit the extra pass, it's when you've been struggling to finish. Create the extra space. The fake shot upon receiving the ball allows Neymar space on the left foot. And Nick Pope, as good as he's been for Akmal so far, will never be saving those.
The foresight not to play the obvious ball, to work it around for that clearer chance. Is that the goal of a champion? Sacked, playing more directly this time. Ronaldo with the hold-up. Look at this overlap, near side. Happy to take it wide. He wants the support. But you know what's coming. If you're going to take that foot off the gas pedal, Akmal will run at you. Manual tackles aplenty. João Felix with 3 around him. Very hopeful through ball, nothing doing. And at this far side, Ruud Gullit. He does not have the pace. He's got a lot, Ruud Gullit, but not enough pace on that occasion. The first period of extra time almost at a close. Lovely pass from Gullit. Ronaldo, Tierney in the way. And surely that will be out for that first period. Honestly, these mannerisms from Sacked are something to watch by themselves. I know you're here for the gameplay, for the foot items, but just have a look at the emotional drama unfolding before you as well. Akmal, you wouldn't know that he's behind. How many beverages does Sacked have going at the moment? A variety indeed. The nervous sips of a man who is 15 in-game minutes away from getting a major title. It would be the biggest moment of his young career. The man from Japan, representing Blue United. Will he reward them with a trophy? Mbappe, Nick Pope, are you kidding me? He's offside, even when he doesn't need to save it. Nick Pope, with those long arms, throwing out a glove.
And the secret for Sacked, as we're drawing to the back end, has been the utilization of his fullbacks and space for laners. Massive moment. Akmal's super sub hasn't scored a goal for him as yet and had his opportunity to get his name up in lights. And unfortunately for him, he has to go again. Back to the drawing board. And Sacked breathes a sigh of relief. No beverage sip that time.
Inez with just the one all the way back in Akmal's first game of competition. He's not going to score his last, it seems. Sacked. Mbappe, dangerous sliding challenge. Ronaldo shanks that so very horribly wide.
The nerves from Sacked taking on first time opportunities. No matter the result for Sacked as well, the way he has gone about the game will hold him in good stead for the future FIFA 21 tournaments, and indeed for qualifier number 3 coming up. Sliding challenge as Akmal realizes he needs to get this ball and get it back quickly, otherwise this fairy tale run is at an end.
Sack's mentality has changed. He just wants possession. And you're right, Shredders, Akmal only now realizing that there's 1 minute left. Who's that off? It's going to be Akmal's ball. 30 seconds remaining. It needs to be a through ball. It is. It's perfect. Lainez on the right foot. Man in the middle. It's on! Are you kidding me? He doesn't even move, Akmal. But we're headed to a penalty shootout with a goal with the last kick of the game. The good news is, if you're looking for good news, and you are, Sacked can still take this championship through a penalty shootout. He will shoot, and it is straight down the middle for Akmal. Into the side netting to make it 1-1. Sacked needs nerves of steel. Akmal appears to have them. The perfect pen. It's 2-1 to Akmal JHD, and then the equalizers there. 2-2. Look at Sacked. Hand on head. And he makes the save. Sacked. The moment's back, lad. Would love to score this one, but guess who's there? We stay at 2-2. Sacked cannot sit still. And there he is again, Akmal with the lead. Neymar with a patented run-up. And it is so very, very wide. Akmal with a double chance. If he scores this, it's the reset, it's a save. But Sacked needs one of his own. And it's straight down the middle. 3-3. We go on. Big save. And it's a huge opportunity for Sacked. He steps up with Kulusevski, and Nick Pope says, "Get that out of here." This drama unfolds before our eyes. Calmly slotted down the middle. And now Sacked needs to score to stay in the shootout. He's denied. Grand final reset. If you don't mind, last minute equalizer. Penalty kick saved. Penalty kicks scored. The fairy tale has another chapter. We've got the grand final reset. At every moment, at every opportunity that Akmal is given to step up, Treaders, he does so, and in no uncertain fashion.
He does not quit. He keeps on fighting, and we love to see it. Grand final reset. Here we come.
I'm going to take a deep breath. I'm going to take one of those sips of a beverage that I feel like poor Sacked cannot get enough of. His head must be spinning. Ours are too. You at home, get ready to do it all again. The grand final reset coming up in just a moment's time. To take us through the first iteration, we throw it back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate, Treaders, thank you so much for that one. I mean, mine and Mike were both unmuted during that penalty shootout. Mike LaBelle, we were both making some noises that I'm glad they weren't going out on stream, because wow, what a 2 legs, and then what a penalty shootout.
I cannot believe it. This is a good example. I'm telling you, it might just be Akmal's time to score last minute like that. And then even in penalty kicks to get the save, we needed the save to push it onward. And this is unbelievable. You can't be disappointed here. Good morning to everyone, or good afternoon, or good evening. If you're just tuning into the stream, we're in the finals. We've got a bracket reset, and we're getting some real top quality FIFA here between the two clear best players from East Asia. Overlapping run, Ruud Hullet taps it home.
I mean, we saw the emotion on the faces of both competitors throughout that game. We saw so many last-minute, last-ditch defending. But we thought, when they got opportunities, you thought, all right, they're going to put these away. Akmal, he did just that, looking so cool, so calm, so collected. It was 2-2. But it was, oh, look at that, a save again, one-on-one, the defending. We can talk about the penalties, we can talk about the goals, but Mike LaBelle, those last-ditch saves were incredible.
It was a wild game. I won't lie, my hands are kind of sweaty. I don't know why, I was just watching, but I'm feeling it. I stood up, I sat down, I yelled, I reacted, I sipped water the same way Zach was drinking his water. This is wild. And then here's the goal. This is 120th minute, that extra skill move, to have that in your locker. And what he's been able to achieve, Akmal, with Sonaldo, the true Sonaldo, unbelievable. Looks very confident in pens. You see these kind of slow rollers. That's a technique for taking penalty kicks. They should pull our reactions, really, Kyle. They should pull them, because, like I said, our mics were open so we could hear each other. And during pens, it was, no, don't, what? That was kind of how it was going. So
you can see the stats right there. 4-3 was on penalties, but there were 8 penalties taken apiece from these 7, I should say, sorry, and 7 penalties. Akmal scored 4 of them. Sak scored 3. Set up the grand final reset right now. And Mike LaBelle, all I've got to say is Akmal is going to be full of confidence moving forward.
And on the reverse end, Sak has to be hurting, because he's been in positions like this before as well. So you start to think to yourself, oh no, not again. And I don't want to bring that negativity, but it's just the reality of the situation. That's why we have a lot of competitors who run into issues with winning those finals. Think about it through the last 3 or 4 years, Kyle. We've been involved in the esports space, in the ecosystem. There's been a lot of guys that have had to battle through multiple defeats in the semis or in the finals before actually getting that victory, mainly because maybe they weren't ready for it. They're just missing that extra oomph, that self-belief that is necessary to close out a game in the 120th, or to close out a game in the 90th, or to get that late goal in a really big moment. And I touched on it earlier, but when you're looking at winning events, you're always going to need just a little touch of luck. And then you got to do what you're going to do with that piece of luck, but it's part of it. So now we have the bracket reset. I'm looking forward to it. I asked for penalty kicks. I said it was the only thing that we've been missing today. We had lots of goals. There's the penalties. So now I'm satisfied. We're good to go. Anybody's game. Sudden death, single limb now. Well, maybe not single limb. You got the 2 legs, but whoever takes this takes the big chip.
That's
your title.
It. The winner is crowned champion of the East Asia Qualifier number 2. Let's throw it straight over to Nate and Treaders. Let's get into it. The grand final bracket resets. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. We will try and compose ourselves once more. That, Treaders, it cannot be overstated. Moments that competitors live for Sak, a moment, 2 moments, or 3 that he would oh so dearly want back.
And we think back to the first half of the first leg where Nick Pope seemed to be unstoppable, but in all reality for Sak, all he needs to do is take a chip, have that extra X factor in his arsenal to really capitalize on those big moments.
Absolutely huge moments. Again, you can see what it means to him. It's all good and well for Treaders and I to sit here and tell you what it might mean, what they should have done. Just see the reaction from Sak himself, and it will tell you everything. The universal language that is FIFA esports, whether you've been there playing kickoff with your mates, or whether you're sacked in a grand final, you You want those back. You want them framed. You want them stored somewhere so you can learn and go again. What about Akmal? He just does not quit. We talked about it before. Today has been more of a demolition for him. He has showed us something else entirely. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the great FIFA esports stories is unfolding. The fairy tale, does it continue for Akmal JHD, or can Sact refine that composure and take out this grand final reset? It is he on the ball, and it is Ruud Gullit who scored for him in that first grand final iteration, making it just the 2 goals in the tournament. Neymar with a chance, Sact with the overplay. We have to get our heads ready in this game, Treaders. I'm still thinking about that last-minute goal that sent us to the penalty shootout.
Just absurd was that entire situation that unfolded. Sacked with opportunities to ice that previous leg, or that previous match rather, and avoid the reset. However, you cannot underestimate the importance of being warm and having less mental fatigue, having the confidence to go forward and take on these big moments. And it seems like, as Akmal almost getting a break there, enough space for Robin to potentially finesse it, to really capitalize on those moments. And time again, we see advantage to those who play the most. Winners bracket, not necessarily a true way to identify who will win as we go deeper and deeper into these tournaments.
An overload on that far side. The ball eventually finds Kulusevski. Tierney with the perfect touch to get it under control. It is, of course, Blue Sac's first defeat in this entire tournament. The Son 1-2 with Rooney. That ball across, almost what was required. Defender in the way. If you are just joining us, it is something special on Championship Sunday. The favourite, Blue Sac, not just on results, through his team, through pedigree, was moments away on several occasions from being champion, only for Akmal to deny him time and time again. A dramatic last kick equaliser. Don't worry about last minute. It was the last touch before the penalty shootout, where even in that, Sact had the advantage. Akmal does not give up. Today alone, he has scored 25 goals. That's before we get to the grand final. And then in that grand final, he shows nerves of steel, that skill move to get through for the strike. If you know anything about the game, you'll know how special that was.
The composure in that situation, and it didn't even show on his face, the stress and the amount of pressure that he is currently under, facing the highest of caliber of opponent from the region. And now Akmal able to make his chance and opportunity in the spotlight count. Advantage Akmal, but still such a long way to go.
No surprise that it's Son. Number 15, for goodness sake. Will someone contain that foot item for Akmal? No one has yet found a way. Akmal with the slender advantage and plenty of time left. It is again a two-legged affair. So as much as you can, settle yourselves in. It's 1:15 in the morning where I am, wherever you are around the world. Get excited. Maybe try and show some consideration for those around you, which is the last thing I'm doing right now. Rooney for Akmal. The through ball not on. Madison, Rooney overlap. He goes for the heavy touch and it works. Past the man. Look at the lack of support here for Wayne Rooney. That's the best outcome for Akmal. And he gets the corner kick. Player called short. Madison used. He wants it to the edge of the area. That's a little further back than desired. Son to Jones. Really good defending to break up the play from Blue Sack. With his opportunity at the other end, it's Hullet, Mbappe. Fake shot to try and create the angle. Defender in the way. And it's a 3-on-2 here. Defenders now piling back. Robin going a little wider than Akmal would have liked him to. What an interception, but that's a terrible pass. Is Son onside? He is. And a very rare miss with Akmal through that foot item. Heung-min Son.
It's too much time in the end for Akmal. And I wonder how important a moment that will prove to be. Both competitors playing in the narrow formation, essentially matching each other and throwing the gauntlet down to the other competitor and saying, you know what? I think I'm better than you, and I think I can outperform you in this formation.
The battle within the battle. It's the type of game you're nervous and you're not even competing in. You want it to be over, and at the same time, you don't want it to end. Akmal JHD is adapting on the fly. From out-and-out attack to brilliant low-set defense. He likes that early press. Even he is learning to contain oneself. Second half of this first leg in the decider underway. Keep an eye out for you-know-who. Heung-min Son lurking, called back a little deeper on that occasion. The through ball does not get through the line for Sacked. He too is showing his ability to adapt. From his play yesterday, he has become even more direct. The 4-1-2-1-2 leads its way to that play style. But he's hitting new heights in general play. Can he find the clutch moments to match? Lovely pass, Mbappe. The sliding challenge from Akmal, incredible. Sacked with the smile. He's giving us the full range of emotions that only FIFA esports can bring. All the way back out near the halfway line. Pass inside, Mbappe denied. And Sacked continues his search for the equalizing goal.
And that offside trap activated early for Akmal. And the defending from Akmal has been incredibly last-ditch. Corner whipped in now. But the last-ditch defending has been on point time and time again. The timing of challenges has been perfect. With Sacked, this Hullet, unfortunately, has just been too clunky to really impact the attack the way that that Akmal's Bruno Fernandes, and that is a massive giveaway. Numbers forward, Zakaria still getting back on his feet.
Heung-min Son, he was through. The ball played to Madison. I wonder if that's what Akmal actually wanted. The lack of power on the pass, meaning maybe it pulls up for Madison instead. Sacked with Mbappe, Ronaldo, driven pass, oh what a finish, and what a goal. Before the camera can even keep up, Mbappe gives Sacked that goal he craved so dearly.
And that's how direct you have to play against Akmal, because if you give him the chance to make the interception, or if you give him the chance to make a read or a tackle or a block, he will be making it. So on point has his defense been so far. But on that occasion, the speed and the energy at which Sacked played with matched the energy that Akmal has displayed throughout the tournament so far.
At the other end, Penendez ball roll, and it just sucks the energy out of the room if you're Sacked. He has this habit, Akmal, when his back is up against the wall, of responding in kind and just doing it so quickly, so efficiently. It is a clinic at times. And it is Bruno Fernandes giving Akmal JHD back his lead.
And there is no more important items that Akmal or attribute than the 5-star weak foot. And time again, Sacked is getting in behind. But his ability to finish those opportunities just not up to standard and may come to bite him as the game ticks on.
Ronaldo, and it's Pope again. If Sacked is giving us the full range of emotions, Pope is giving us the full range of saving animations. He's gotten down low. He's rushed out. He's diving across the face of goal in regular time and extra time in the shootout. What do you have to say or do, Treaders, to get Akmal JHD even a little bit flustered? He does not seem to change his nature, regardless of the game situation. I've not quite seen a competitor, not just in FIFA esports, in any esport, with composure quite like this.
Particularly considering the way that Akmal is playing as well. Normally with our more composed competitors, they'll play a possession, heavy style, not be flustered by anything, and it will kind of match the attitude at which they approach FIFA esports rather, just wear your opposition down. But Akmal playing with such high energy, and it just isn't apparent on his face. He's just totally locked in, not even aware of the opportunities at his fingertips. Finally, a little head movement back, realizing the opportunity that was presenting itself there. Attempted set piece, and Sacked clears it for yet another corner.
You do wonder, one way or another, if we will see an outpouring of emotion when this grand final reset is finally over. And to you, FIFA still to come before that moment takes place. Akmal with Jones, the 1-2 with Robin. First time pass to Son, gets his defender one-on-one. That cannot apply the finish. Straight up the other end we go, near side. Kulusevski with no support, has to go backwards. Neymar gets that all-important first touch. Ronaldo, look at the extra body. Akmal sees the extra body, immediately covers the passing lane. Hullet met with two defenders. It's brilliant again from Akmal. Goes to the top of screen. João Felix has his support runner. Jones bail out, wanting to go back to his defensive mid position. And as he didn't manually trigger that run, he was left a man short in attack. At least Jones is back here in this end-to-end play. Centre back brought out. And Mbappe does not get the shot for Sacked. Only a few minutes remaining here in leg one. Sacked, searching for the equaliser. Ronaldo, Kulusevski. Is that a player running into another player on the same team? It didn't look like a challenge, at least one done intentionally. You highly doubt that Akmal would manually challenge from behind. The moment passes. Ronaldo. Zach still with the chance. Slide tackle doesn't come off. Sliding attempt in goal. Similarly so. And Akmal with a 2-1 lead. Sacked is getting opportunities. Has struggled to convert. And Akmal, the calmest man on the planet right now, whatever time period you're in, you should be chill. We're sitting here watching a game of FIFA 21, for goodness sake. But it's Akmal who is calm and composed, and the rest of the world that he has absolutely shook.
And we're seeing time and time again Akmal recovering from his early... I remember early on today we were a bit concerned about the way that he had to create so many chances and opportunities to score, yet to even score a goal and register. This is for Akmal at least. And now Sack seems to have borrowed that kind of inability to finish his chances. And that's all it's really coming down to, unfortunately. You've got matching play styles, you've got matching formations, both playing nice and direct. Maybe Akmal utilizing his central midfielders a little bit more in attack than what Sacked is doing. But when it comes down to it, and at the end of the day, the ability to finish the opportunities created is what both competitors will look back on. And at the moment, Akmal is taking the advantage there.
It is the oldest cliche, perhaps, in football. I assure you, in FIFA esports, it is no different. You often see the screenshots on Twitter and whatnot saying, oh, look at the possession that I had, my passing completion and whatnot. Goals win games. This was Son, somewhat near post, a little bit towards the middle, more than maybe Akmal would have liked. No worry, 1-0, and then deep in this second half, Treaders, for the briefest of moments, Sacked would have felt on top of the world.
Brilliant driven pass there. That's what you can do against an opponent who is looking to defend so aggressively. But as soon as that goal is scored, you see Akmal whip out the low driven finish, a throwback to FIFA 18, the classics. Well, arguably a classic for me, where I first got my start in FIFA and FIFA esports indeed. And it's just composure, the variety of finishes that Akmal has at his disposal. And at the moment, that's all there is to separate these two competitors.
You're quite right, where maybe Sacked has looked to score a similar type of goal, and to his credit, he has done that extremely well. Akmal with the variety. Ball rolls when the keeper's been brought out, the occasional chip. He's crossed it when he's needed to. He has done it with passing play, with skill moves, with basic skill moves. He has shown us his whole range, and he is taking this FIFA esports world by storm. If I mentioned it at the start of the day, you should see your Twitter feeds or just give him a search right now. Akmal JHD, not just in East Asia, all around the world. Fellow professionals, fans, old and new, are getting quite excited indeed. He has a 2-1 lead heading in to leg 2, which will be underway in just a moment's time. Treaders, he has not looked to stop this attacking flair throughout. Is there a point in this man's mind where he just tries to hold possession?
Not a chance. It's not even a word that would be recognized in his vocabulary. Holding onto that ball possession, what even is that? Even though the 4-3-3, we did see it come out in the previous matchups, and we did see it utilized at the back end of the first leg. I think we'll continue to see the narrow formation preferred, and Sacked will be matching in the narrow formation, just trusting that he has what it takes to get the job done. Neither competitor taking a backward step. And it is FIFA esports at its very finest.
We cannot wait to see leg 2. I said earlier, the type of contest where you want to look away, but you just can't. The nerves, you're shaking, you're excited, you're scared. And once again, it is that man, Akmal, who seems to be the calmest gentleman in the scene. Can Sacked raise his intensity once more? Or can Akmal pursue his advantage? We are in leg 2 of this grand final rematch. It is Akmal JHD with the 2-1 lead. He's in the darker kit here. He has an overload, but Robin, very much one-footed, able to be found out on that occasion.
I feel like in those situations, why not have an attempt on the right foot? Just keep your opponent guessing or continue to run like you are going to shoot on the right foot. Eventually, your opponent will bite and you might get an opportunity to take it on with the left. Already a 4-3-3 utilized and a shot on goal very early on. Warning shots fired and Sacked. The 4-3-3 is back and it is dangerous as ever.
The 2-star weak foot of Robin. Some might even say, based on his real-life efforts, that's a bit generous. Akmal not willing to take it on. Sacked knowing what would occur. Defending as he should. Kulusevski for Sacked. Blue United getting around him on Twitter. Trying to garner support, get their man over the line. Some lovely dribbling from Mbappe. Ronaldo to Neymar. Central defensive mid is brought out. Kulusevski, can he find the space in behind? Yet again, Akmal with defenders stationed perfectly.
And each and every one of Akmal's foot items are the very definition of what you can call a badge fighter. Winning headers against players almost double their size. And Akmal just plays the game in a very brave way, utilizing overlaps from central midfield and indeed capitalizing on it. It's 3-1 Akmal, and Akmal taking the celebration, taking a sip of water and really starting to enjoy and embrace the moment.
What brilliant vision once more. Many would have thought he should have shot with Bruno, who appeared to have space. He makes that pass, the incision, and is rewarded with a third on aggregate. Sacked. It's not quite back to the drawing board, but it's back to his task. Turns the defender momentarily before the shot is fired into the body of the defender. Varane too strong. More of the same. If you're a fan of Blue Sacked. Mbappe with Ronaldo. Stepping up again. Akmal JHD. Exactly when he's needed to. You feel all of Malaysia behind their man. He's got a while to go.
Still so much work to be done for Akmal to see this game out. But he's gone back to that preferred 4-3-3. The formation that saw him take a 10-goal win in the losers bracket grand final. Pullet charging in, giving away a foul. Almost necessary just to stop the flow and disrupt the zone that Akmal has found himself get into. Robin on his right, rebounded again and again, and press on possession loss. Akmal's signature tactic, almost paying off time and time again, and Sacked, utilizing Neymar for some hold-up play, is now sent in behind.
Nick Pope has stood up to sterner tests than that this weekend. For Akmal JHD, the vision again on display. Through ball down the line. Bruno heel to heel. Son, Robin, he's on the left, and that's where he likes it. That's where he takes it, and that's where he finishes it. Iron Robin for Akmal, giving him the biggest lead of this tie so far.
And you know what is coming. And there is nothing you can do to stop it if you're sacked. Jockeyed expertly, saw the fake shot come out because Akmal was already on the left foot, thought it might have been a finesse. And the power shot from Robin, too good on that occasion for Tuskagan. And sacked with so much work to do, attempting to match the formation. But as so many competitors have found out so far, it's easier to say it than it is to actually execute it.
4-1 on aggregate. Let's hope we can find, for the sake of the contest, let's hope that Sacked can find his fighting qualities. Undefeated until today. A moment away. And it has been little moments like that where the poise of his play on Saturday has not been able to be relocated. It's not been refound. It stays 4-1 with half time of this second leg, the all-decisive second leg, soon approaching. Lovely one-touch passing play. Rooney set off. Overlap on the far side. Madison cuts back. And somehow Akmal gets that ball, but player coming back from an offside position. Goal kick taken quickly and short. Sacked needs to go. And needs to go now. Every single time Akmal appears to have the answer, knowing there's not much time left. Tuskagan comes out to claim the 2 goals in that half. Son on 16, Robin on 32. And for the very first time, it feels like we have near certainty with our champion of East Asia coming from the most unlikely of sources, unless there's one final twist in the tail, unless Sacked can recover this 3-goal deficit in one half of FIFA 21.
And when your opponent is playing such a complete brand of FIFA 21, it becomes tougher and tougher to justify switching to plan B and C. And at some point, the mental battle is unrecoverable because you just simply feel outplayed and feel that no response will help you. You feel that no response will stop the goals from flowing. Very smart tactical foul there by Sack, though.
Close to playing the ball, but not close enough. Regardless, attacker brought down and momentum halted. Akmal forward, one touch out of feet. Son and Tuskagan moved across expertly by Sacked, reading what was coming. And the save made. It stays at 4-1. Corner taken short. Really, really good from Sacked to win that ball back, but holding on to possession. Oh, so difficult today against Akmal JHD.
It's just brilliant attacking play from Akmal time and time again. I don't think I've seen a competitor so good with that L2 fake shot. And again, Akmal utilizing it to the fullest effect to make it 5-1. The player runs off the ball, drawing Sack's attention. And there is nothing he can do but watch that ball sail into the back of the net time and time again. The steam train of Akmal rolls on.
He saw it coming, sacked. He moved the keeper across, then changed his mind, fearing the far post strike. Akmal's decision-making, as always, impeccable. 5-1 on aggregate. And with only a third of this second leg left to play, Sachs forward coming back from an offside position. And I say this with all love and sincerity, Sachs showing his first signs that maybe, just maybe, this is all over. Coming forward, Madison heel to heel. Really good challenge from Sachs. He's not giving up just yet. Long pass, first time pass from Neymar to Mbappe. Lovely back heel. Numbers on this far side. Kulusevski brings it back. Mbappe. And he's not giving up just yet. If he needed something to stir his own belief, he's found it through Team of the Year Mbappe.
And knowing the way that Akmal likes to close out games, it is that he doesn't close out games the traditional way. He closes them out by scoring a weight of goals or leaving it so that his opponent has too much work to do too late. And that is what he'll be hoping to do yet again. Not to the same extent as the loser bracket final where he took that 10-goal advantage. But he'll be hoping to pile the pressure on. And maybe for the first time all tournament, we're seeing a little bit of possession for possession's sake from a very deserving Akmal, who continues to rampage, continues to utilize that L2 fake shot better than, dare I say, anyone in World FIFA at the moment.
Particularly with that pause being cued. Sachs wants to make changes, wants to be more aggressive. And Akmal says, you can't make those changes if the ball never stops moving. That ball in hope more than anything else. Robin on the left gives it up. Madison, great challenge. But the ball back again. Where's Madison going? He's going out of play. And finally, the changes can be made. He was on the 4-3-3 attacking, trying to press as much as he can. It's time to increase that depth, Treaders. It's time to increase the width. It's time to go constant pressure.
And if anything, increasing that width is probably the last thing he needs to be worrying about. I get that he needs to be going after that ball, but the space will open up so broadly for Akmal rather, when he does retain possession. But Sachs will be hoping he can impact the game up the other end, win this ball, or at least keep the pressure on up this end.
3 goals needed to send it to extra time, but time running out. There is one defender back. He marshals the man in the middle. The keeper brought out. Ball, header, and the sealer by João Felix. It is now surely done. Akmal believes it. We can barely believe it. But it's time to start bringing in your new champion, João Felix, of all 4 items to get you there. What a story indeed.
Manual header or not, Akmal has the composure to get the job done. And it would seem Sachs unable to answer the brilliance that is Akmal's attacking play. And this is one of the strongest defensive players in the world, with the best structures that we've seen in East Asia. Goalkeeper movement. And Akmal, that player coming back from an offside position, not so. Curtis Jones nearly scoring. And that really would have been the icing on the cake.
Jones cannot become the 10th goal scorer for Akmal in the weekend of play. Mini Hullet, dubbed by some. He has a little way to go, perhaps. The 82 finishing not quite enough. Sacked is left to rue the moments that may have been. He has not lost to anyone other than this one man. We cannot say the same for any other competitor. In regular time, in extra time, and in the penalty shootout of the first grand final, Blue United sacked. Could not keep his composure, could not apply a finishing touch, and in the most severe case of all, could not clear the ball out of play. Akmal JHD, the fairy tale almost complete. We've not seen anything like it. Will we see it again in years to come? I don't think so. Your champion of East Asia in this qualifier number 2, defying all the odds. It's Akmal JHD. Treaders, we spoke before. Europe, the Americas, etc. It gets the attention, and quite rightly, it has the quality. Have we ever had in any region a champion like this, using a team like this, coming back from circumstances like that?
Absolutely not. This is a one-of-a-kind situation. Akmal rising above the odds and really taking the opportunity by the horns, establishing himself as a name and a force to be reckoned with in East Asia and indeed the world. I cannot wait to see what we get from him in the future events and indeed towards Qualifier 3.
Qualifier 2 belongs to one man. He lost his first game. He was never to lose again. On behalf of J Treaders, myself, Nate Patrick, and let's be honest, FIFA esports fans from around the world, thank you, Akmal. Enjoy your victory. That's it from us. Let's throw it back to Mike and Kyle.
Nate Treaders, thank you so much for that. Yes, a round of applause is well deserved for our champion of the East Asia qualifier number 2. Wow, what a performance. Mike LaBelle from that man himself right there. I mean, it was just incredible, wasn't it?
No doubt about it. You got to give credit where credit is due, and he earned it. Anytime you have to come up to the losers bracket, even though it has become something that's been more common this season than ever before, as you see, Sonoro. This is the best usage I have seen of any pro use Sun, use the likes of Robin. It's actually unbelievable what he's been able to achieve and what he gets out of a lot of his players. You heard Nate mention it. You also heard Treaders talk about it. For some of the guys that are putting in such consistent work for him, as you see Bruno Fernandes, that extra ball roll, just had all these additional intricacies that come in at levels that you just don't have. It's the small details, the small touches, the little particulars that give him a competitive advantage, and he shows up in big moments. But fair play as well to Sacked. He was very competitive in these games, nearly in the first matchup or the first set of games. I thought he had it done and dusted until that 120th minute, but I was very much so entertained. I think everyone in the chat will share a similar sentiment, and you got to give a major congratulations to Akmal, excuse me, for what he was able to put together.
Do you think, Mike, that it had something to do with that momentum shift at the end of that first matchup when he managed to actually reset the bracket and the confidence just went in his way?
Maybe not yes, but more so that I think Sacked is really hurting. When you are one clearance away from winning a game and then you lose in penalty kicks, that affects you mentally. So I'm not saying that Akmal was propelled, but maybe even more so Sacked was hurting inside. You might not have seen it on his face, but you're feeling it when you're right there, you're in the final, you're inches away, and you know you could have had one clearance. Even in penalties, you had a couple chances to close it out. You weren't able to do it. Akmal takes his opportunity, carries that momentum, and gets the result.
Momentum is the word I want to keep on using right here. Once he got going, there was no stopping Akmal JHD. 6-2 overall in that grand final bracket reset right there. 13 shots, 9 of those on target, and that means he is crowned the champion of the East Asia qualifier number 2. I mean, Mike, it must be so difficult for the opponents once somebody gets that much momentum, once it swings that way, once they're full of confidence, once they're aggressive again in attacking, just to stop them.
For sure. I mean, once somebody's in a free flow, they got that fluidity, everything is coming together, you're connecting the dots, you're solving the puzzle, you're putting all the pieces in the right places, and it's timed so beautifully. It's difficult. We saw it happen today. Early on, we were saying Akmal's looking pretty good. And he just kept growing and growing and growing. And as you're getting better and better and better, we're seeing this potential. You're also cleaning up some of the areas that you were struggling. Early on today, Akmal gave up a lot of goals. Then as the day went on, we saw a clean sheet. We saw much better balanced performance. Because at the end of the day, say what you wish, but defense is still going to be important. You can't only attack. You've got to be able to shut down your opposition. And he showcased that he could do that.
He did indeed. Right, let's bring him into the stream. Let's talk to our champion of the East Asia qualifier number 2, Akmal JHD. Congratulations. It's great to speak to you once again. We can now confirm you are the champion. How is that feeling right now?
It's hard to put into words. That final was absolutely incredible. Good game to my opponent, Sak. He was so close in the end. In the first game, the final kick of extra time, I managed to score, and
it was amazing to watch. You were like a boxer that had been knocked down. The count was happening. It got to 9. You stood up. You managed to regain yourself, and then you go on to beat him on that penalty shootout. That's incredible.
Don't know what to say. After the earlier comeback in the first game today, I just thought anything is possible, really. Never give up. And especially when the goal deficit is only 1, and in games like this, tight like this, you just have to take your chances. And yeah, I managed to do so.
Hey, Akmal, congratulations first off. Huge. We were super entertained. Top to bottom today was amazing. From a FIFA enthusiast, beautiful. We loved it. But my big question really comes down to kind of your squad building. So you use a lot of players that are common throughout the weekend league with the likes of a João Felix, a Robin, a Sonaldo. Who's most influential in your opinion? Because we've never really seen pro players, at least in tournament play, have all these guys in rotation and not necessarily being used as super subs.
I think out of all of them, it's quite hard to pick which one's the most important or which one's the best. Maybe in terms of the most goals scored, I'd say Inform Heung-min Son, but I think every player in my team carried their own today. I'm so proud. This Road to Glory account managed to reach this level, and yeah, I can't wait for the future. See what happens.
Wow, that's amazing right there. It really is. I'm loving the smile on your face, but I need you to be honest with me, all right? You look so calm. You look so relaxed when you're playing, even when a last-minute winner goes in. Are the hands sweaty? Is the heart beating? Be honest. Do you get nervous?
During the penalty shootout, yes. But in extra time, when he scored the first goal in extra time, then I started to panic a bit. But I remember my training. I remember all of the years I put into this game, and yeah, I managed to keep my composure. And in terms of the hands, no, they're not that sweaty.
Brilliant. Honestly, congratulations. It's been an honor to watch you battle your way through that losers bracket to eventually now be crowned champion of the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia qualifier number 2. Our champion, ladies and gentlemen, Akmal JHD. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right there, we have it. The big smile on the face. The champion has now been crowned once again. And Mike, it's great to hear a Road to Glory account has managed to get him this far.
That's super rare. It's not impossible, but I think it's also reassuring to some of the guys that have been grinding the game all year. I mean, obviously it helps if you get a little pack luck in there, but you're seeing the likes of guys that I still use in my weekend league. I'm using a Road to Glory as well, with the influence of a Joao Felix, the influence of a Robin. I'm not using the informed Son, but the way that he was able to put him into motion, it was unbelievable. I don't know what the final count is on goals just from Sonaldo, but I think he had like 17 or 18 goals today by one player.
I mean, it was truly incredible. I just can't believe that you've got a Road to Glory account, Mike, and we're not seeing you at this level. Why is that?
I'm obviously not as good as Akmal, but thank you so much, Kyle. I don't even know if you own FIFA, so I don't want to hear your back and forth. Yeah, we're going
Look
like
at
that.
this right here. Look at all of this right here.
It's unopened. It's all for decoration right there.
I could tell you who's in my ultimate team, but I don't think the community would like to know. Right, let's move on right now. We have got an analysis moment right now. Mike LaBelle, take away. It's time for our game highlight presented by PlayStation.
And it only makes sense that we really revisit and we analyze the play of the day, in my opinion, because of the moment. 120th minute, Akmal needs a goal. Look at the freeze frame. And I just want to focus on this extra skill move. And it's a percentage play. If you want to go from being a gold to an elite player, if you want to go from being an elite player to a pro player, this is the difference. He could shoot. Sonaldo, 5-star weak foot, not an issue. But instead of taking that chance, you're going to see one more skill, opens up a sure thing. It's beautiful, a little two-touch, and he slots it home across the body and then goes to penalty kicks, resets the bracket. That's the play of the day, the moment of the day, the highlight of the day, and really and truly what separates pro players and elite players, even elite players and gold players. People always ask me, it's these small details that start creating skill gaps.
It's just when you watch it, when you pause it, when you slow it down and you actually see in that millisecond, we get plenty of time to watch it back. In the millisecond, he chose to do that, to create that little moment of space and then to finish it off. It is just amazing to see. That is why he has been crowned our champion. He's managed to make his way through that losers bracket. Let's have a look at the journey right now. This is how things have unfolded here at the FIFA 21 Global Series East Asia Qualifier number 2. The winners bracket is where we started, and that is where Akmal JHD did progress through, then drops down into that losers bracket right there. He lost that first game 6-5, goes down into the losers bracket, makes his way through, beating his opponent 8-7 RRQ Eggsy this morning. Then it was 7-3 he won, and then in the losers bracket final, 10-0, makes his way through to the grand final, has to force the bracket reset, manages to score a final minute goal in extra time to take it to penalties, wins on penalties, resets the bracket, and then wins again. Mike LaBelle, if you're looking at his journey throughout this competition, there's so many highs and lows, but he's been crowned the champion now, so it's all worth it.
I think your best takeaway here is that he was the top goal scorer. Every game that he played, he went forward, decisive, direct, innovative, creative, magical in some ways. He gave you a little bit of that. He gave you a little bit of this. He was casting spells. We had overlapping runs. Everything was coming together. He was clicking perfectly. He's turning on the TVs, turning off the TVs, turning off other people's consoles. Wrapped it up. Congratulations, Akmal. You deserve it. And I only wish you the best.
Well, hopefully we'll see him once again. But before we get into all of that, before we get into closing the show, let's have a look at some of our top 5 goals of the day.
That is lovely passing, and the finish, textbook. The Akmal gets one more opportunity. Son has 2 to beat. The pass inside, and he's done it at the death, Akmal! The cross is finished. There's just not a lot going on. I'm fishing, I'm looking for compliments, I really am. But what are you meant to do against Akmal JHD? I'ma lose it. This isn't even the grand final. Sacked. With Mbappe, Ronaldo, driven pass, oh what a finish! And what a goal!
he is good at, creating chances and finishing them. Akmal makes it look so easy.
How the guys behind the scenes managed to whittle all of the goals down into a top 5, I have no idea. Mike LaBelle, we always say we're allergic to clean sheets. We only got one of them, but it meant we got 10 goals on the other side. It's not been a bad day, has it?
If you really think about that, that's incredible. That was in the loser bracket finals. That's not a typo. That's not a mistake. That's not an error. 10 goals and didn't concede anything. It was one of those games where you couldn't believe what you were watching. That just doesn't happen, not at the pro level. That many goals unanswered. There weren't opportunities, never got back into the game. It was never a game. I think we were talking about his next matchup by halftime of the first leg.
Yeah. And I mean, it's just, if you watch him, if you watch what he's managed to do, Road to Glory account as well, he's now put himself up there. Everyone wants to beat him. Moving forward in this region, he's the man to beat.
We're seeing more of this. Yesterday in North America, in the finals, we had Isaacson. Isaacson also had his Warriors. He said he's proud of the guys, and you could tell that he had also built up a team. He didn't have nearly the same types of options with some of the Team of the Year players or the Ruud Hullets of the world or the Vieiras, the Eusebios, the R9s, just guys that you start to see when you really start getting into those upper echelon of investments, and you can still have success. So that's always something that I could get behind. I still remember even in 2017 where Tass won the European regional. That year, he was one of the best players in the world. I think he finishes like top 5 in the world or something along those lines. But he just grinded. He didn't put anything into the game, grinded, but he put in a lot of time and amazing at the game. That also plays a huge factor here. He's a stellar player the same way that Akmal's a stellar player. But once you learn all the details and how players turn, how they move, where you can count on them, you can really get the most out of the players, which is super important that you have to hit their max potential.
Right, there we have it. We have found our winner of the East Asia qualifier number 2, Akmal JHD. He is the champion. For everyone that has watched, thank you so much for joining us over these 2 days. Mike LaBelle, Nate PTK, Joshua Treadwell as well, aka Treaders. Thank you so much for everything. And to you guys at home, I hope you've enjoyed it. We'll see you at the next one.